saw God in a dream, and he had two faces. One was soft and kind, like a mother's face, and the other looked like the face of Satan. From The Fall of the Imam, by Nawal el-Saadawi. With love and care, the spider web weaves its spider. African proverb. Africa, Sweden, May through August, 1993. Prologue. The letter arrived in Ystad on 19 August, 1993. Since it had an African stamp, and must be from her mother, she hadn't opened it immediately. She wanted to have peace and quiet when she read it. From the thickness of the envelope, she could tell there were many pages. She hadn't heard from her mother in over 3 months, and there must be plenty of news by now. She left the letter lying on the coffee table, deciding to wait until evening. But she felt vaguely uneasy. Why had her mother typed her name and address this time? No doubt the answer would be in the letter. It was close to midnight when she opened the door to the balcony and sat down among all her flower pots. It was a lovely, warm August evening, maybe one of the last of the year. Autumn was already at hand, hovering unseen. She opened the letter and started to read. Only when she had read the letter to the end did she start to cry. By then she knew that the letter was written by a woman. It wasn't just the handwriting. There was also something about the choice of words. How the woman had described as mercifully as possible the gruesome truth of what had occurred. There was no mercy involved. There was only the act itself. That was all. The letter was signed by Françoise Bertrand, a police officer. Her position was not entirely clear, but she was employed as a criminal investigator for the country's Central Homicide Commission. It was in this capacity that she had learned of the events that took place one night in May in a remote desert town in North Africa. The facts of the case were clear, easy to grasp, and utterly terrifying. 4 nuns, French citizens, had been slaughtered by unknown assailants, their throats slashed. The killers had left no traces, only blood, thick, congealed blood, everywhere. But there had also been a 5th woman, a Swedish tourist, who happened to be visiting the nuns on the night the assailants appeared with their knives. Her passport revealed that her name was Anna Ander, 66 years old, in the country on a tourist visa. With the passport was an open return plane ticket. Since it was bad enough that 4 nuns had been murdered, and since Anna Ander seemed to have been traveling alone, under political pressure the police decided not to mention the 5th woman. She was simply not there on that fateful night. Her bed was empty. Instead, they reported her death in a traffic accident and then buried her in an unmarked grave. All traces of her were erased. And it was here that Françoise Bertrand entered the picture. "Early one morning, I was called in by my boss," she wrote in the long letter, "and told to drive out to the convent." By this time, the Swedish woman was already buried. Françoise Bertrand's job was to destroy her passport and belongings. Anna Ander had supposedly never arrived or spent any time in the country. She had ceased to exist, erased from all official records. Françoise Bertrand found a travel bag that the investigators had overlooked, lying behind a wardrobe. Inside were letters that Anna Ander had begun to write, and they were addressed to her daughter in a town called Ystad in faraway Sweden. Françoise Bertrand apologized for reading these private letters. She had asked for help from an alcoholic Swedish artist she knew in the capital, and he had translated the letters for her. Françoise wrote down the translations as he read them to her, and a picture gradually began to take shape. Even then, she already had pangs of conscience about what had happened to this 5th woman. Not only about the fact that she was brutally murdered in the country that Françoise loved so much. In the letter, she tried to explain what was happening in her country, and she also told something about herself. Her father was born in France, but came to North Africa with his parents as a child. There he grew up and later married a local woman. Françoise, the oldest of their children, had always had the feeling of having one foot in France and the other in Africa. But now she no longer had any doubt. She was an African. And that was why she was tormented by the strife tearing her country apart. That was also why she didn't want to contribute to the wrongs against herself and her country by erasing this woman, by refusing even to take the responsibility for Anna Ander's presence. Françoise Bertrand had begun to suffer from insomnia. Finally, she decided to write to the dead woman's daughter and tell her the truth. She forced herself to act, in spite of the loyalty she felt to the police force, but she asked that her name be kept secret. "I'm telling you the truth," she wrote at the end of her long letter. "Maybe I'm making a mistake by telling you what happened, but how could I do otherwise? I found a bag containing letters that a woman wrote to her daughter. Now I'm telling you how they came into my possession and forwarding them to you." Françoise Bertrand had enclosed the unfinished letters and Anna Ander's passport. Her daughter didn't read the letters. She put them on the floor of the balcony and wept for a long time. Not until dawn did she get up. She went inside and sat motionless at the kitchen table, her head completely empty. But then suddenly, everything seemed simple to her. She realized that she had done nothing but wait all these years. She hadn't understood that before, the fact that she had been waiting, or why. Now she knew. She had a mission, and she didn't need to wait any longer to carry it out. It was time. Her mother was gone. A door had been thrown wide open. She stood up and went to get her box with the slips of paper she had cut up, and the big ledger she kept in a drawer under her bed. She spread the folded slips of paper on the table in front of her. She knew there were 43 of them. She started unfolding the slips, one by one. The cross was on the 27th one. She opened the ledger and ran her finger down the column of names until she reached the right row. She stared at the names she had written there, and slowly a face materialized before her. Then she closed the book and put the slips of paper back in the box. Her mother was dead. She no longer had any doubt, and now there was no turning back. She would give herself a year to work through her grief and to make all her preparations. She went back out onto the balcony, smoked a cigarette, and gazed out over the waking city. A rainstorm was moving in from the sea. Just after 7 a.m., she went to bed. It was the morning of 20 August, 1993. Ghana, 21 September through 11 October, 1994. Chapter 1. Just after 10 p.m., he finally finished. The last stanzas had been difficult to write. They took him a long time. He had wanted to achieve a melancholy yet beautiful expression. Several attempts were consigned to the wastepaper basket. Twice he'd been close to giving up altogether. But now the poem lay before him on the table. His lament for the middle-spotted woodpecker, which had almost disappeared from Sweden. It hadn't been seen in the country since the early 1980s, one more species soon to be wiped out by humankind. He got up from his desk and stretched. With every passing year, it was harder and harder to sit bent over his writings for hours on end. An old man shouldn't be writing poems, he thought. When you're 78 years old, your thoughts are of little use to anyone. But at the same time, he knew this was wrong. It was only in the Western world that old people were viewed with indulgence or contemptuous sympathy. In other cultures, age was respected as the period of enlightened wisdom. He would go on writing poems as long as he could lift the pen and his mind was clear. He was not capable of much else. A long time ago he had been a car dealer, the most successful in the region. He was known as a tough negotiator. He had certainly sold a lot of cars. During the good years, he had owned branches in Tomelilla and Sjöbo. He had made a fortune large enough to allow him to live in some style. But it was his poetry that really mattered to him. The verses lying on the table gave him a rare satisfaction. He drew the curtains across the picture windows that faced the fields rolling down towards the sea, which lay out of sight. He went over to his bookshelf. He had published 9 volumes of poetry. There they stood, in a row. None of them had sold more than a single small printing, not more than 300 copies. The unsold copies were in cardboard boxes in the basement. They were his pride and joy, although he had long ago decided to burn them one day. He would carry the cardboard boxes out to the courtyard and put a match to them. The day he received his death sentence, whether from a doctor or from a premonition that his life would soon be over, he would rid himself of the thin volumes that no one wanted to buy. No one would throw them onto a rubbish heap. He looked at the books on the shelf. He had been reading poems his whole life, and he had memorized many. He had no illusions. His poems were not the best ever written. But they weren't the worst, either. In each of his volumes, published roughly every 5 years since the late 1940s, there were stanzas that could stand beside the best. But he had been a car dealer by profession, not a poet. His poems were not reviewed on the cultural pages. He hadn't received any literary awards, and his books had been printed at his own expense. He had sent his first collection to the big publishing houses in Stockholm. They came back with curt rejections on pre-printed forms. One editor had taken the trouble to make a personal comment. Nobody would want to read poems that were only about birds. The spiritual life of the white wagtail is of no interest, the editor had written. After that, he wasted no more time on publishers. He paid for publication himself. Simple covers, nothing lavish. The words between were what mattered. In spite of everything, many people had read his poems over the years, and many of them had expressed their appreciation to him. Now he had written a new one, about the middle-spotted woodpecker, a lovely bird no longer seen in Sweden. The bird poet, he thought. Almost everything I've written is about birds. The flapping of wings, the rushing in the night, a lone mating call somewhere in the distance. In the world of birds I have found a reflection of the innermost secrets of life. He picked up the sheet of paper. The last stanza had worked. He put the paper back on the desk. He felt a sharp pain in his back as he crossed the large room. Was he getting sick? Every day he listened for signs that his body had begun to betray him. He had stayed in good shape throughout his life. He had never smoked, always eating and drinking in moderation. This regime had endowed him with good health. But soon he would be 80. The end of his allotted time was approaching. He went out to the kitchen and poured himself a cup of coffee from the coffee machine, which was always on. The poem he had finished writing filled him with both sadness and joy. The autumn of my years, he thought. An apt name. Everything I write could be the last. And it's September. It's autumn, on the calendar and in my life. He carried his coffee back to the living room. He sat down carefully in one of the brown leather armchairs that had kept him company for 40 years. He had bought them to celebrate his triumph when he was awarded the Volkswagen franchise for southern Sweden. On the table next to his armrest stood the photograph of Werner, the Alsatian that he missed more than all the other dogs that had accompanied him through life. To grow old was to grow lonely. The people who filled your life died off. Even your dogs vanished into the shadows. Soon he would be alone. At a certain point in life, everyone was. Recently, he had tried to write a poem about that idea, but he could never seem to finish it. Maybe he ought to try again. But birds were what he knew how to write about, not people. Birds he could understand. People were unfathomable. Had he ever truly known himself? Writing poems about something he didn't understand would be like trespassing. He closed his eyes and suddenly remembered the 10,000 Krone Question TV program of the late 1950s. Or maybe it was the early 1960s. TV was still black and white back then. A cross-eyed young man with slicked back hair had chosen the topic birds. He answered all the questions and received his check for 10,000 kroner, an incredible sum in those days. He had not been sitting in the television studio, in the booth with headphones on. He had been sitting in this very same armchair. He, too, had known all the answers, and not once did he even need extra time to think. But he didn't win 10,000 kroner. Nobody knew of his vast knowledge of birds. He just went on writing his poems. A noise woke him with a start from his daydream. He listened in the darkened room. Was there someone in the courtyard? He pushed away the thought. It was his imagination. Getting old meant suffering from anxiety. He had good locks on his doors. He kept a shotgun in his bedroom upstairs, and he had a revolver close at hand in a kitchen drawer. If any intruders came to this isolated farmhouse just north of Ystad, he could defend himself, and he wouldn't hesitate to do so. He got up from his chair. There was another sharp twinge in his back. The pain came and went in waves. He set his coffee cup on the kitchen bench and looked at his watch. Almost 11 p.m. It was time to go. He squinted at the thermometer outside the kitchen window and saw it was 7 degrees centigrade. The barometer was rising. A slight breeze from the southwest was passing over Skåne. The conditions were ideal, he thought. Tonight, the flight would be to the south. The migrating birds would pass overhead in their thousands, borne on invisible wings. He wouldn't be able to see them, but he'd feel them out there in the dark, high above. For more than 50 years he had spent countless autumn nights out in the fields, experiencing the sensation of the birds passing. Often it had seemed as though the whole sky was on the move. Whole orchestras of silent songbirds would be leaving before the approaching winter, heading for warmer climes. The urge to move on was innate, and their ability to navigate by the stars and the earth's gravity kept them on course. They sought out the favorable winds. They had fattened themselves up over the summer, and they could stay aloft for hour after hour. A whole night sky, vibrating with wings, was beginning its annual pilgrimage towards Mecca. What was a lonely, earth-bound old man compared to a night flyer? He had often thought of this as the performance of a sacred act, his own autumnal high mass as he stood there in the dark, sensing the departure of the migratory birds. And then, when spring came, he was there to welcome them back. Their migration was his religion. He went out into the hall and stood with one hand on the coat hooks. Then he went back to the living room and pulled on the jumper, lying on a stool by the desk. Along with all the other vexations, getting old meant that he got cold more quickly. Once more he looked at the poem, lying there, finished on the desk. Maybe he would live long enough to put together enough poems for a 10th and final collection. He had already decided on the title, High Mass in the Night. He went back to the hall, put on his jacket, and pulled a cap over his head. He opened the front door. Outside, the autumn air was redolent with the smell of wet clay. He closed the door behind him and let his eyes grow accustomed to the dark. The garden seemed desolate. In the distance, he could see the glow of the lights of Ystad. He lived so far from his other neighbors that this was the only source of light. The sky was almost clear and filled with stars. A few clouds were visible on the horizon. Tonight the migration was bound to pass over his property. He set off. His farmhouse was old, with 3 wings. The 4th had burned down early in the century. He spent a lot of money renovating the building, although the work was still not completed. He would leave it all to the Cultural Association in Lund. He had never been married, never had any children. He sold cars and got rich. He had dogs. And then birds. I have no regrets, he thought, as he followed the path down to the tower he had built himself. I regret nothing, since it is meaningless to regret. It was a beautiful September night. Still, something was making him uneasy. He stopped on the path and listened, but all he could hear was the soft sighing of the wind. He kept walking. Could it be the pain that was worrying him, those sudden, sharp pains in his back? The worry was prompted by something inside him. He stopped again and turned around. Nothing there. He was alone. The path sloped downwards, leading to a slight rise. Just before the rise, there was a broad ditch over which he had placed a bridge. At the top of the rise stood his tower. He wondered how many times he had walked this path. He knew every bend, every hollow, and yet he walked slowly and cautiously. He didn't want to risk falling and breaking his leg. Old people's bones grew brittle. He knew that. If he wound up in the hospital with a broken hip, he would die, unable to endure lying idle in a hospital bed. He would start worrying about his life, and then nothing could save him. An owl hooted. Somewhere close by, a twig snapped. The sound had come from the grove, just past the hillock on which his tower stood. He stood motionless, all his senses alert. The owl hooted again. Then all was silent once more. He grumbled under his breath and continued. "Old and scared," he muttered, "afraid of ghosts and afraid of the dark." Now he could see the tower, a black silhouette against the night sky. In 20 meters he would be at the bridge crossing the deep ditch. He kept walking. The owl was gone. A tawny owl, he thought. No doubt about it, it was a tawny owl. Suddenly he came to a halt. He had reached the bridge that led over the ditch. There was something about the tower on the hill. Something was different. He squinted, trying to see the details in the dark. He couldn't make out what it was, but something had changed. I'm imagining things, he thought. Everything's the same as always. The tower I built 10 years ago hasn't changed. It's just my eyesight getting blurry, that's all. He took another step out onto the bridge and felt the planks beneath his feet. He kept staring at the tower. There's something wrong, he thought. I'd swear it was a meter higher than it was last night. Or else it's all a dream and I'm looking at myself standing up there in the tower. The moment the thought occurred to him, he knew it was true. There was someone up in the tower, a silhouette, motionless. A twinge of fear passed through him like a lone gust of wind, then anger. Somebody was trespassing on his property, climbing his tower without asking him for permission. It was probably a poacher hunting the deer that grazed around the grove on the other side of the hill. It couldn't be another bird watcher. He called out to the figure in the tower. No reply, no movement. Again he grew uncertain. His eyes must be deceiving him. They were so blurry. He called again. No answer. He started to walk across the bridge. When the planks gave way, he fell headlong. He pitched forwards and didn't even have time to stretch out his arms to break his fall. The ditch was more than 2 meters deep. He felt a hideous pain. It came out of nowhere and cut right through him like red-hot spears piercing his body. The pain was so intense he couldn't even scream. Just before he died, he realized that he had never reached the bottom of the ditch. He remained suspended in his own pain. His last thought was of the migrating birds somewhere far above him, the sky moving towards the south. One last time he tried to tear himself away from the pain. Then it was all over. It was 11:20 p.m. on 21 September 1994. That night, huge flocks of thrushes and red-winged blackbirds were flying south. They came from the north and set a southwest course over Falsterbo Point, heading for the warmth that awaited them far away. When all was quiet, she made her way carefully down the tower steps. She shone her torch into the ditch. Holger Eriksson was dead. She switched off the torch and stood still in the darkness. Then she walked quickly away. Chapter 2. Just after 5 a.m. on Monday, 26 September, Kurt Wallander woke in his flat on Mariagatan in central Ystad. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was look at his hands. They were tanned. He leaned back on his pillow again and listened to the autumn rain drumming on the window. A feeling of satisfaction came over him at the memory of the trip that had ended 2 days earlier at Kastrup Airport in Copenhagen. He had spent an entire week with his father in Rome. It had been hot there. In the afternoons, when the heat was most intense, they had sought out a bench in the gardens of the Villa Borghese where his father could sit in the shade, while Kurt took off his shirt and turned his face to the sun. That had been the only area of conflict during their holiday. His father couldn't understand how he could be vain enough to waste time trying to get a tan. That happy holiday, thought Wallander as he lay in bed. We took a trip to Rome, my father and I, and it went well. It went better than I could ever have hoped. He looked at the clock. He had to go back on duty today, but he was in no hurry. He could stay in bed for a while yet. He reached for the stack of newspapers he had glanced through the night before and started reading about the results of the parliamentary election. Because he had been in Rome on election day, he had sent in an absentee ballot. The Social Democrats had taken a good 45% of the vote. But what did that mean? Would there be any changes? He put the paper back on the floor and thought again of Rome. They had stayed at an inexpensive hotel near the Campo dei Fiori. From the roof terrace directly above their 2 rooms, they had had a beautiful view over the city. There they drank their morning coffee and planned what they were going to do each day. Wallander's father knew what he wanted to see. Wallander had worried that his father wanted to do too much, that he wouldn't have the strength. He watched for signs that his father was confused or forgetful. Alzheimer's disease, the illness with this strange name, was lurking there, and they both knew it. But for that entire happy week, his father had been in terrific form. Wallander felt a lump in his throat at the realization that the whole trip belonged to the past, could only be a memory. They would never return to Rome together. There had been moments of great closeness, for the first time in nearly 40 years. Wallander pondered the discovery he had made, that they were alike, more so than he had been willing to admit. They were both definitely morning people. When Valander told his father that the hotel didn't serve breakfast before 7 a.m., he had complained at once. He dragged Valander down to the front desk, and in a mixture of Skåne dialect, a few English words and some German phrases, as well as a smattering of Italian words, he managed to explain that he wanted to have breakfast presto, not tardi. Absolutely not tardi. For some reason, he also said passaggio a livello several times as he was urging the hotel to start its breakfast service at least an hour earlier, or they would consider looking for another hotel. Passaggio a livello, said his father, and the desk clerk had looked at him in shock, but also with respect. Naturally, they got their breakfast at 6 a.m. Later, Valander looked up passaggio a livello in his dictionary and found that it meant railway crossing. He assumed that his father had muddled it up with another phrase, but he was wise enough not to ask what that might be. Valander listened to the rain. Looking back, the trip to Rome, one brief week, seemed an endless and bewildering experience. When he took his morning coffee was not the only thing his father had fixed ideas about. He had guided his son through the city with complete confidence. Valander could tell that his father had been planning this trip for a lifetime. It was a pilgrimage which Valander was allowed to share. He was a component in his father's journey, an ever-present servant. There was a secret significance to the journey that he hadn't quite understood. His father had traveled to Rome to see something he already seemed to have experienced within himself. On the third day they had visited the Sistine Chapel. For almost an hour, Valander's father had stood staring at Michelangelo's ceiling. It was like watching a man send a wordless prayer to heaven. Valander soon got a crick in his neck and had to give up. He knew that he was looking at something very beautiful, but his father saw much more. For a wicked moment, he had wondered whether the old man was searching for a grouse or a sunset in the huge ceiling fresco. But he regretted this thought. There was no doubt that his father, commercial painter that he was, stood gazing at a master's work with reverence and insight. Valander opened his eyes and looked out at the rain. It was on the same evening that he'd had the feeling that his father was preparing something he wanted to keep secret. They had dined on the Via Veneto, which was far too expensive in Valander's view, but his father insisted that they could afford it. After all, they were on their first and last trip together to Rome. Then they had strolled slowly back through the city. The evening was warm. They were surrounded by throngs of people, and Valander's father had talked about the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. They lost their way twice before they finally found their hotel. Valander's father was treated with great respect after his initial outburst, and they had picked up their keys, received a polite bow from the desk clerk, and gone upstairs, said good night, and gone to their rooms. Valander lay listening to the sounds from the street. Maybe he thought about Biba. Maybe he was just falling asleep. Suddenly he was wide awake again. Something had made him uneasy. He put on his dressing gown and went down to the lobby. Everything was quiet. The night clerk was sitting, watching TV behind the front desk. Valander bought a bottle of mineral water. The clerk was a young man. He had told Valander that he was working nights to finance his theological studies. He had dark, wavy hair and was born in Padua. His name was Mario, and he spoke excellent English. Valander stood there holding his bottle and found himself asking the clerk to wake him if his father appeared in the lobby during the night or left the hotel. The young man looked at him. If he was surprised, he didn't show it. He simply nodded and said, "Certainly. If the Signor Valander went out during the night, he would knock on the door of room 32 at once." It was on the 6th night that it happened. That day they had strolled around the Forum and paid a visit to the Galleria Doria Pamphili. In the evening they went through the dark underground passages that led to the Spanish Steps from the Villa Borghese and ate in a restaurant. Wallander was shocked when the bill arrived, but it was their last night, and this holiday, which couldn't be described as anything but happy, was coming to an end. Wallander's father showed the same boundless energy and curiosity that he'd had on the whole trip. They walked back to the hotel, stopping at a cafe for a cup of coffee on the way and toasting each other with a glass of grappa. At the hotel they picked up their keys. Wallander fell asleep as soon as he got into bed. The knock at the door came at 1:30 a.m. At first he had no idea where he was. He jumped up, half awake, and opened the door. The night clerk was standing there and explained that Signor Wallander's father had just left the hotel. Wallander threw on his clothes. He caught up with his father easily and followed him at a distance. His premonition had been right. When the streets began to narrow, he realized they were on their way to the Spanish Steps. Still he kept his distance, and then, in the warm Roman night, he watched his father climb the Spanish Steps to the church with 2 towers at the top, and sit down, a black dot way up there. Wallander kept himself hidden in the shadows. His father stayed there for almost an hour. Then he stood and came slowly down the steps. Wallander continued to tail him, as if it were the strangest assignment he'd ever had to carry out. And soon they were at the Fontana di Trevi. His father did not toss a coin over his shoulder, but stood for a long time watching the water spraying out of the huge fountain. In the dim light, Wallander could see the gleam in his eyes. Eventually, he followed his father back to the hotel. The next day, they flew back on an Alitalia plane to Copenhagen. Wallander's father had the window seat, as on the way there. Wallander waited until they were on the ferry heading back to Limhamn to ask whether his father was pleased with the trip. He nodded, mumbled something unintelligible, and Wallander knew that he couldn't demand more enthusiasm than that. Gertrude was waiting for them in Limhamn and drove them home. They had dropped Wallander in Ystad, and later that night, when he called to ask if all was well, Gertrude told him that his father was back in his studio, painting his trademark motif, the sun setting over a becalmed landscape. Wallander got out of bed and went to the kitchen and made some coffee. Why had his father sat there on the Spanish Steps? What had he been thinking at the fountain? He had no answers, but he knew he had had a glimpse into his father's secret inner landscape, and he knew that he could never ask him about his solitary walk through Rome. As the coffee was brewing, Wallander went into the bathroom. He noticed with pleasure that he looked healthy and energetic. The sun had bleached his hair. All that pasta must have added a few kilos, but he avoided the bathroom scales. He felt rested. That was the most important thing. He was glad they had made the journey. The realization that in just a few hours he would return to being a policeman again didn't bother him. Often he had had trouble going back to work after a holiday. In recent years he'd been very reluctant. There were times when he had seriously thought of finding another job, maybe as a security guard. But in the end he was a policeman. This knowledge had matured slowly, but irrevocably. He could never be anything else. As he showered, he thought of the hot summer and Sweden's triumph in the World Cup, recalling with anguish the desperate hunt for the serial killer who scalped his victims. During the week in Rome, he had managed to banish it from his mind. Now the memories came flooding back. A week away had changed nothing. He sat at his kitchen table until just after 7 a.m. The rain continued to lash the windows. The heat of Italy was already a distant memory. autumn had come to Skåne. At 7:30 a.m., he left his flat and drove to the police station. Martinsson arrived at the same time, parking next to him. They said a quick hello in the rain and hurried into the station. "How was the trip?" Martinsson asked. "Welcome back, by the way." "My father was very pleased," Wallander replied. "What about you?" "It was great. And hot." Ebba, the station's receptionist for more than 30 years, greeted him with a big smile. "Can you get so brown in Italy in September?" she asked in surprise. "You can," Wallander answered, "if you stay in the sun." They walked down the hall. Wallander realized he should have brought Ebba a little something. He was annoyed at his thoughtlessness. "Everything's calm here," Martinsson said. "No serious cases. Almost nothing going on." "Maybe we can hope for a calm autumn," Wallander said dubiously. Martinsson went to get coffee. Wallander opened the door to his office. Everything was just as he had left it. The desktop was empty. He hung up his jacket and opened the window a crack. In the in-tray was a stack of memos from the National Police Board. He picked up the top one, glanced at it, and put it back. It was about the investigation into car smuggling from southern Sweden to the former Eastern Bloc countries that he had been working on for almost a year now. If nothing significant had happened while he'd been away, he'd have to go back to that investigation. He'd probably still be working on that case when he retired in 15 years. At 8:30 a.m., all the officers gathered in the conference room to go over the work for the coming week. Wallander walked around the table, shaking hands with everyone. They all admired his tan. Then he sat down in his usual place. The mood was normal for a Monday morning in the autumn. Gray and weary, everyone a little preoccupied. He wondered how many Monday mornings he had spent in this room. As Lisa Holgersson, their new chief, was in Stockholm, Hansson led the meeting. Martinsson was right. Not much had happened. "I'll have to go back to my smugglers," Wallander said, with no attempt to conceal his reluctance. "Unless you want to take on a burglary," Hansson said encouragingly, "at a florist shop." Wallander looked at him in surprise. "A break-in at a florist's? What did they steal, tulip bulbs?" "Nothing, as far as we can tell," Svedberg said, scratching his balding head. At that moment the door opened and Ann-Britt Högland hurried in. Since her husband seemed always to be overseas in a far-off country that no one had heard of, she was mostly alone with their 2 children. Her mornings were chaotic, and she was frequently late to the meetings. She had been with the Ystad police for about a year now, and was their youngest detective. At first, some of the older ones, among them Svedberg and Hansson, had done nothing to disguise their discomfort at having a female colleague. But Wallander, who quickly saw that she had real aptitude for police work, had come to her defense. Now, no one commented when she was late. At least, not when he was there. She sat down and nodded cheerfully to Wallander. "We're talking about the florists," Hansson said. "We thought Kurt might be able to take a look at it." "The break-in happened last Thursday night," she said. "The assistant discovered it when she came in on Friday morning. The burglar came in through a back window." "And nothing was stolen?" asked Wallander. "Not a thing." Wallander frowned. "What do you mean, not a thing?" Högland shrugged. "Not a thing means not a thing." "There were traces of blood on the floor," Svedberg said. "And the owner is away." "Sounds very strange," Wallander said. "Is it really worth spending time on?" "Strange, yes," Högland answered. "Whether it's worth spending time on, I can't say." Wallander thought fleetingly that at least he'd avoid getting back to the hopeless smuggling investigation. He'd give himself a day to get used to not being in Rome. "I could take a look," he said. "I've got all the information on it," said Högland. The meeting was over. Wallander went and got his jacket, and he and Högland drove to the center of town in his car. It was still raining. "How was your trip?" she asked. "I saw the Sistine Chapel," Wallander replied as he stared out at the rain. "And I got to see my father in a good mood for a whole week." "Sounds like a nice trip." "So how are things here?" Wallander asked. "Nothing changes in a week," she replied. "It's been quiet." "And our new chief?" "She's been in Stockholm discussing the proposed cutbacks. I think she'll be fine. At least as good as Björk." Wallander shot her a quick look. "I never thought you liked him." "He did the best he could. What more can you expect?" "Nothing," Wallander said. "Absolutely nothing." They stopped at Västra Volgaten, at the corner of Padmakargränd. The shop was called Symbia. Its sign was swinging in the blustery wind. They stayed in the car. Högland gave Wallander some papers in a plastic folder. He looked at them as he listened. "The owner is Gusta Runfeldt. His assistant arrived just before 9 a.m. on Friday. She found a broken window at the back of the shop. There were shards of glass, both outside on the ground and inside. There was blood on the floor inside. Nothing seems to have been stolen. They never keep cash in the shop at night. She called the police immediately. I got here just after 10 a.m. It was just as she had described it, a broken window, blood on the floor, nothing stolen." Wallander thought for a moment. Not a single flower. "That's what the assistant claimed." "Could anyone really remember the exact number of flowers they have in each vase?" He handed back the papers. "We can always ask her," Högland said. "The shop's open." An old-fashioned bell jingled as Wallander opened the door. The scents inside the shop reminded him of the gardens in Rome. There were no customers. A woman came out from the back room. She nodded when she saw them. "I've brought along my colleague," Högland said. Wallander shook hands and introduced himself. "I've read about you in the newspapers," said the woman. "Nothing derogatory, I hope," Wallander smiled. "Oh, no," the woman replied. "Only good things." Wallander had seen in the file that the woman who worked in the shop was named Vanya Andersson, and that she was 53 years old. Wallander moved slowly around the shop. From old, ingrained habit, he watched carefully where he stepped. The humid fragrance of flowers continued to fill his mind with memories. He went behind the counter and stopped at the back door, the top half of which was glass. The putty was new. This was where the burglar had entered. Wallander looked at the floor, which was covered with plastic mats. "I presume the blood was found here?" he said. "No," said Högland. "The traces of blood were in the storeroom at the back." Wallander raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he followed her into the back among the flowers. Högland stood in the middle of the room. "Here," she said, "right here." "But none by the window?" "No. Now do you understand why I think it's a little strange? Why is there blood in here but not by the window? If we assume that whoever broke the window cut himself, that is." "Who else would it be?" asked Wallander. "That's just it. Who else would it be?" Wallander went through the shop again, trying to picture what had happened. Someone had smashed the window and let himself into the shop. There was blood in the middle of the back room. Nothing had been stolen. Every crime follows some kind of plan or reason, except those that are simply acts of insanity. He knew this from years of experience. But who would be so mad as to break into a florist's shop and not steal anything? It just didn't make sense. "I presume it was drops of blood," he said. To his surprise, Högland shook her head. "It was a little puddle," she said, "not drops." Wallander said nothing. He had nothing to say. Then he turned to the shop assistant, who was standing in the background, waiting. "So nothing was stolen?" "Nothing." "Not even any flowers?" "Not that I could see." "Do you really know exactly how many flowers you have in the shop at any one time? Yes, I do. Her reply was immediate and firm. Valander nodded. Do you have any explanation for this break-in? No. You don't own the shop, is that right? The owner is Gustav Rundfeldt. I work for him. If I understand correctly, he's away. Have you been in contact with him? That's not possible. Valander looked at her attentively. Why not? He's on an orchid safari in Kenya. Valander considered what she had said. Can you tell me something more? An orchid safari? Gustav is a passionate orchid lover, the woman answered. He knows everything about them. He travels all over the world looking at all the types that exist. He's been writing a book on the history of orchids. Right now he's in Kenya. I don't know where exactly. All I know is he'll be back next Wednesday. Valander nodded. We'll have to talk with him when he gets back, said Valander. Maybe you could ask him to call us at the police station? Vanya Andersson promised to pass on the message. A customer came into the shop. Höglund and Valander went out into the rain and got into the car. Valander waited to start the engine. Of course, it could be a burglar who made a mistake, he said. A thief who smashed the wrong window. There's a computer shop right next door. But what about the pool of blood? Valander shrugged. Maybe the thief didn't notice he cut himself. He stood there with his arm hanging down and looked around. The blood dripped from his arm. Blood dripping in the same spot will eventually form a puddle. She nodded. Valander turned the ignition. This will be an insurance case, nothing more. They drove back to the police station in the rain. It was 11 a.m. on Monday, 26 September 1994. In Valander's mind, the week in Rome was slipping away like a slowly dissolving mirage. Chapter 3. On Tuesday, 27 September, rain was still falling in Skåne. The meteorologists had predicted that the hot summer would be followed by a wet autumn. Nothing had yet occurred to contradict their forecast. Valander had come home from his first day at work after his trip to Italy, put together a hasty meal, and eaten it without pleasure. He made several attempts to reach his daughter, who lived in Stockholm. He propped open the door to the balcony when there was a brief lull in the rain, feeling annoyed that Linda hadn't called to ask him how the holiday had been. He tried, without much success, to convince himself that she was too busy to make contact. This autumn she was combining studies at a private theater school with work as a waitress at a restaurant on Kungsholmen. Late that evening he had called Baiba in Riga. He had thought about her a great deal while he had been in Rome. They had spent some time together in Denmark just a few months earlier, when Valander was worn out and depressed after the terrible manhunt. On one of their last days together, he had asked Baiba to marry him. She gave him an evasive answer, not a definite no, but she made no attempt to conceal the reasons for her reluctance. They were walking along the vast beach at Skagen, where the two seas meet. Valander had walked the same stretch many years before with his wife Mona, and once alone, at a time when he had seriously considered leaving the police force. The evenings in Denmark had been almost tropically hot. The World Cup had people glued to their TV sets, and the beaches were deserted. They had strolled along, picking up pebbles and shells, and Baiba told him she didn't think she could ever live with a policeman again. Her first husband, the Latvian police major Karlis, had been murdered in 1992. That was when Valander had met her, during that confused and unreal time in Riga. In Rome, Valander had asked himself whether deep down he really wanted to get married again. Was it even necessary to be married, to be tied by complicated, formal bonds which hardly had any meaning in this day and age? He had been married to Linda's mother for a long time. Then one day, 5 years earlier, She had confronted him out of the blue and told him that she wanted a divorce. He had been dumbfounded. It was only now that he felt able to understand and begin to accept the reasons she had wanted to begin a new life without him. He could see now why things had turned out the way they had. He could even admit that he bore most of the blame because of his frequent absences and his increasing lack of interest in what was important in Mona's life. In Rome, he had come to the conclusion that he did want to marry Baiba. He wanted her to leave Latvia and come to live in Ystad, and he had also decided to move, to sell his flat on Maria Gotten and buy a house, somewhere just outside town, with a flourishing garden. An inexpensive house, but in good enough shape that he could handle the necessary repairs himself. He had also thought about getting the dog he had been dreaming about for so long. Now he talked about all of this with Baiba as the rain fell over Ystad. It was a continuation of the conversation he had been having in his head in Rome. On a few occasions he had started talking out loud to himself. His father, of course, hadn't let this go unnoticed, trudging along at his side in the heat. He had asked which of them was the one getting old and senile. Baiba sounded happy. Wallander told her about the trip and then repeated his question from the summer. For a moment the silence bounced back and forth between Riga and Ystad. Then she said that she had been thinking too. She still had doubts. They hadn't lessened, but they weren't growing. "Why don't you come over here?" Wallander said. "We can't talk about this on the phone." "You're right," she answered. "I'll come." They didn't decide on a time. They would talk about that later. She had her job at the University of Riga, and her time away had to be planned far in advance. But when Wallander hung up, he felt that he was now on his way to a new phase of his life. She would come. He would get married again. That night it took a long time for him to fall asleep. Twice he got up and stood by the kitchen window, staring out at the rain. He would miss the street light swinging on its wire out there, lonesome in the wind. Even though he didn't get much sleep, he was up early on Tuesday. A little after 7 a.m., he parked his car outside the police station and hurried through the rain and wind. He had decided to start working through the pile of paperwork on the car thefts immediately. The longer he put it off, the more his lack of enthusiasm would weigh him down. He hung his jacket over the visitor's chair to dry. Then he lifted all the files, piled almost half a meter high, down from the shelf. He was just starting to organize the papers when there was a knock at the door. Wallander knew it would be Martinsson. He called to him to come in. "When you're away, I'm always the first one here in the morning," Martinsson said. "Now I have to settle for second place again." "I've missed my cars," Wallander said, pointing at the files all over his desk. Martinsson had a piece of paper in his hand. "I forgot to give this to you yesterday. Chief Holgersson wanted you to have a look at it." "What is it?" "Read it for yourself. You know that people expect us policemen to make statements about all kinds of topics." "Something political?" "That sort of thing." Wallander gave him an inquiring look. Martinsson didn't usually beat around the bush. Several years before, he had been active in the Liberal Party and had probably dreamt of a political career. As far as Wallander knew, this hope had gradually faded as the party's popularity had dwindled. He decided not to mention their showing in the election the week before. Martinsson left. Wallander sat down and read the paper. After reading it twice, he was furious. He went out to the hall and strode into Svedberg's office. "Have you seen this?" he asked, waving Martinsson's sheet of paper. Svedberg shook his head. "What is it?" "It's from a new organization that wants to know whether the police would have any objections to its name." "Which is?" "They were thinking of calling themselves Friends of the Axe." Svedberg gave Wallander a baffled look.
Friends of the Axe?
That's right. And now they're wondering, in light of what happened here this summer, if the name might possibly be misconstrued. This organization has no intention of going out and scalping people.
What are they going to do?
If I understand correctly, it's some sort of home crafts association that wants to establish a museum for old-fashioned hand tools.
That sounds all right, doesn't it? Why are you so worked up?
Because they think the police have time to make pronouncements about such things. Personally, I think Friends of the Axe is a pretty strange name for a home crafts association, but I can't waste time on stuff like this.
So tell the chief.
I'm going to.
Though she probably won't agree with you, since we're all supposed to become local police officers again.
Wallander knew that Svedberg was right. During the years he had been a policeman, the force had undergone endless and sweeping changes because of the complex relationship between the police and that vague and threatening entity known as the public. This public, which hung like a nightmare over the National Police Board as well as over the individual officers, was characterized by one thing: fickleness. The latest attempt to satisfy the public was to change the entire Swedish police force to local police. Just how this was supposed to be done, no one knew. The National Commissioner had proclaimed how important it was for the police to be seen. But since nobody had ever thought the police were invisible, they couldn't see how this strategy was to be implemented. They already had policemen walking the beat. Officers were also riding bicycles around in small, swift mini-squads. The National Commissioner seemed to be talking about some other kind of visibility, something less tangible. Local police sounded cozy, like a soft pillow under your head. But how it was actually going to be combined with the fact that crime in Sweden was growing more brutal and violent all the time, no one could see. In all probability, this new regime would require them to spend time making decisions as to whether it was proper for a home crafts organization to call itself Friends of the Axe. Wallander went back to his office with a cup of coffee, closing his door behind him. He tried again to make some headway with the huge amount of material. At first he found it hard to concentrate. His conversation with Baiba kept intruding. But he forced himself to act like a policeman again, and after a few hours he had reviewed the investigation and reached the point where he had left off before he went to Italy. He telephoned a detective in Göteborg with whom he was collaborating, and they discussed some of the issues. By the time he hung up, it was midday, and Wallander was hungry. It was still raining. He went out to his car, drove to the center of town, and ate lunch. He was back at the station within the hour. Just as he sat down, the telephone rang. It was Ebba in reception.
"You have a visitor," she said.
"Who is it?"
"A man named Tiren. He wants to talk to you."
"What about?"
"Somebody who might be missing."
"Isn't there someone else who can handle it?"
"He says he absolutely has to speak with you."
Wallander took a look at the open folders on his desk. Nothing in them was so urgent that he couldn't take a report on a missing person. "Send him in," he said, and hung up. He opened the door and began moving the folders off his desk. When he looked up, a man was standing at his door. Wallander had never seen him before. He was dressed in overalls bearing the logo of the OK Oil Company. As he entered, Wallander could smell oil and petrol. He shook his hand and asked the man to take a seat. He was in his 50s, unshaven and with thin, gray hair. He introduced himself as Sven Tiren. "You wanted to talk to me?" Wallander said. "I've heard you're a good policeman," said Tiren. His accent sounded like Western Skåne, where Wallander himself had grown up. "Most of us are good," Wallander answered. Tiren's reply surprised him. "You know, that's not true. I've been locked up for a thing or two in my day, and I've met a lot of policemen who were real arseholes, to put it mildly.
Wallander was startled by the force of his words.
"I doubt you came here to tell me that," he said, changing the subject. "There was something about a missing person?"
Wren fidgeted with his OK cap.
"It's strange, actually."
Wallander had taken out a notebook from a drawer and turned to a blank page.
"Let's start at the beginning.
Who might have disappeared, and what's strange about it?"
Holger Eriksson.
"Who's that?"
"One of my customers."
"I'm guessing that you own a petrol station?"
Wren shook his head. "I deliver heating oil. I take care of the district north of Ystad. Eriksson lives between Högestad and Ludinga. He called the office and said his tank was almost empty. We agreed on a delivery for Thursday morning, but when I got there, nobody was home."
Wallander jotted this down. "You're talking about last Thursday?"
"Yes."
"And when did he call?"
"Last Monday."
Wallander thought for a moment. Could there have been some misunderstanding about the time?
"I've delivered to Eriksson for more than 10 years. There's never been a misunderstanding before."
"So what did you do when you discovered that he wasn't there?"
"His oil tank is locked, so I left a message in his letterbox."
"Then what?"
"I left."
Wallander put down his pen.
"When you deliver oil," Wren went on, "you tend to notice people's routines. I couldn't stop thinking about Holger Eriksson. It didn't make sense for him to be away. So I went out there again yesterday afternoon after work. My note was still in the letterbox underneath all the other posts that had come since last Thursday. I rang the bell. Nobody was home. His car was still in the garage."
"Does he live alone?"
"He's not married. He made a lot of money selling cars. And he writes poems, too. He gave me a book once."
Wallander remembered seeing Eriksson's name on books on a shelf of literature by local writers at the Ystad bookshop when he had been looking for something to give Svedberg for his 40th birthday.
"There was something else that doesn't make sense," Wren said. "The door was unlocked. I thought maybe he was sick. He's almost 80. So I went inside. The house was empty, but the coffee maker in the kitchen was on. It smelled bad. The coffee had boiled dry and burned on the bottom. That's when I decided to come and see you."
Wallander could see that Wren's concern was genuine. From experience, however, he knew that most disappearances usually solved themselves. It was very seldom that anything serious happened. "Doesn't he have any neighbors?" asked Wallander.
"The farmhouse is pretty isolated."
"What do you think might have happened?"
Wren's reply came at once, quite firmly. "I think he's dead. I think somebody killed him."
Wallander said nothing. He was waiting for Wren to continue, but he didn't.
"Why do you think that?" "He had ordered heating oil. He was always home when I came. He wouldn't have left the coffee machine on. He wouldn't have gone out without locking the door, even if he was just taking a little walk around his property."
"Did you get the impression the house had been broken into?"
"No, everything seemed the same as usual, except for that coffee machine."
"So you've been in his house before?"
"Every time I delivered oil. Usually he offered me some coffee and read me some of his poems. He was probably a pretty lonely man, and I think he looked forward to my visits."
Wallander paused to think about it. "You said you think he's dead, but you also said you think someone killed him. Why would anyone do that? Did he have any enemies?"
"Not that I know of."
"But he was wealthy."
"Yes."
"How do you know that?"
"Everybody knows that."
Wallander let the question pass. "We'll look into it. There's probably an ordinary explanation. There usually is." Wallander wrote down the address. The name of the farm was Seclusion. Wallander walked out to reception with Wren.
"I'm sure something has happened," Wren said as he was leaving. "He'd never go out when I was coming with oil."
"I'll be in touch," Wallander said. Just then, Hansson came into reception. "Who the hell is blocking the driveway with an oil truck?" he fumed. "Me," Tiren said calmly. "I'm leaving now." "What was he doing here?" asked Hansson after Tiren had gone. "He wanted to report a missing person," said Wallander. "Have you ever heard of a writer named Holger Eriksson?" "A writer?" "Or a car dealer." "Which?" "He seems to have been both, and according to this truck driver, he's disappeared." They went to get coffee. "Seriously?" said Hansson. "The man seems worried." "I thought I recognized him," Hansson said. Wallander had great respect for Hansson's memory. Whenever he forgot a name, it was to Hansson that he went for help. "His name is Sven Tiren," Wallander said. "He said he'd done time for a thing or two." Hansson searched his memory. "He might have been mixed up in some assault cases," he said after a while. "Quite a few years ago." Wallander listened thoughtfully. "I think I'll drive out to Eriksson's place," he said after a while. "I'll log him in as reported missing." Wallander went into his office, grabbed his jacket, and stuffed the address of seclusion in his pocket. He should have begun by filling out a missing person form, but he skipped it for the time being. It was 2:30 p.m. when he left the police station. The heavy rain had eased to a steady drizzle. He shivered as he walked to his car. Wallander drove north and had no problem finding the farmhouse. As the name implied, it lay quite isolated, high up on a hill. Brown fields sloped down towards the sea, but he couldn't see the water. A flock of rooks cawed in a tree. He raised the lid of the letterbox. It was empty. Tiren must have taken in the post. Wallander walked into the courtyard. Everything was well kept. He stood there and listened to the silence. The farmhouse consisted of 3 wings, and he could see that it had once formed a complete square. He admired the thatched roof. Tiren was right. Anyone who could afford to maintain a roof like that was a wealthy man. Wallander walked up to the door and rang the bell. Then he knocked. He opened the door and stepped inside, listening. The letters lay on a stool next to an umbrella stand. There were several binocular cases hanging on the wall. One was open and empty. Wallander moved slowly through the house. It still smelled of burnt coffee. The large living room was split level with an exposed beam ceiling. He stopped at the wooden desk and looked at a sheet of paper lying on it. Since the light was poor, he picked it up carefully and went over to a window. It was a poem about a bird. At the bottom, a date and time was written. 21 September 1994, 10:12 p.m. On that evening, Wallander and his father had eaten dinner at a restaurant near the Piazza del Popolo. As he stood in the silent house, Rome felt like a remote, surreal dream. He put the paper back on the desk. On Wednesday night, Eriksson had written a poem, even noting down the time. The next day, Tiren was supposed to deliver oil. By then, he was gone, leaving the door unlocked. Wallander went outside and found the oil tank. The meter showed that it was almost empty. He went back inside the house. He sat down in an old Windsor chair and looked around. Instinct told him that Sven Tiren was right. Holger Eriksson had truly disappeared. He wasn't just away from home. After a while, Wallander stood up and searched through several cupboards until he found a set of spare keys. He locked the house and left. The rain had picked up again. He was back in Ystad just before 5 p.m. He filled out the form on Holger Eriksson. Early the next morning, they would start looking for him in earnest. Wallander drove home. On the way, he stopped and bought a pizza. He ate it while he watched TV. Linda still hadn't called. Just after 11 p.m., he went to bed and fell asleep almost at once. At 4 a.m., Wallander sat up abruptly in bed, feeling ill.
He was going to throw up. He didn't make it to the bathroom. At the same time, he realized he had diarrhea. He didn't know whether it was the pizza or a stomach bug he had brought home from Italy. By 7 a.m., he was so exhausted that he called the police station to report in sick. He got hold of Martinson. "You heard what happened, I guess," Martinson said. "All I know is I'm puking and shitting," Wallander replied. "A ferry boat sank last night," Martinson went on. "Somewhere off the coast of Tallinn. Hundreds of people died, they think, and most of them were Swedes. There seem to have been quite a few police officers on board." Wallander was about to throw up again, but he stayed on the line. "Police from Ystad?" "No, but it's terrible what happened." Wallander could hardly believe what Martinson was saying. Several hundred people dead in a ferry accident? That just didn't happen. At least not around Sweden. "I don't think I can talk. I'm going to be sick again, but there's a note on my desk about a man named Holger Eriksson. He's missing. One of you will have to look into it." He put down the receiver and made it to the bathroom just in time. As he was on his way back to bed, the phone rang again. This time it was Mona, his ex-wife. He felt on edge at once. She never called unless something was wrong with Linda. "I talked to Linda," she said. "She wasn't on the ferry." It took a moment before Wallander grasped what she meant. "You mean the ferry that sank?" "What did you think I meant? When hundreds of people die in an accident, at least I call my daughter to see if she's all right." "You're right, of course," Wallander said. "You'll have to excuse me if I'm a little slow today, but I'm sick. I'm throwing up. I've got a stomach bug. Maybe we can talk another time." "I just didn't want you to worry." Wallander said goodbye and went back to bed. He was worried about Holger Eriksson and about the ferry disaster that had occurred during the night, but he was feverish, and soon he was asleep. Chapter 4. He began to gnaw on the rope again. The feeling that he was about to go insane had been with him the whole time. He couldn't see. Something was tied over his eyes and made the world dark. He couldn't hear either. Something had been forced into his ears and was pressing on his eardrums. There were sounds, but they came from inside, an internal rushing that wanted to force its way out. But what bothered him most was that he couldn't move. That was what was driving him insane. Despite the fact that he was lying down, stretched out on his back, he had the constant feeling that he was falling. A dizzy plummeting without end. Maybe it was just a hallucination, a manifestation of the fact that he was falling apart from within. Madness was about to shatter his mind into pieces. He tried to cling to reality. He forced himself to think. Reason and the ability to remain calm might give him some possible explanation for what had happened. Why can't I move? Where am I? And why? For the longest time he had fought against the panic and madness by forcing himself to keep track of time. He counted minutes and hours, trying to keep to an impossible, endless routine. The darkness never changed, and he had woken up where he lay, fettered on his back. He had no memory of being moved, so there was no beginning. He could have been born right where he lay. For the brief moments when he succeeded in keeping the panic at bay and thinking clearly, he tried to cling to anything that seemed related to reality. What could he start from? What he was lying on. That wasn't his imagination. He was on his back, and what he was lying on was hard. His shirt had ridden up just over his left hip, and his skin lay against the hard, rough surface. He could feel that he had scraped his skin when he tried to move. He was lying on a cement floor. He thought back to the last moment of normality before the darkness had fallen over him, but even that was beginning to seem vague. He knew what had happened, and yet he didn't. It was when he started to doubt what was his imagination and what had actually happened that panic would seize him. Then he would begin to sob. A brief outburst that stopped as quickly as it began, since no one could hear him anyway. There are people who cry only when they're out of earshot of others, but he wasn't one of them. Actually, that was the one thing he was sure of, that no one could hear him. Wherever he was, wherever this cement floor of terror had been poured, even if it was floating freely in a universe totally unknown to him, there was no one close by. Nobody could hear him. Beyond the growing madness, these were the only things he had left to hold on to. Everything else had been taken from him. Not merely his identity, but also his trousers. It was the evening before he was supposed to leave for Nairobi. It was almost midnight. He had closed his suitcase and sat down at his desk to go over his travel plans one last time. He could see it all quite clearly. Without knowing it, he was waiting in death's anteroom, which some unknown person had prepared for him. His passport lay on the left side of his desk, and he held his plane tickets in his hand. The plastic pouch with the dollar notes, credit cards, and traveler's checks was on his lap, waiting for him to check them, too. Then the telephone rang. He put everything to one side, lifted the receiver, and answered. Since that was the last living voice he had heard, he clung to it. It was his only link to the reality that held madness at bay. It was a lovely voice, soft and pleasant, and he knew at once that he was speaking to a stranger, a woman he had never met. She asked if she could buy some roses. She apologized for calling him at home and disturbing him so late, but she was in desperate need of those roses. She didn't say why, but he trusted her at once. Who would lie about needing roses? He couldn't remember whether he actually asked her, or even wondered why she had discovered she didn't have the roses she needed so late at night when there were no florists open. But he hadn't hesitated. He lived close to his shop, and he wasn't going to bed yet. It would take him no more than 10 minutes to solve her problem. Now, as he lay in the dark and thought back, he realized that here was one thing he couldn't explain. He was convinced that the woman who called was somewhere close by. There was some reason which wasn't clear to him why she had called him instead of someone else. Who was she? What happened after that? He had put on his coat and gone down to the street. He had the keys to the shop in his hand. There was no wind, and a cool scent wafted up towards him as he walked down the wet street. It had rained earlier that evening, a cloudburst that had passed as quickly as it began. He stopped outside the front door of the shop. He could remember that he unlocked the door and went inside. Then the world exploded. He had walked down that street countless times in his mind, whenever the panic subsided for a moment. It was a fixed point in the constant throbbing pain. There must have been someone there. I expected a woman to be standing outside the door, but there was no one. I could have waited and then gone back home. I could have been angry because someone had played a joke on me, but I unlocked the shop because I knew she would come. She said that she really needed those roses. Nobody lies about roses. The street had been deserted. He was sure of that. But one detail of the scene bothered him. There was a car parked with its lights on.
When he turned towards the door, searching for the keyhole to unlock it, the headlights were on him. And then the world ended in a sharp, white glare. The only possible explanation made him hysterical with fright. He must have been attacked. Behind him in the shadows was someone he hadn't seen, but a woman who telephones up at night pleading for roses? He never got further than that. That's where everything rational ended. With a tremendous effort, he had managed to wrench his bound hands up to his mouth so he could gnaw on the rope. At first, he ripped and tore at it like a beast of prey gorging on a kill. Almost at once, he broke a tooth on the lower left side of his mouth. The pain was intense at first, but quickly subsided. When he began chewing on the rope again, he thought of himself as an animal in a trap who had to gnaw off its own leg to escape. He did it slowly. Gnawing on the hard, dry rope was consoling. Even if he couldn't free himself, chewing on it kept him sane, and he could think relatively clearly. He had been attacked. He was being held captive, lying on a floor. Twice a day, or maybe it was twice a night, he could hear a scraping sound next to him. A gloved hand would prise open his mouth and pour water into it. Never anything else. The hand that gripped his jaw seemed more determined than brutal. Afterwards, a straw was stuck into his mouth. He sucked up a little lukewarm soup, and then he was again left alone in the dark and the silence. He had been attacked and tied up. Beneath him was a cement floor. Someone was keeping him alive. He worked out that he had been lying here for a week. He had tried to understand why. It must be a mistake. But what kind of mistake? Why would a person be kept tied up in the dark? Somehow, he sensed that the madness was based on an insight he didn't dare allow to surface. It was no mistake. This terrible thing had been planned specifically for him. But how would it end? Perhaps the nightmare would go on forever, and he would never know why. Twice each day or night, he was given water and food. Twice he was also dragged along the floor by his feet until he came to a hole in the floor. He had no underpants on either. They had disappeared. There was only his shirt, and he was dragged back to his original position when he was finished. He had nothing to wipe himself with. Besides, his hands were tied. He noticed the smell around him. Filth, but also perfume. Was there someone near him? The woman who wanted to buy roses, or just a pair of hands with gloves on. Hands that dragged him to the hole in the floor, and an almost imperceptible smell of perfume that lingered after the visits. The hands and perfume must come from somewhere. Of course, he had tried to speak to the hands. Somewhere there had to be ears and a mouth. Every time he felt the hands near his face and his shoulders, he tried another approach. He had pleaded. He had raged. He had tried to be his own defense counsel and speak calmly and soberly. Everyone has rights, he had claimed, sometimes sobbing, sometimes enraged. Even a fettered man has rights. The right to know why I've lost all my rights. He hadn't even asked to be set free. To start with, he just wanted to know why he was being held captive. That was all. He had received no answer. The hands had no body, no ears, no mouth. Finally, he had yelled and screamed in utter despair, but there was no reaction at all in the hands, only the straw in his mouth. and a trace of perfume. He foresaw his own end. The only thing that kept him going was his chewing. After roughly a week, he had barely gnawed through the hard surface of the rope, yet this was the only way he could imagine his salvation. He survived because of it. In another week, he was supposed to return from the journey he would have been on if he hadn't gone to his shop to sell a bouquet of roses. Right now, he would have been deep inside an orchid jungle in Kenya, and his mind would have been filled with the most wondrous of fragrances. When he didn't arrive home, Vanya Andersson would start to worry. Or perhaps she had already. That was one possibility he couldn't ignore. The travel agency should be keeping track of its clients. He had paid for his ticket, but never showed up at the airport. Surely someone must be missing him. Vanya and the travel agency were his only hope of being rescued. Sometimes he gnawed on the rope just to keep from losing his mind. What was left of it? He knew he was in hell, but he didn't know why. The terror was in his teeth as they worked at the tough rope. The terror was his only possible way out. He kept on gnawing. Once in a while he would cry, overcome by cramps, but then he would go back to gnawing. She had arranged the room as a place of sacrifice. No one could guess her secret. She alone carried that knowledge. Once, the space had consisted of many small rooms with low ceilings and dark walls, illuminated only by the dim light that filtered through small basement windows set deep in the thick walls. She could still recall that summer. It was the last time she had seen her grandmother. By early autumn, her grandmother was gone. But that summer, she had sat in the shade of the apple trees, slowly turning into a shadow herself. She was almost 90 and had cancer. She had sat motionless all summer long, inaccessible to the world, and her grandchildren had been told not to bother her, not to shout when they were near her, and to approach her only if she called them. Once grandmother had raised her hand and waved her over. She approached with trepidation. Old age was dangerous. It meant diseases and death, dark graves and fear. But her grandmother had looked at her with her kind smile, which the cancer could never corrode. Maybe she had said something, she couldn't remember what, but her grandmother had been alive, and it was a happy summer. It must have been 1952 or 1953, an infinitely long time ago. The catastrophes were still far off. It wasn't until she took over the house herself in the late 1960s that she began the great remodeling. She hadn't done the work alone, knocking down all the internal walls that could be spared without risking collapse. She had had help from some of her cousins, young men who wanted to show off their strength. But she had also wielded a sledgehammer herself, and the whole house shook as the mortar crumbled. Then, from the dust, this gigantic room had grown, and the only thing she had left was the big baking oven that towered like a strange boulder in the middle. Everyone who came to see her back then, after the building work, was amazed at how beautiful it had become. It was the same old house, and yet completely different. Light flooded in from the new windows. If she wanted it dark, she could close the massive oak shutters on the outside of the house. She had exposed the roof beams and ripped up the old floors. Someone told her it looked like a church nave. After that, she had begun to regard the room as her sanctuary. When she was there alone, she was in the center of the world. She could feel completely calm, far from the dangers that threatened her. There had been times when she rarely visited her cathedral. The routine of her life always fluctuated. On occasion she had asked herself whether she shouldn't get rid of the house. There were far too many memories that the sledgehammers could never demolish. But she couldn't leave the room with the huge, looming baking oven, the white boulder she had kept. It had become a part of her. Sometimes she saw it as the last bastion she had left to defend in her life. Then the letter had arrived from Africa. After that, everything changed. She never again considered abandoning her house. On Wednesday, 28 September, she arrived in Valsø just after 3 p.m. She had driven from Hesleholm, and before she drove to her house on the outskirts of town, she stopped and bought supplies. She knew what she needed. To be on the safe side, she had bought an extra package of straws. The shopkeeper nodded to her. She smiled back, and they exchanged a few words about the weather and about the terrible ferry accident. She paid and drove off. Her closest neighbors weren't there. They were German, lived in Hamburg, and only came up to Skåne for the month of July. When they were there, they greeted one another, but had no other contact. She unlocked the front door and stood quite still in the hall, listening. Then she went into the big room and stood motionless next to the baking oven. Everything was quiet as she wanted the world to be. The man lying down there, inside the oven, couldn't hear her. She knew he was alive, but she had no wish to be bothered by the sound of his breathing, or sobbing. She thought of the impulse that had led her to this unexpected conclusion. It began when she had decided to keep the house, and it was there when she decided to leave the oven untouched. Only later, when the letter from Africa came and she realized what she had to do, had the oven revealed its true purpose. She was interrupted by the alarm on her watch. In an hour, her guests would arrive. Before then, she would have to give the man in the oven his food. He had been there for 5 days. Soon he would be so weak that he wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. She took her schedule from her handbag and saw that she had time off from next Sunday afternoon until Tuesday morning. That's when it would be. She would take him out and tell him what had happened. She had not yet decided how she was going to kill him. There were several possibilities, but she still had plenty of time. She would think about what he had done, and then resolve how he was supposed to die. She went into the kitchen and heated the soup. Because she was careful about hygiene, she washed the plastic cup and lid that she used when she fed him. She poured water into another cup. Each day she reduced the amount she gave him. He would get no more than was necessary to keep him alive. When she finished preparing the meal, she pulled on a pair of latex gloves, splashed a few drops of perfume behind her ears, and went to the oven. At its back was a hole, hidden behind some loose stones. It was like a tunnel almost a meter long that she could carefully pull out. Before she'd put him in there, she had installed a powerful loudspeaker and then filled in the hole. When she played music at full volume, no sound seeped out. She leaned forwards so she could see him. When she put her hand on one of his legs, he didn't move. For a moment she was afraid that he was dead, but then she heard him gasping. He's weak, she thought. Soon the waiting will be over. After she had given him his food and let him use the hole, she pulled him back to his place again and filled in the hole. When she had washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen, she sat down at the table and had a cup of coffee. From her handbag, she took out her personnel newsletter and leafed through it. According to the new salary table, she would be getting 174 kroner more each month, backdated from the 1st of July. She looked at the clock again. She seldom went 10 minutes without checking it. It was part of her identity. Her life and her work were held together by precise timetables, and nothing bothered her more than not being able to meet schedules. Excuses were unacceptable. She always regarded it as a personal responsibility. She knew that many of her colleagues laughed at her behind her back. That hurt her, but she never said a word. The silence was a part of her, too. But it hadn't always been that way. I remember my voice when I was a child. It was strong, but not shrill. The muteness had come later, after I saw all the blood and my mother when she almost died. I didn't scream that time. I hid in my own silence. There, I could make myself invisible. That's when it happened. When my mother lay on a table and, sobbing and bleeding, robbed me of the sister I had always waited for. She looked at the clock. They would be here soon. It was Wednesday, time for their meeting. If she had her preference, it would always be on Wednesdays. That would create regularity. But her work schedule didn't permit it, and she had no control over that schedule. She set out 5 chairs. She didn't want any more people than that to visit her at once. The intimacy might be lost. It was hard enough as it was to create sufficient trust that these silent women would dare to speak. She went into the bedroom and took off her uniform. For each article of clothing she removed, she muttered a prayer. And she remembered. It was my mother who told me about Antonio, the man she had met in her youth, long before the Second World War, on a train between Cologne and Munich. They couldn't find seats, so they ended up squeezed close together in the smoky corridor. The lights from the boats on the Rhine had glimmered outside the dirty windows, and Antonio told her that he was going to be a Catholic priest. He said that the Mass started as soon as the priest changed his clothes. As a prelude to the holy ritual, the priests had to undergo a cleansing procedure. For each garment they took off or put on, they had a prayer. Each garment brought them a step closer to their sacred task. She had never forgotten her mother's recollection of the meeting with Antonio in the train. And since she had realized that she was a priestess dedicated to the sacred task of proclaiming that justice was holy, she too had begun to view her change of clothes as something more than simply exchanging one set of garments for another. But the prayers she offered up were not part of a conversation with God. In a chaotic and absurd world, God was the ultimate absurdity. The mark of the world was an absent God. She directed her prayers to the child she had been, before everything fell apart, before her mother robbed her of what she wanted most of all, before the sinister men had towered up before her with eyes like writhing, menacing snakes. She changed her clothes and prayed herself back to her childhood. She laid her uniform on the bed. Then she dressed in soft fabrics with gentle colors. Something happened inside her. It was as if her skin altered, as if it too was shifting back to its infant state. Last, she put on a wig and glasses. The final prayer faded inside her. Ride a cock horse. She looked at her face in the big mirror. It wasn't Sleeping Beauty that awoke from her nightmare. It was Cinderella. She heard the first car pull into the courtyard. She was ready. She was somebody else. She folded her uniform, smoothed out the bedspread, and left the room. Although no one would go in there, she locked the door and then tested the handle.
They gathered just before 6 p.m., but one of the women was missing. She had been taken to the hospital the night before with contractions. It was 2 weeks early, but the baby might already have been born. She decided at once to visit her at the hospital the next day. She wanted to see her. She wanted to see her face after all she had gone through. Then she listened to their stories. Now and then she pretended to write something in her notebook, but she wrote only numbers. She was making timetables, figures, times, distances. It was an obsessive game, a game that had increasingly become an incantation. She didn't need to write anything down to remember it. All the words spoken in those frightened voices, all the pain that they dared express, remained etched in her consciousness. She could see the way something loosened in each of them, if only for a moment. But what was life except a series of moments? The timetable again. Times that coincide, one taking over from the other. Life is like a pendulum. It swings back and forth between pain and relief. Endless, ceaseless. She was sitting so that she could see the big oven behind the women. The light was turned down and muted. The room was bathed in a gentle light, which she imagined as being feminine. The oven was a boulder, immovable, mute, in the middle of an empty sea. They talked for a couple of hours, and then drank tea in her kitchen. They all knew when they would meet next. No one questioned the times she gave them. It was 8:30 p.m. when she showed them out. She shook their hands, accepted their gratitude. When the last car was gone, she went back inside the house, changed her clothes, and took off the wig and glasses. She took her uniform and left the room. She washed the teacups, then turned out all the lights and picked up her handbag. For a moment she stood still in the dark beside the oven. Everything was very quiet. Then she left the house. It was drizzling. She got into her car and drove towards Ystad. She was in her bed asleep before midnight. Chapter 5. When Wallander woke on Thursday morning, he felt better. He got up just after 6 a.m. and checked the thermometer outside the kitchen window. It was 5 degrees centigrade. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and the streets were wet, but the rain had stopped. He arrived at the police station just after 7 a.m. As he walked down the hall to his office, he wondered whether they had found Holger Eriksson. He hung up his jacket and sat down. There were a few telephone messages on his desk. Ebba reminded him that he had an appointment at the optician later in the day. He needed reading glasses. If he sat for too long leaning over his paperwork, he got a headache. He was going to be 47 soon. His age was catching up with him. One message was from Per Åkesson. Wallander phoned him at the prosecutor's office, but was told that Åkesson would be in Malmö all day. He went to get a cup of coffee. Then he leaned back in his chair and tried to devise a new strategy for the car smuggling investigation. In almost all organized crime, there was some weak point, a link that could be broken if leaned on hard enough. His thoughts were interrupted by the telephone. It was Lisa Holgersson, their new chief, welcoming him home. "How was the holiday?" "Very successful." "You rediscover your parents by doing these things." "And they might acquire a different view of their children," Wallander said. She excused herself abruptly. Wallander heard someone come into her office and say something. Björk would never have asked him about his holiday. She came back on the line. "I've been in Stockholm for a few days. It wasn't much fun." "What are they up to now?" "I'm thinking about the Estonia. All of our colleagues who died." Wallander sat in silence. He should have thought about that himself. "I think you can imagine the mood," she went on. "How could we just sit there, discussing organizational problems between the national police and the districts all over the country.
We're probably just as helpless in the face of death as everyone else, Valander said, even though we shouldn't be, since we've seen so much of it. We think we're used to it, but we aren't.
A ferry sinks one stormy night, and suddenly death is visible in Sweden again, after it's been hidden away and ignored for so long.
You're right, I suppose, although I hadn't thought of it that way.
He heard her clearing her throat. After a pause, she returned. We discussed organizational problems and the eternal question of what should take priority.
We ought to spend our time catching criminals, said Valander, bringing them to justice and making sure we have enough evidence to get them convicted.
If only it was that simple, she sighed.
I'm glad I'm not the chief, Valander said.
I sometimes wonder myself, she said, and left the rest of her sentence unfinished.
Valander thought she was going to say goodbye, but she had more to say.
I promised that you would come up to the police academy in early December. They want you to give a talk on the investigation of last summer. The trainee officers requested it.
Valander was shocked. I can't do that. I just can't stand up in front of a group of people and pretend I'm teaching. Somebody else can do it. Martinson's a good speaker. He ought to be a politician.
I promised you'd come, she said, laughing. It'll be fine, really.
I'll call in sick.
December is a long way off. We can talk more about this later. I really called to hear how your holiday was. Now I can tell it turned out fine.
And everything's quiet here. All we have is a missing person, but my colleagues are handling it.
A missing person?
Valander recounted his conversation with Sven Tyren.
How often is it something serious when people go missing? She asked. What do these statistics say?
I don't know about the statistics, said Valander, but I do know that there's very seldom a crime or even an accident involved. When it comes to old or senile people, they may have simply wandered off. With young people, there's usually a rebellion against their parents or a longing for adventure behind it. It's rare that anything serious is involved.
They said goodbye and hung up. Valander was dead set against giving lectures at the police academy.
It was flattering that they had asked for him, but his aversion was stronger. He would try to talk Martinsson into taking his place. He went back to the smuggling operation. Just after 8 a.m., he went to get some more coffee. Since he felt hungry, he also helped himself to a few biscuits. His stomach no longer seemed upset. Martinsson knocked on the door and came in. Are you feeling better? I feel fine, Valander said. How's it going with Holger Eriksson? Martinsson gave him a baffled look. Who? Holger Eriksson? The man I wrote a report on who might be missing, the one I talked to you about? Martinsson shook his head.
When did you tell me? I can't have heard you. I was pretty upset about the ferry accident.
Valander got up from his chair. Is Hansson here yet? We have to get started on this immediately.
I saw him in the hall, Martinsson said. They went to Hansson's office. He was sitting staring at a lottery ticket. He tore it up and dropped the pieces in his wastepaper basket.
Holger Eriksson, Valander said, the man who may have disappeared. Do you remember the oil truck blocking the driveway here on Tuesday? Hansson nodded. The driver, Sven Tyren, Valander went on. You remembered that he'd been mixed up in some assaults? I remember, Hansson said. Valander was concealing his impatience with difficulty. He came here to report a missing person? I drove out to the farmhouse where Holger Eriksson lives. I wrote a report. Then I called here yesterday morning and asked the rest of you to take on the case. I considered it serious.
It must be lying around here somewhere, said Martinsson. I'll take care of it myself. Valander knew he couldn't be angry about it.
Things like this shouldn't happen, you know. But we can blame it on bad timing. I'll go out to the farm one more time. If he's not there, we'll have to start looking for him. I hope we don't find him dead somewhere, considering we've wasted a whole day already.
Should we call in a search party? Martinsson asked.
Not yet. I'll go there first. But I'll let you know what I find.
Valander went to his office and looked up the number for OK Oil.
A girl answered on the first ring. Wallander introduced himself and said he needed to speak to Sven Tirren.
"He's out on a delivery," the girl said, "but he has a phone in the truck."
Wallander dialed his number. The connection was fuzzy. "I think you may be right," Wallander said. "Holger Eriksson is missing." "You're damn right I'm right," Tirren shot back. "Did it take you this long to work that one out?" "Is there anything else you wanted to tell me about?" Wallander asked. "And what would that be?" "You know better than I do." "Does he have any relatives he visits? Does he ever travel? Who knows him best? Anything that might explain where he's gone." "There isn't any reasonable explanation," Tirren said. "I already told you that. That's why I went to the police." Wallander thought for a moment. There was no reason for Sven Tirren not to tell the truth. "Where are you?" Wallander asked. "I'm on the road from Malmö. I was at the terminal filling up." "I'll drive up to Eriksson's place. Can you stop off there?" "I'll be there within an hour," Tirren said. "I have to deliver some oil to a nursing home first. We don't want the old folks to freeze, do we?" Wallander left the station. It was drizzling again. He felt ill at ease as he drove out of Ystad. If he hadn't been sick, the misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. He was convinced that Tirren's concern was warranted. He had already sensed it on Tuesday, and now it was Thursday. By the time he reached the farmhouse, the rain was coming down hard. He pulled on the gumboots he kept in the boot of his car. When he opened the letter box, he found a newspaper and a few letters. He went into the courtyard and rang the bell, then used the spare keys to open the door. He tried to sense whether anyone else had been there, but everything was just as he had left it. The binocular case in the hall was still empty. The lone sheet of paper lay on the desk. Wallander went out to the courtyard and stood pondering an empty kennel. A flock of rooks cawed out in the fields. A dead hare, he thought absently. He got his torch out of the car and began a methodical search of the entire house. Eriksson had kept everything tidy. Wallander stood and admired an old, well-polished Harley-Davidson in part of one wing that served as a garage and workshop. Then he heard a truck coming down the road and went out to greet Sven Tirren. "He's not here," he said. Wallander took Tirren to the kitchen and told him that he wanted to take a statement. "I have nothing more to say," said Tirren belligerently. "Wouldn't it be better if you started looking for him?" "People generally know more than they think," said Wallander, not hiding his irritation at Tirren's attitude. "So what do you think I know?" "Did you talk to him yourself when he ordered the oil?" "He called the office. A girl there writes up the delivery slips. I talk to her several times a day." "And he sounded normal when he called?" "You'll have to ask her." "I will. What's her name?" "Ruth Sturlason." Wallander wrote this down. "I stopped here one day in August," said Tirren. "That was the last time I saw him. He was the same as always. He offered me coffee and read me some new poems. He was a good storyteller, too, but in a crude kind of way." "What do you mean, crude?" "His stories made me blush, is what I mean." Wallander stared at him. He realized that he was thinking of his father, who liked telling crude stories, too. "You didn't have the feeling he was getting senile?" "He was as clear-headed as you or I." "Did Eriksson have any relatives?" "He never married. He had no children, no girlfriend. Not that I know of, anyway." "No relatives?" "He didn't talk about any. He had decided that an organization in Lund would inherit all his property." "What organization?" Tirren shrugged. "Some home crafts society or something. I don't know." Wallander thought of Friends of the Axe, but then realized that Holger Eriksson must have decided to bequeath his farm to the Cultural Association in Lund. "Do you know if he owned other property?" "Like what? Maybe another farmhouse? A house in town or a flat?" Tirren thought before he replied. "Nah. It was just this farmhouse. The rest is in the bank. Handelsbanken." "How do you know that?" "He paid his bills through Handelsbanken." Wallander nodded. He folded up his papers. He had no more questions. Now he was convinced that something terrible had happened to Eriksson. "I'll be in touch," Wallander said, getting to his feet. "What happens next?" "The police have their procedures." They went outside. "I'd be happy to stay and help you search," T-Ren said. "I'd rather you didn't," Wallander replied. "We prefer to do this our own way." Sven T-Ren didn't object. Wallander watched the truck leave. Then he stood at the edge of the fields and gazed towards a grove of trees in the distance. The rooks were still cawing. Wallander pulled his phone from his pocket and called Martinsson at the station. "How's it going?" Martinsson asked. "We'll have to start with a complete search," said Wallander. "Hansson has the address. I want to get started as soon as possible. Send a couple of dog units out here." Wallander was about to hang up when Martinsson stopped him. "There's one more thing. I checked to see if we had anything on Holger Eriksson, and we do." Wallander pressed the phone to his ear and moved under a tree to get out of the rain. "About a year ago, he reported that he had a break-in at his house. Is the farm called Seclusion?" "Yes," Wallander said. "Keep going." "His report was filed on 19 October 1993. Svedberg took the message. But when I asked him about it, he had forgotten." "And?" "The report was a little strange," said Martinsson hesitantly. "What do you mean, strange?" "Nothing was stolen, but he was certain that someone had broken into his house." "What happened?" "The whole thing was dismissed, but the report is here, and it was made by Holger Eriksson." "That's odd," said Wallander. "We'll have to take a closer look at that later. Get those dog units out here as soon as possible." "Isn't there anything that strikes you about Eriksson's report?" Martinsson asked. "Such as?" "It's the second time in a few days that we're discussing break-ins where nothing was stolen." Martinsson was right. Nothing had been stolen from the florist shop on Vestre Valgaten either. "That's where the similarities end," said Wallander. "The owner of the shop is missing too," said Martinsson. "No, he isn't," said Wallander. "He's on a trip to Kenya. He hasn't disappeared. But it certainly looks like Holger Eriksson has." Wallander hung up and pulled his jacket tighter around him, moving back to the garage. Nothing serious could be done until the dog units arrived, and they could organize the search and start talking to the neighbors. After a while, he went back to the house. In the kitchen, he drank a glass of water. The pipes clunked when he turned on the tap, another sign that no one had been in the house for several days. As he emptied the glass, he watched the rooks in the distance. He put down the glass and went back outside. It was raining steadily. The rooks were cawing. Suddenly, Wallander halted. He thought of the empty binocular case hanging on the wall just inside the front door. He looked at the rooks. Just past them, on the hill, was a tower. He stood motionless, trying to think. Then he began walking slowly along the edge of the field. The clay stuck to his gumboots in clumps. He discovered a path leading straight through the field. He could see that it led to the hillock on which the tower stood, a few 100 meters away. He started to walk along the path. The rooks were diving down, vanishing, and then flying up again. There must be a hollow or a ditch there. The tower grew clearer. He guessed that it was used for hunting hares or deer. Below the hill on the opposite side was a patch of woods, probably also part of Eriksson's property. Then he saw the ditch in front of him. Some rough planks seemed to have fallen into it. As he came closer, the rooks got louder, then they rose up and flew off. Wallander looked down into the ditch. He gave a start and took a step back. Instantly he felt sick. Later, he would say that it was one of the worst things he had ever seen. And in his years as a policeman, he had encountered plenty of things he would have preferred not to see. As he stood there with the rain soaking him to the skin, he couldn't tell at first what he was looking at. Something alien and unreal lay in front of him. Something he could never have imagined. The only thing that was completely clear was that there was a dead body in the ditch. He squatted down, forcing himself not to look away. The ditch was at least 2 meters deep. A number of sharp stakes were fixed in the bottom of it. On these stakes hung a man. The spear-like tips of the stakes had pierced the body in several places. The man lay prostrate, suspended on them. The rooks had attacked the back of his neck. Wallander stood up, his knees shaking. Somewhere in the distance he could hear cars approaching. He looked down again. The stakes seemed to be made of bamboo, like thick fishing rods, with their tips sharpened to points. He looked at the planks that had fallen into the ditch. Since the path continued on the other side, they must have served as a bridge. Why did they break? They were thick boards that should withstand a heavy load, and the ditch was no more than 2 meters wide. When he heard a dog barking, he turned and walked back to the farmhouse. Now he really felt sick, and he was scared, too. It was one thing to discover someone murdered, but the way this had been done. Someone had planted sharpened bamboo stakes in the ditch to impale a man. He stopped on the path to catch his breath. Images from the summer raced through his mind. Was it starting all over again? Were there no limits to what could happen in this country? He kept walking. 2 officers with dogs were waiting outside the house. He could see Höglund and Hansson there, too. When he reached the end of the path and walked into the courtyard, they could see at once that something had happened. Wallander wiped the rain off his face and told them. He knew that his voice was unsteady. He turned and pointed down towards the flock of rooks, which had returned as soon as he left the ditch. "He's lying down there. He's dead. It's a murder. Get a full team out here." They waited for him to say something else, but he didn't have anything to say. Chapter 6. By nightfall on Thursday, 29 September, the police had put a canopy over the ditch where the body of Holger Eriksson hung impaled on 9 solid bamboo poles. They had shoveled out the mud and blood at the bottom of the ditch. The macabre work and the relentless rain made the murder scene one of the most depressing and disgusting Wallander and his colleagues had ever witnessed. The clay stuck to their gumboots. They tripped over electrical cables winding through the mud, and the harsh light from the floodlights they had rigged up intensified the surreal impression. Sven Tirén had come back and identified the man impaled on the stakes. It was Eriksson, all right, Tirén told them. No doubt about it. The search for the missing man had ended even before it had begun. Tirén remained unusually composed, as though not fully comprehending what he saw before him. He paced restlessly outside the cordon for several hours without saying a word, and then suddenly he was gone. Down in the ditch, Wallander felt like a rat drowning in a trap. His colleagues were having a hard time. Both Svedberg and Hansson had left the ditch several times because of acute nausea. But Höglund, the person he most wanted to send home early, appeared unperturbed. Chief Holgersson had come out as soon as the discovery had been reported. She organized the murder scene so that people wouldn't slip and fall on top of each other. But a young police trainee stumbled in the clay and fell into the ditch, injuring his hand on one of the stakes. The wound was patched up by a doctor who was trying to work out how to remove the corpse. Wallander happened to see the trainee slip and got a glimpse of what must have happened when Eriksson fell. Almost the first thing he had done with Nyberg, their forensic technician, was examine the rough planks. Tirén had confirmed that they had formed a bridge. Eriksson had placed them there. He told them that he had once been invited to the tower. Eriksson had been a passionate bird watcher. It wasn't a hunting tower, but a viewing tower. The missing binoculars were hanging around Eriksson's neck. It took Nyberg only a few minutes to determine that the planks had been sawed through. After hearing this, Wallander climbed up out of the ditch and went off to think. He tried to assemble the sequence of events. When Nyberg discovered that the binoculars had night vision, he began to have some idea. At the same time, he found it difficult to accept his interpretation. If he was right, then they were dealing with a murder that had been planned and prepared with such ghastly and cruel perfection as to be almost unbelievable. Late in the evening, they started removing Eriksson's corpse from the ditch. Along with the doctor and Chief Holgersson, they had to decide whether to dig out the bamboo poles, saw them off, or choose the gruesome option of hoisting the body free from the stakes. On Walander's recommendation, they chose the last option. They needed to see the murder scene, exactly as it was before Eriksson stepped on the planks and fell to his death. Wallander felt compelled to take part in this grisly final act, as Eriksson was lifted upwards and then taken away. It was past midnight when they finished. The rain had eased, but showed no sign of stopping, and all that could be heard was a generator and the sound of gum boots squelching through the mud. There was a momentary lull. Somebody had brought coffee. Weary faces glowed eerily in the white light. Wallander thought he ought to formulate an overview. What had actually happened? How were they going to proceed? Everyone was exhausted now, anxious, soaking wet, and hungry. Martinsson stood with a phone pressed to his ear. Wallander wondered if he was talking to his wife, who often worried about him. But when he hung up, he told them that a meteorologist had forecast that the rain would stop during the night. Wallander decided that the best thing to do was wait until dawn. They hadn't yet begun to hunt for the killer. They were still looking for leads to give them a starting point. The dog units hadn't picked up any scents. Wallander and Nyberg had been up in the tower, but had found no clues. Wallander turned to Chief Holgersson. "We're getting nowhere. I suggest we meet again at dawn. The best thing we can do now is rest." No one had any objection. They all wanted to go home. All except Sven Nyberg, of course. Wallander knew he'd want to stay. He'd keep at it through the night, and he'd be there when they returned. As the others started to head up towards the cars by the farmhouse, Wallander hung back. "What do you think?" he asked. "I don't think anything," Nyberg said, "except that I've never in my life seen anything remotely like this." They stood looking into the ditch. Plastic sheeting had been spread across it. "What exactly are we looking at?" asked Wallander. "A copy of an Asian trap for large predators," Nyberg said, "which is also used in wars. They call them punji stakes." Wallander nodded. "Bamboo doesn't grow this thick in Sweden," Nyberg went on. "We import it to use for fishing rods and furniture." "Besides, there aren't any large predators in Skåne," Wallander said thoughtfully. "And we're not at war." "So what exactly are we looking at?" "Something that doesn't belong here," Nyberg said. "Something that doesn't fit. Something that gives me the creeps." Wallander watched him attentively. Nyberg was seldom this loquacious. His expression of both personal revulsion and fear was entirely out of character. "Don't work too late," Wallander said as he left. But there was no answer. Wallander climbed over the barricade, nodded to the officers who would be guarding the scene of the crime overnight, and continued up to the farmhouse. Lisa Holgersson had stopped halfway up the path to wait for him. She had a torch in her hand. "We've got reporters up there," she said. "What are we going to tell them?" "Not much." "We can't even give them Eriksson's name?" she said. Wallander pondered this before he replied. "I think we can. I'll assume that the oil truck driver knows what he's talking about. He told me Eriksson had no relatives. If we don't have anyone to inform of his death, we might as well release his name. It might help us." They continued walking. Behind them, the floodlights cast an eerie glow. "Can we say anything else?" she asked. "Tell them it's a murder," Wallander replied. "That's one thing we can say with certainty. But we have no motive and no leads to a suspect." "Have you formed any opinion on that yet?" Wallander could feel how tired he was. Every thought, every word he had to say seemed to take huge effort. "I didn't see any more than you did. But it was very well planned. Eriksson walked into a trap that slammed shut. That means there are at least 3 conclusions we can easily draw. They stopped again. First, we can assume that whoever did it knew Eriksson and at least some of his habits, Wallander began. Second, the killer intended him to die. Wallander turned and was about to start walking again.
You said 3 things.
He looked at her pale face in the light from the torch. He wondered vaguely how he looked himself. Had the rain washed away his Italian tan? The killer didn't just want to take Eriksson's life, he said. He wanted him to suffer. Eriksson may have hung on those stakes for a long time before he died. No one heard him but the crows. Maybe the doctors can tell us how long he stayed alive. Chief Holgersson grimaced.
Who would do something like this?
I don't know, said Wallander. When they reached the edge of the field, 2 reporters and a photographer were waiting for them. Wallander knew them all from previous cases. He glanced at Chief Holgersson, who shook her head. Wallander told him as briefly as he could what had happened. They wanted to ask questions, but he held up his hand in dismissal, and the reporters left.
You're a detective with a good reputation, said the chief. Last summer you demonstrated how talented you are. There isn't a police district in Sweden that wouldn't be glad to have you.
They had stopped by her car. Wallander could tell that she meant everything she said, but he was too tired to take it in.
Set up this investigation as you see fit. Tell me what you need and I'll see that you get it.
Wallander nodded. We'll know more in a few hours. Right now we both need to get some sleep. It was almost 2 a.m. when Wallander arrived home. He made a couple of sandwiches and ate them at the kitchen table. Then he set his alarm clock for just after 5 a.m. and lay down on top of his bed. They gathered once more in the gray dawn. The rain had stopped, but the wind was blowing again, and it had turned colder. Nyberg and the officers who stayed at the scene overnight had been forced to rig up temporary fixtures to keep the plastic sheeting in place. Nyberg and the other forensic technicians were now working down in the ditch, exposed to the biting wind. On his way there, Wallander had been turning over in his mind how best to run the investigation. They knew nothing about Eriksson. The fact that he was wealthy could be a motive, but this seemed unlikely. The stakes in the ditch spoke another language. He couldn't interpret it, and didn't know in which direction it led. As usual, when he felt unsure, he thought of Rydberg, the old detective who had been his mentor, and without whose wisdom, he suspected, he would have been a mediocre criminal investigator. Rydberg had died of cancer almost 4 years ago. Wallander shuddered when he thought how quickly time had passed. He asked himself what Rydberg would have done. Patience, he thought. Rydberg would have told me that now the rule about being patient was more important than ever. They set up temporary headquarters in Eriksson's house. Wallander listed the most important tasks and assigned them as efficiently as possible. Next, he attempted the impossible task of summarizing the situation, but found that he actually had only one thing to say, that they had nothing to go on. We know very little, he began. An oil truck driver named Sven Tiren reported what he suspected was a disappearance on Tuesday. Based on what Tiren has said and taking into account the date on the poem, we can assume that the murder took place sometime after 10 p.m. last Wednesday night. Exactly when, we can't say. But it didn't happen any earlier. We'll have to wait to see what the pathologist can tell us. Wallander paused. No one had any questions. Svedberg sniffled. His eyes were glassy and feverish, and he should be home in bed, but they both knew that right now they needed all available manpower. We don't know much about Holger Eriksson, Wallander went on. A former car dealer, wealthy, unmarried, no children. He was a poet and also clearly interested in birds. We do know a little more than that, Hansson interrupted. Eriksson was quite well known in this area, particularly a decade or two ago. You might say he had a reputation for being a horse trader with cars, a tough negotiator, didn't tolerate the unions, made money hand over fist. He was mixed up in tax disputes and suspected of certain illegalities, but was never caught, if I remember correctly.
So he may have had enemies, Valander said.
It's probably safe to assume so, but that doesn't mean they'd be prepared to commit murder, especially not the way this one was done.
Valander decided to wait to discuss the sharpened bamboo stakes and the bridge. He wanted to take things in order, to keep everything straight in his own mind. This was something else Rydberg had often reminded him of. A criminal investigation is like a construction site. Everything has to be done in the proper order, or the building won't hold up.
Mapping out Eriksson's life is the first thing we have to do, Valander said. But before we start, I want to try and give you my impression of the chronology of the crime.
They were sitting at the big kitchen table. In the distance, they could see the crime scene tape and the white plastic canopy flapping in the wind. Nyberg stood like a yellow-clad scarecrow in the mud. Valander could imagine his weary, irritated voice, but he knew that Nyberg was talented and meticulous. If he waved his arms about, he had a reason for it. Valander felt his attention begin to sharpen. He had done this many times before, and he could sense that at this moment the investigative team was starting to track the murderer.
I think it happened like this, Valander began, speaking slowly. Sometime after 10 o'clock on Wednesday night, or maybe early Thursday morning, Holger Eriksson leaves his house. He doesn't lock the door because he intends to return soon. He takes a pair of night vision binoculars with him. He walks down the path towards the ditch over which he has laid a bridge. He's probably on his way to the tower. He's interested in birds. In September and October, the migratory birds head south. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that most of them take off and navigate at night. This would explain the late hour. He steps onto the bridge, which breaks in two because the planks have been sawed almost all the way through. He falls into the ditch and is impaled on the stakes. That's where he dies. If he called for help, there was no one to hear him. The farm isn't named Seclusion for nothing. He poured some coffee from a thermos before he continued. That's how I think it happened. We end up with considerably more questions than answers, but it's where we have to start. We're dealing with a well-planned murder, cruel and grisly. We have no obvious or even conceivable motive and no leads. They were all silent. Valander let his gaze travel around the table. Finally, Högland broke the silence.
One more thing is important. Whoever did this had no intention of concealing his actions.
Valander had planned to come to that very point.
I think there's a chance it's even more than that. If we look at this ghastly trap, we can interpret it as a kind of statement.
Do you think we're searching for a madman? Svedberg asked.
Everyone around the table knew what he meant. The events of the past summer were still raw in their memories.
We can't rule out that possibility, Valander said. In fact, we can't rule out anything at all. It's like a bear trap, Hansson said, or something you'd see in an old war movie set in Asia. A peculiar combination, a bear trap and a bird watcher.
Or a car dealer,
Martinsson added.
Or a poet,
Högland said.
We have plenty of choices.
Valander ended the meeting. They would use Eriksson's kitchen whenever they had to meet. Svedberg drove off to talk to Sven T. Wren and the girl at the oil company who had taken Eriksson's order. Högland would see to it that all the neighbors in the area were contacted and interviewed. Valander remembered the letters and asked her to talk to the rural postman, too. Hansson would go over the house with some of Nyberg's forensic technicians, while Chief Holgersson and Martinsson would work together to organize the other tasks. The investigative wheel had started to turn. Valander put on his jacket and walked down to the ditch.
Ragged clouds chased across the sky. He bent into the wind. Suddenly, he heard the distinctive sound of geese. He stopped and looked up at the sky. It took a moment before he saw the birds, a small group, high up, just below the clouds, heading southwest. He guessed that, like all other migratory birds crossing Skåne, they would leave Sweden over Falsterbo Point. Wallander stood there, watching the geese, thinking of the poem lying on the desk. Then he walked on, his unease increasing steadily. There was something in this brutal killing that shook him to the core. It could be an act of blind hatred or insanity, but cold calculation lay behind the murder. He couldn't decide which scared him more. Nyberg and his forensic technicians had begun lifting the bloody stakes from the clay. Each pole was wrapped in plastic and carried to a waiting car. Nyberg had spots of clay on his face and worked with abrupt, angry movements. Wallander felt as though he was looking down into a grave. "How's it going?" he asked, trying to sound encouraging. Nyberg muttered something unintelligible. Wallander decided to save his questions. Nyberg was irascible and moody, and thought nothing of starting a quarrel with anyone. The general opinion at the station was that Nyberg wouldn't hesitate to yell at the National Police Commissioner at the slightest provocation. The police had built a makeshift bridge across the ditch. Wallander walked up the hill on the other side, gusts of wind tearing at his jacket. He studied the tower, which stood about 3 meters high. It was built of the same wood that Eriksson had used for his bridge. A stepladder was leaning against the tower, and Wallander climbed up. The platform was no bigger than 1 meter square. The wind whipped at his face. From only 3 meters up, the appearance of the landscape was quite changed. He could see Nyberg in the ditch. In the distance, he saw Eriksson's farmhouse. He squatted down and began studying the platform. Suddenly, he regretted setting foot in the tower before Nyberg had finished his examinations. He climbed down again and tried to find a place out of the wind in the lee of the tower. He felt very tired, but something else was troubling him even more. He tried to pin down the feeling. Depression? His happiness had been so short-lived. The holiday, the decision to buy a house and even get a dog, and Baiba's visit to look forward to. But then an old man was discovered impaled in a ditch, and once again his world had started crumbling away beneath his feet. He wondered how long he could keep this up. He forced himself to fend off these thoughts. They had to find whoever had set this macabre death trap for Eriksson as soon as possible. Wallander trudged back down the hill. In the distance, he could see Martinsson coming along the path, in a hurry, as usual. Wallander went to meet him. He still felt tentative and uncertain. How was he going to approach the investigation? He was searching for a way in. Then he saw from Martinsson's face that something had happened. "What is it?" he asked. "You're to call someone named Vanya Andersson?" Wallander had to search his memory before he remembered. The florist's shop on Vestra Valgaten. "Damn it, we don't have time for that now." "I'm not so sure," Martinsson said. "Why?" "It seems that the owner, Gustav Rundfeldt, never left for Nairobi." Wallander didn't understand what Martinsson was saying. "His assistant called the travel agency to find out the exact arrival time of his flight. That's when she found out." "Found out what?" "That Rundfeldt never flew to Africa, even though he had picked up his ticket." Wallander stared at him. "So another person seems to have disappeared," said Martinsson. Wallander didn't answer. Chapter 7. On the way into Ystad, after he had decided to visit Vanya Andersson himself, Wallander remembered something someone had said earlier, that there was another similarity between the two cases. Eriksson had reported a break-in a year before, and nothing had been stolen. There had been a break-in at Gustav Rundfeldt's shop in which nothing seemed to have been taken. Wallander drove with a growing sense of dread. Eriksson's murder was enough for them to deal with. They didn't need another disappearance, especially not one that might have a connection to Eriksson's. They didn't need any more ditches with sharpened stakes in them. Wallander was driving much too fast, as if trying to leave behind him the realization that once again he was plunging into a nightmare. Now and then he stamped hard on the brake, as if to give the car, and not himself, an order to take it easy and start thinking rationally. What evidence was there that Rundfeldt was missing? There might be some reasonable explanation. What had happened to Eriksson was extraordinary, after all, and it certainly wouldn't happen twice. At least not in Skåne, and definitely not in Ystad. There had to be an explanation, and Vanja Andersson would provide it. Wallander never succeeded in convincing himself. Before he drove to Västra Vallgatan, he stopped at the police station. He found Höglund in the hall and pulled her into the canteen, where some traffic officers were sitting half asleep over their lunches. They got some coffee and sat down. Wallander told her Martinsson's news, and her reaction matched his own. It had to be coincidence. But Wallander asked Höglund to find a copy of the burglary report Eriksson had filed a year before. He also wanted her to check if there was any connection between Eriksson and Rundfeldt. He knew she had plenty to do, but it was important that this be taken care of immediately. It was a matter of cleaning up before the guests arrived, he said, instantly regretting having used such a clumsy metaphor. "We must hurry," he went on. "The less energy we have to spend on searching for a connection, the better." He was about to get up from the table, but she stopped him with a question. "Who could have done it?" she asked. Wallander sank back into his chair. He could picture the bloody stakes, an unbearable sight. "I can't imagine. It's so sadistic and macabre that I can't accept a normal motive, if there is such a thing, for taking someone's life." "There is," she replied firmly. "Both you and I have felt enough rage to imagine someone dead. For some people, the usual barriers don't exist, so they kill." "What scares me is that it was so well planned. Whoever did this took his time. He also knew Eriksson's habits in detail. He probably stalked him." "Maybe that gives us an opening right there. Eriksson didn't seem to have any close friends, but the person who killed him must have had some proximity to him. He sawed through the planks. In any case, he must have come there and he must have left. Somebody might have seen him, or maybe a car that didn't belong out there. People keep an eye on what happens around them. People in villages are like deer in the forest. They watch us, but we don't notice them." Wallander nodded distractedly. He wasn't listening with as much concentration as usual. "We'll have to talk more about this later," he said. "I'm going to the florist shop now." As Wallander left the station, Ebba called out to him that his father had rung. "Oh, later, not now." "It's terrible what happened," Ebba said. Wallander thought she sounded as if she felt personally sorry for some sorrow he had suffered. "I bought a car from him once," she said. "A second-hand Volvo." It took Wallander a moment before he realized that she was talking about Holger Eriksson. "Do you drive?" he asked, surprised. "I didn't even know you had a license." "I've had a flawless record for 39 years, Ebba replied. "And I still have that Volvo." Wallander recalled occasionally seeing a well-kept black Volvo in the police car park over the years, without ever wondering whose it was. "I hope you got a good deal." "Eriksson got a good deal," she replied firmly. "I paid far too much for that car, but I've taken care of it for all this time, and I'm the one who's come out ahead. It's a collector's item now." "I've got to go, but sometime you'll have to take me for a ride in it." "Don't forget to call your father." Wallander stopped in his tracks and thought a moment. Then he decided. "You call him, would you? Do me a favor. Call him and explain what I'm involved with. Tell him I'll call as soon as I can. I presume it wasn't anything urgent, right?" "He wanted to talk about Italy." We'll talk about Italy, but right now I can't. Tell him that." Wallander parked hastily, half up on the narrow footpath outside the florist's. There were a few customers inside. He gestured to Vanya Andersson that he would wait. 10 minutes later, the shop emptied out, and Vanya Andersson printed a note, taped it to the inside of the door, and locked up. They went into the tiny office at the back. The scent of flowers made Wallander queasy. As usual, he had nothing to write on, so he picked up a stack of gift cards and started making notes on the back. "Let's take it from the beginning," Wallander said. "You called a travel agency. Why did you do that?" He could see that she was upset. A copy of the local newspaper, Ystad's Allehanda, was lying on the table with a big headline about the murder of Holger Eriksson. "At least she doesn't know why I'm here," Wallander thought, "that I'm hoping there won't be a connection between Eriksson and Gustav Rundfeldt."
"Gustav wrote me a note saying when he would be coming back," she began. "I couldn't find it anywhere, so I called the travel agency. They told me he hadn't shown up at Kastrup Airport."
"What's the name of the travel agency?"
"Special Tours, in Malmö."
"Who did you talk to there?"
"Anita Lagergren."
Wallander made a note. "When did you call?" She told him. "And what else did she say?"
"Gustav never left. He didn't check in at Kastrup. They called the phone number he'd given them, but nobody answered. The plane had to leave without him."
"And they didn't do anything else after that?"
"Anita Lagergren said that they sent a letter explaining that Gustav could not expect a refund for any of the travel costs."
Wallander could tell she was about to say something else, but she stopped herself. "You were thinking of something?" he coaxed.
"The trip was extremely expensive," she said. "Anita Lagergren told me the price."
"How much was it?"
"Almost 30,000 kroner for 2 weeks."
Wallander agreed. The trip really was quite expensive. Never in his life would he consider taking such an expensive trip. He and his father together had spent about a third of that amount for their week in Rome.
"I don't get it. Gustav just wouldn't do anything like this."
"How long have you worked for him?"
"Nearly 11 years.
"And things have gone well?"
"Gustav is a very nice man. He truly loves flowers, not just orchids."
"We'll come back to that later. How would you describe him?" She thought for a moment.
"Considerate and friendly, a little eccentric, a recluse."
Wallander thought uneasily that this description might also fit Holger Eriksson, although it had been suggested that Eriksson wasn't a very considerate person. "He wasn't married?"
"He was a widower."
"Did he have children?"
2. Both of them are married and have their own children. Neither of them lives in Skåne."
"How old is he?"
"He is 49.
Wallander looked at his notes. A widower. So his wife must have been quite young when she died. Was it an accident?
"I'm not sure. He never talked about it. But I think she drowned."
Wallander dropped the line of questioning. They would go over it all in detail soon enough, if it proved necessary. He put his pen down on the table. The scent of flowers was overwhelming. "You must have thought about this. You must have wondered about 2 things in the past few hours. First, why he didn't get on the plane to Africa. Second, where he is now instead of in Nairobi." She nodded. Wallander saw that she had tears in her eyes.
"Something must have happened. As soon as I talked to the travel agency, I went over to his flat. It's right down the street, and I have a key. I was supposed to water his flowers. After I thought he'd left on his trip, I was there twice and put his post on the table. Now I went back. He wasn't there, and he hasn't been there either."
"How do you know?"
"I can tell."
"So what do you think happened?"
"I have no idea. He was looking forward to this trip so much. He was planning to finish writing his book about orchids this winter."
Wallander could feel his own anxiety increasing. A warning bell had started ringing inside him. He recognized the silent alarm. He gathered up the cards he had used for his notes. "I'll have to take a look at his flat, and you need to open the shop again. I'm sure all of this has a reasonable explanation." She sought assurance in his eyes that he really meant what he said, but Wallander knew she wouldn't find it. He took the keys to the flat. It was on the same street, 1 block closer to the center of town. "I'll drop the keys off when I'm done." When he came out onto the narrow street, an elderly couple was trying with difficulty to squeeze past his parked car. They gave him an imploring look, but he ignored them and walked away. The flat was on the 3rd floor of a building that dated from around the turn of the century. There was a lift, but Wallander took the stairs. Several years ago, he had considered exchanging his own flat for one in a building like this. Now he couldn't imagine what he had been thinking of. If he sold the flat on Mariagaten, it would have to be for a house with a garden, where Baiba could live. And maybe a dog, too. He unlocked the door and entered Rundfeld's flat. He wondered how many times in his life he had walked into a stranger's home. He stopped just inside the door. Every flat had its own character. Over the years, Wallander had perfected his habit of listening for traces of the occupants. He walked slowly through the rooms. Often it was the first impression that he would return to later. Gösta Rundfeld lived here, a man who had failed to show up where he was expected one morning. Wallander thought about what Vanya Andersson had said, about Rundfeld's eager excitement at his expedition. After going through all 4 rooms and the kitchen, Wallander stopped in the middle of the living room. It was a large, bright flat. He had a vague feeling that it was furnished with some indifference. The only room that had any personality was the study. A comfortable chaos prevailed there. Books, papers, lithographs of flowers, maps, a desk piled with clutter, a computer, a few photographs of children and grandchildren on the windowsill, a photograph of Rundfeld somewhere in an Asian landscape, surrounded by giant orchids. On the back, someone had written that it was taken in Burma in 1972. Rundfeld was smiling at the unknown photographer, a friendly smile from a suntanned man. The colors had faded, but not Rundfeld's smile. Wallander put it back and looked at a map of the world hanging on the wall. With a little effort, he located Burma. Then he sat down at the desk. Rundfeld was supposed to leave on a trip, but he hadn't left. At least, not for Nairobi, on the special travels charter flight. Wallander got up and went into the bedroom. The bed was made, a narrow, single bed. There was a stack of books next to the bed. Wallander looked at the titles. Books about flowers. The only one that stood out was a book about the international currency market. Wallander bent down and looked under the bed. Nothing. He opened the doors to the wardrobe. On a shelf at the top of the wardrobe lay 2 suitcases. He stood on tiptoe and lifted them down. Both were empty. Then he went to the kitchen and got a chair. He looked at the top shelf. Now he found what he was looking for. A single man's flat is seldom completely free of dust. Rundfeld's was no exception. The outline in the dust was quite clear. A 3rd suitcase had been there. Because the other 2 he had taken down were old, and one of them even had a broken lock, Wallander imagined that Rundfeld would have used the 3rd suitcase. If he had gone on the trip. If it wasn't somewhere else in the flat. He hung his jacket over the back of a chair and opened all the cupboards and storage spaces. He found nothing. Then he returned to the study. If Rundfeld had left on the trip, he would have had to take his passport with him. Wallander searched through the desk drawers, which weren't locked. In one of them was an old herbarium. He opened it. Gösta Rundfeld, 1955. Even during his school days, he had pressed flowers. Wallander looked at a 40-year-old cornflower. The blue color was still present, or a pale memory of it. He had pressed flowers himself once. He kept on searching. He couldn't find a passport. He frowned. A suitcase was gone, and the passport, too. He hadn't found the tickets either. He left the study and sat down in an armchair in the living room. Sometimes changing places helped him to think. There were plenty of signs that Rundfeld had actually left his flat with his passport, tickets, and a packed suitcase. He let his mind wander. Could something have happened on the way to Copenhagen? Could he have fallen into the sea from one of the ferries? If that had happened, then his suitcase would have been found. He pulled out one of the gift cards he had in his pocket. He had written the phone number of the shop on it. He went to the kitchen to make the call. Through the window he could see the tall grain lift in Ystad harbor. One of the ferries to Poland was on its way out past the stone jetty. Vanya Andersson answered the phone. "I'm still at the flat," he said. "I've got a couple of questions. Did he tell you how he was traveling to Copenhagen?" Her reply was precise. "He always went via Limhamn and Dragor." So now he knew that much. "Do you know how many suitcases he owned?" "No. How should I know that?" Wallander saw that he must ask the question in a different way. "What did his suitcase look like?" "He didn't usually take a lot of luggage," she replied. "He knew how to travel light. He had a shoulder bag and a larger suitcase with wheels." "What color was it?" "It was black." "Are you sure about that?" "Yes, I am. I'm sure. I picked him up a few times after his trips, at the train station or at Storup Airport. Gusta never threw anything away. If he had had to buy a new suitcase, I would have known about it because he would have complained about how expensive it was. He could be stingy sometimes." But the trip to Nairobi cost 30,000 krona, Wallander thought, and that money was just thrown away. I'm sure it wasn't voluntarily. He told her he'd drop off the keys within half an hour. After he hung up, he thought about what she had said. A black suitcase. The two he had found in the wardrobe were gray. He hadn't seen a shoulder bag either. Besides, now he knew that Rundfeldt traveled out into the world via Limhamn. He stood by the window and looked over the rooftops. The Poland ferry was gone. It doesn't make sense, he thought. There may have been an accident, but even that wasn't certain. To follow up on one of the most important questions, he called information and asked for the number of the ferry line between Limhamn and Dragor. He was lucky and got the person who was responsible for lost property on the ferries. The man was Danish. Wallander told him who he was and asked about a black suitcase. He told him the date. Then he waited. It took a few minutes before the Dane, who had introduced himself as Mogensen, came back. "Nothing," he said. Wallander tried to think. Then he asked his question. "Do people ever disappear from your boats? Fall overboard?" "Hardly ever," Mogensen replied. Wallander thought he sounded convincing. "But it does happen." "It happens in all boat traffic," said Mogensen. "People commit suicide. People get drunk. Some are mad and try to balance on the railing. But it doesn't happen often." "Are people who fall overboard usually recovered? Either drowned or alive?" "Most of them float ashore, dead," Mogensen answered. "Some get caught in fishing nets. Only a few disappear completely." Wallander had no more questions. He thanked the man for his help and said goodbye. He had nothing tangible to go on, and yet now he was convinced that Rundfeldt had never gone to Copenhagen. He had packed his bag, taken his passport and ticket, and left his flat. Then he had disappeared. Wallander thought about the puddle of blood inside the florist's shop. What did that mean? Maybe they had it all wrong. It might well be that the break-in was no mistake. He paced around the flat, trying to understand. The telephone in the kitchen rang, making him jump. He hurried over to answer it. It was Hansson, calling from Eriksson's. "I heard from Martinsson that Rundfeldt has disappeared," he said. "He's not here, at any rate," Wallander answered. "You have any ideas?" "No. I think he did intend to take his trip, but something prevented him." "You think there's a connection?" Wallander thought about it. What did he actually believe? He didn't know. "We can't rule out the possibility," was all he said. He asked what had happened out at the farm, but Hansson had nothing new to report. After he hung up, Wallander walked through the flat once more. He had a feeling that there was something he should be noticing. Finally, he gave up. He looked through the post out in the hall. There was the letter from the travel agency, an electricity bill. There was also a receipt for a parcel from a mail-order company in Borås. It had to be paid for at the post office. Wallander stuck the slip in his pocket. Vanya Andersson was waiting for him when he arrived with the keys. He asked her to get in touch with him if she thought of anything else that might be important. Then he drove to the station. He left the slip with Ebba and asked her to have someone pick up the parcel. At 1 p.m., he closed the door to his office. He was hungry, but he was more anxious than hungry. He recognized the feeling. He knew what it meant. He doubted that they would find Gösta Rundfeldt alive. Chapter 8. At midnight, Ylva Brink finally sat down to have a cup of coffee. She was one of 2 midwives working the night of 30 September in the maternity ward of Ystad's hospital. Her colleague, Lena Söderström, was with a woman who had just started to have contractions. It had been a busy night, without drama, but with a steady stream of tasks that had to be carried out. They were understaffed. 2 midwives and 2 nurses had to handle all the work. There was an obstetrician they could call if there was serious hemorrhaging or any other complication, but otherwise they were on their own. It used to be worse, thought Ylva Brink as she sat down on the sofa with her coffee. A few years ago, she had been the only midwife on duty all night long, and sometimes this had resulted in difficulties. They had finally managed to talk some sense into the hospital administration and push through their demand to have at least 2 midwives on every night. Her office was in the middle of a large ward. The glass walls allowed her to see what was going on outside. In the daytime, there was constant activity, but at night, everything was different. She liked working nights. A lot of her colleagues preferred other shifts. They had families, and they couldn't get enough sleep during the day. But Ylva Brink's children were grown up, and her husband was chief engineer on an oil tanker that sailed between ports in the Middle East and Asia. For her, it was peaceful to work while everyone else was asleep. She drank her coffee with pleasure and took a piece of sugar cake from a tray on her desk. One of the nurses came in and sat down, and then the other one joined them. A radio was playing softly in the corner. They talked about autumn and the persistent rain. One of the nurses had heard from her mother, who could predict the weather, that it was going to be a long, cold winter. Ylva Brink thought back on the times when Skåne had been snowed in. It didn't happen often, but when it did, it was terrible for women who were in labor but couldn't get to the hospital. She remembered sitting freezing in a tractor as it crept along through the blizzard and snowdrifts to an isolated farm north of town. The woman was hemorrhaging. It was the only time in her years as a midwife that she had been seriously afraid of losing a patient, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. Women simply did not die giving birth in Sweden. But still, it was autumn now. Ylva came from the far north of Sweden, and sometimes missed the melancholy Norrland forests. She had never got used to the open landscape of Skåne, where the wind reigned supreme. But her husband had been born in Trelleborg, and couldn't imagine living anywhere but in Skåne, when he had time at home, that is. Her musings were interrupted when Lena Söderström came into the room. She was about 30. She could be my daughter, Ylva thought. I'm twice her age.
She probably won't deliver before early morning, Lena said. We'll get to go home. It'll be quiet tonight, said Ylva. Take a nap if you're tired.
A nurse hurried by in the hall. Lena Söderström was drinking her tea. The other 2 nurses sat bent over a crossword puzzle.
Already October, Ylva thought. The middle of autumn already. Soon winter will be here. In December, Harry has a holiday, a month off, and will remodel the kitchen. Not because it needs it, but so he can have something to do. Harry's not wild about holidays. He gets restless.
Someone had pressed a call button.
A nurse got up and left. A few minutes later, she came back. "Maria in room 3 has a headache," she said, sitting back down to her crossword puzzle. Ilva sipped her coffee. Suddenly, she realized that she was sitting wondering about something without knowing exactly what it was. Then it came to her. The nurse who had walked past in the hall. Hadn't all the women working in the ward been here in the office? And no call bells had rung from intensive care. She must have been imagining things. But at the same time, she knew she hadn't been. "Who just walked by?" she asked softly. The two nurses gave her curious looks. "What's that?" Lena Söderström asked. "A nurse walked down the hall a few minutes ago, while we were sitting here." They still couldn't understand what she was talking about. She didn't understand it herself. Another bell rang. Ilva quickly set down her cup. "I'll get it." The woman in room 2 was feeling bad. She was about to have her third child. Ilva suspected that the child hadn't exactly been planned. After she had given the woman something to drink, she went out into the hall. She looked around. All the doors were closed. But a nurse had walked past. She hadn't imagined it. And suddenly she felt uneasy. Something wasn't quite right. She stood still in the hall and listened. The muted radio could be heard in the office. She went back and picked up her coffee cup. "It was nothing," she said. At that instant, the nurse she had seen earlier went by in the other direction. This time, Lena saw her too. They both gave a start as they heard the door to the main hall close. "Who was that?" asked Lena. Ilva shook her head. The nurses looked up from their puzzle. "Who are you talking about?" one of them asked. "The nurse who just walked past." The one sitting with a pen in her hand, filling in the crossword, started to laugh. "But we're right here, both of us." Ilva got up quickly. When she pulled open the door to the outer hall, which connected the maternity ward to the rest of the hospital, it was empty. She listened, and far off she heard a door close. She went back to the nurse's station, shaking her head. "What's a nurse from another ward doing here?" Lena asked. "Without even saying hello?" Ilva didn't know, but she knew it hadn't been her imagination. "Let's take a look in all the rooms," she said, "and see if everything's all right." Lena gave her a searching look. "What could be wrong?" "Just for safety's sake, that's all." They went into all the rooms. Everything seemed normal. At 1 a.m., a woman started bleeding. The rest of the night was taken up with work. At 7 a.m., after briefing the day shift, Ilva Brink went home. She lived in a house right near the hospital. When she got home, she started thinking again about the strange nurse she had seen in the hall. Suddenly, she was sure it hadn't been a nurse at all. Even if she did have a uniform on, a nurse wouldn't have come into the maternity ward at night without saying hello and telling them what she was doing there. Ilva kept thinking about it. She grew more and more anxious. The woman must have had some purpose. She stayed for 10 minutes, then she vanished. 10 minutes. She must have been in a room visiting someone. Who? And why? Ilva lay there trying to sleep, but it was no use. The strange woman kept appearing in her thoughts. At 11 a.m. she gave up and got out of bed and made some coffee. She thought she'd better talk to somebody. "I've got a cousin who's a policeman. I'm sure he could tell me if I'm worrying about this for nothing." She picked up the phone and dialed his home number. The message on his answering machine said that he was on duty. Since it wasn't far to the police station, she decided to walk over. Maybe the police didn't take visitors on Saturdays. She had read about the terrible thing that happened outside Lüdinge. A car dealer had been murdered and tossed in a ditch. Maybe the police wouldn't have time for her, not even her cousin. At the front desk, she asked if Inspector Svedberg was in. He was, but he was very busy. "Tell him it's Ilva," she said. "I'm his cousin." Svedberg came out to meet her. He was fond of her,
and couldn't resist giving her a few minutes of his time. He got coffee for both of them, and they went to his office. She told him what had happened the night before. Svedberg said that it was odd, of course, but hardly anything to worry about. She let herself be reassured. She had 3 days off and soon forgot about the nurse who had walked through the maternity ward. Late on Friday evening, Wallander called his weary colleagues together for a meeting of the investigative team at the police station. They closed the doors at 10 p.m., and the meeting dragged on until past midnight. He began by telling them about the second missing person inquiry that they now had on their hands. Martinsson and Höglund had finished their preliminary check of the records, but had found nothing to indicate a connection between Eriksson and Rundfeldt. Vanya Andersson didn't recall Rundfeldt ever mentioning Eriksson. Wallander made it clear that all they could do was keep on working without making any assumptions. Rundfeldt might show up at any time with a perfectly reasonable explanation for his disappearance, but they couldn't ignore the ominous signs. Wallander asked Höglund to take responsibility for the Rundfeldt investigation, but that didn't mean she was released from the Eriksson case. In the past, Wallander had been opposed to asking Stockholm for reinforcements, but this time he had a feeling that maybe they should do so right from the start. He had mentioned this to Hansson, and they had agreed to wait until early next week. They sat around the conference table and went over what they had learned so far. Wallander asked if anyone had anything important to report. His gaze wandered around the table. They all shook their heads. Nyberg sat sniffling quietly at the end of the table in his usual place, by himself. Wallander let him have the first word.
"Nothing at all so far. You've all seen exactly what we've seen. The planks were sawed through, he fell and was impaled. We didn't find anything in the ditch. We don't know yet where the bamboo stakes came from."
"And the tower?" Wallander asked.
"We didn't find anything there either," said Nyberg. "But of course we're nowhere near finished yet. It would be a big help if you could tell us what we should be looking for."
"I don't know. But whoever did this must have come from somewhere. We have the path leading from Eriksson's house. There are fields all around it, and a patch of woods behind the hill."
"There's a tractor path up to the woods," said Höglund, "with tracks from car tires, but none of the neighbors noticed anything unusual." "Apparently Eriksson owned a lot of land," Svedberg said. "I talked to a farmer named Lundberg. He sold off more than 50 hectares to Eriksson 10 years ago. Since it was Eriksson's property, there was no reason for anyone else to be on it, which means no one ever paid much attention to it." "We still have a lot of people to talk to," Martinsson said as he shuffled through his papers. "By the way, I got in touch with the forensics laboratory in Lund. They think they'll probably have something to tell us by Monday morning."
Wallander made a note. Then he turned to Nyberg again. "How's it going with Eriksson's house?"
"We can't do everything at once," Nyberg grumbled. "We've been out in the mud because it might start raining again soon. I think we can start on the house in the morning."
"That sounds good," said Wallander soothingly. He didn't want to annoy Nyberg. That could create a bad atmosphere that would affect the whole meeting. At the same time, he couldn't get over his irritation at Nyberg's continual grouchiness. He also saw that Lisa Holgersson had noted Nyberg's surly reply. They continued the review of the case, still very much in its introductory phase. The interviews with Ruth Sturlason and Sven Tirén hadn't taken them any further. Eriksson had placed his order for oil, 4 cubic meters. There was nothing unusual in that. The mysterious break-in that he had reported the year before was unexplained. Their exploration of Eriksson's life and character had barely begun. They were still at the most basic stage of a criminal investigation. The search had not yet begun to take on a life of its own. When no one had anything to add, Wallander tried to sum up. During the whole meeting, he had had a feeling that he'd seen something at the murder scene that should have prompted discussion. Something he couldn't explain. The modus operandi, he thought. There's something about those bamboo stakes. A killer uses a language that he deliberately chooses. Why would he impale a person? Why would he go to such trouble? For the time being, he kept these thoughts to himself. They were still too vague to present to the team. He poured himself a glass of mineral water and shoved aside the papers in front of him. We're still searching for a way in. What we have is a murder unlike anything we've ever seen. This may mean that the motive and the killer, too, are unlike anything we've ever encountered. In a way, it reminds me of the situation we were in last summer. We solved that case by refusing to get hung up on any one thing, and we can't afford to do that now, either. He turned to face the chief. We'll have to work hard. It's already Saturday morning, but it can't be helped. Everyone will continue working on the tasks at hand over the weekend. We can't wait until Monday. Holgersson nodded. The meeting was adjourned. They were all exhausted. The chief and Högland stayed. Soon they were alone in the conference room. Wallander thought that here, for once, women were in the majority in his world.
Per Åkesson needs to talk to you,
said Holgersson. Wallander shook his head in resignation.
I'll call him tomorrow.
Holgersson had put on her coat, but Wallander could tell that she wasn't finished with him.
Isn't it possible that this murder might have been committed by an insane person? She asked.
Impaling someone on stakes? It sounds like the Middle Ages to me. Not necessarily, Wallander said. Stake pits were used during the Second World War. Atrocity and insanity don't always go hand in hand. Holgersson didn't seem satisfied with his answer. She leant against the door frame and looked at him.
I'm still not convinced. Maybe we could call in that criminal psychologist who was here last summer. Wasn't he a big help to you?
Wallander couldn't deny that Mats Ekholm had been important to the success of the investigation. He had helped them draw up a profile of the killer. But Wallander didn't think it was time to call him in yet. In fact, he was afraid to draw parallels. Maybe, but I think we should wait a while. She studied him.
You aren't afraid it'll happen again, are you? A new pit with sharpened stakes in it?
No.
What about Rundfeldt?
Wallander was suddenly unsure whether he might be speaking against his better judgment. But he shook his head. He didn't think it would be repeated. Or was that just what he hoped? He didn't know. Eriksson's murder must have required a lot of preparation, he said. Something you do only once. Something that depends on a special set of circumstances, like a ditch that's deep enough, and a bridge, and a victim who goes out at night or at dawn to look at migrating birds. I'm the one who linked Rundfeldt's disappearance with what happened in Lödinge, but that's for reasons of caution.
I understand. But think about calling in Ekholm.
I will. You may be right. I just think it's too early. Timing often determines the success of certain efforts.
Holgersson buttoned her coat. You need sleep, too. Don't stay here all night, she said as she left.
Wallander began gathering up his papers. I have some things to work out, he told Högland. Do you remember when you first came here? You said you thought I had a lot I could teach you? Now, maybe you can see how wrong you were. She was sitting on the table looking at her nails. Wallander thought she looked pale and tired and definitely not beautiful. But she was talented, and that rarity, a dedicated police officer. In that, they were alike. He dropped the stack of papers on the table and sank back into his chair. Tell me what you see.
Something that scares me.
Why?
The savagery, the calculation, and no motive.
Eriksson was rich. Everyone says he was a tough businessman. He may have made enemies.
That doesn't explain why he would be impaled on bamboo stakes.
Hate can blind people in the same way envy can. Or jealousy.
She shook her head. When I saw Eriksson's body on the stakes, I felt instinctively that we were dealing with much more than the murder of an old man. I can't explain it better than that, but the feeling was there, and it was strong. Wallander snapped out of his weariness. She had said something important, something that vaguely touched on thoughts that had crossed his own mind. Keep going. Think harder. There isn't that much more. The man was dead. Nobody who saw the scene will ever forget it. It was a murder. But there was more. Every murderer has his own language, Wallander said. Is that what you mean? More or less. He was making a statement? Possibly. In a code, Wallander thought. A code we haven't cracked. You may be right, he said. They sat in silence. Wallander got up and went back to gathering his papers. He discovered something that didn't belong to him. Is this yours? She glanced at the paper. That looks like Svedberg's writing. Wallander tried to make out what had been scrawled in pencil. It was something about a maternity ward, about a woman he didn't know. What the hell is this? Is Svedberg having a baby? He isn't even married. Is he even dating anyone? She took the note out of his hand and read it. Evidently, someone reported a woman wandering around the maternity ward dressed like a nurse, she said, handing back the paper. We'll have to check it out when we have time, Wallander replied sarcastically. He considered tossing the note in the wastepaper basket, but changed his mind. He'd give it to Svedberg the next day. They parted in the hall. Who's taking care of your children? Is your husband home? He's in Mali. Wallander didn't know where Mali was, but he didn't ask. Höglin left the deserted station. Wallander put Svedberg's piece of paper on his desk and picked up his jacket. On the way out to the front desk, he stopped at the dispatch office, where a lone officer sat reading a newspaper. Anybody call about Lüdinge? He asked. Not a peep. Wallander went outside to his car. It was windy. Anne Britt hadn't really answered his question about her children. He searched through all his pockets before he found his car keys. Then he drove home. Even though he was tired, he sat on his sofa and thought through everything that had happened during the day. Most of all, he worried about what Höglund had said just before she left, that the murder of Holger Eriksson was something more. But how could a murder be more than a murder? It was almost 3 a.m. when he went to bed. Before he fell asleep, he remembered that he had to call his father and Linda the next day. He woke up with a start at 6 a.m. He had been dreaming. Eriksson was alive. He was standing on the wooden bridge across the ditch. Just as it collapsed, Wallander woke up. He forced himself to get out of bed. It had started raining again. In the kitchen, he discovered he was out of coffee, so he made do with 2 aspirin, and then sat for a long time at the table with his head propped on one hand. At 6:45 a.m. he arrived at the station. When he opened the door of his office, he noticed something he hadn't seen the night before. There was a parcel on the chair by the window. Ebba had arranged for Gustav Rundfeld's mail order to be picked up. He hung up his jacket, wondering for a second whether he actually had the right to open it. Then he pulled off the paper and opened the box inside. He was frowning at the contents when Martinsson walked past his door. "Come here," Wallander called to him. "Come and take a look at this." Chapter 9. They peered at Gustav Rundfeld's parcel. To Wallander it seemed like junk, wires and tiny black boxes whose purpose he couldn't guess. But it was clear to Martinsson what Rundfeld had ordered and the police had paid for. "This is highly sophisticated bugging equipment," he said, picking up one of the boxes. Wallander shot him a skeptical look. "Can you really buy bugging equipment from a mail-order company in Borås?" he asked. "You can buy anything you want by mail order," replied Martinsson. "This is the real thing. Whether it's legal is another question. The importation of this type of equipment is strictly regulated.
They unpacked the parcel onto Volander's desk. There was more than bugging equipment inside. To their amazement, they also found a box containing a magnetic brush and iron filings. That could only mean one thing. Rundveld intended to test for fingerprints.
"What do you make of this?" Wallander said.
Martenson shook his head.
"It seems pretty strange. What's a florist doing with bugging equipment? Is he going to spy on his competitors in the tulip business? The fingerprint stuff is even weirder."
Wallander frowned. The equipment was expensive. The company that had sold it was called Secure, with an address on Gettingswagen in Boras.
"Let's call and find out if Rundveld bought anything else," Wallander said. "I suspect they won't be too willing to give out information on their customers," Martenson replied. "Besides, it's Saturday morning."
"They have a 24-hour order line," Wallander said, pointing to the brochure.
"That will just be an answering machine," Martenson said. "I've bought gardening tools through a mail-order company in Boras. They don't have operators sitting there around the clock, if that's what you think."
Wallander stared at one of the tiny microphones. "Can this stuff really be legal?"
"I think I can tell you now," Martenson said. "I've got some material in my office that deals with this sort of thing."
He returned in a few minutes with some booklets.
"From the Information Unit of the National Police Board," he said. "The materials they publish are pretty good."
"I read them whenever I get a chance," Wallander said. "But sometimes I wonder if they aren't publishing too much."
"Take a look at this. Bugging as a coercive method in criminal interrogations," Martenson said, placing one of the booklets on the desk. Maybe that's not quite what we're looking for. How about this one? Memorandum on bugging equipment."
Martenson leafed through it, then stopped and read aloud.
"According to Swedish law, it is illegal to possess, sell, or install bugging equipment, which probably means that it's also forbidden to manufacture it. Then we ought to ask our colleagues in Boras to clamp down on that mail-order business," Wallander said. "It means they're making illegal sales and importing illegal goods." "Mail-order businesses are generally legitimate in this country," Martenson said. "I suspect this is a rotten apple that the industry itself would like to be rid of."
"Get hold of Boras. Do it as soon as possible." He thought back on his visit to Rundveld's flat. He hadn't discovered technical equipment of this kind. "I think we should ask Nyberg to take a look at this stuff. That should be enough for now. But it does seem strange." Martenson agreed. "I'm going out to Ludinga," Wallander told him, as he put everything back into the box.
"I managed to track down a salesman who sold cars for Holger Eriksson for more than 20 years, Martenson said. "I'm seeing him in Svarta in half an hour. He should be able to give us an idea of the sort of man Eriksson was, if anyone can."
They parted out in reception. Wallander was carrying Rundveld's box of equipment under one arm. He stopped at Ebba's desk.
"What did my father say?"
"Just asked to tell you to call if you had time." Wallander was instantly suspicious. Did he sound sarcastic? Ebba gave him a stern look.
"Your father is a very nice man. He has great respect for your work."
Wallander, knowing the truth, just shook his head. Ebba pointed at the box.
"I had to pay for that myself. There isn't any petty cash at the moment."
"Give me the receipt," said Wallander. "Is it all right if I get you the money by Monday?" Ebba agreed, and Wallander left the station. It had stopped raining, and the sky was clearing. It was going to be a beautiful autumn day. Wallander put the box on the back seat and drove out of Ystad. The countryside seemed less oppressive in the sunshine, and for a moment his mood lifted. Then Eriksson's impaled body rose up before him like a nightmare. The fact that Rundveld was also missing didn't mean that a similar fate had befallen him, he tried to tell himself. The fact that Rundveld had ordered bugging equipment could be taken as an indication, paradoxically, that he was still alive. Wallander had wondered whether Rundfeld might have taken his own life, but the equipment made him doubt that this was the case. As Wallander drove through the bright autumn countryside, he thought that sometimes he gave in to his inner demons much too easily. He turned into the courtyard of Ericsson's farmhouse and parked. A man Wallander recognized as a reporter from Arbethet was walking towards him. Wallander was carrying Rundfeld's box under his arm. They said hello, and the reporter nodded at the box. "Are you carrying the solution in there?" "No, nothing like that." "But honestly, how's it going?" "There'll be a press conference on Monday. Until then, we don't have anything to tell you." "But he was impaled on sharpened steel pipes." Wallander gave him an astonished look. "Who on earth said that?" "One of your colleagues." "There must be a misunderstanding. There weren't any steel pipes." "But he was impaled." "That's correct." "It sounds like some sort of torture chamber dug into a field in Skåne." "Your words, not mine." "What are your words, then?" "That there will be a press conference on Monday." The reporter shook his head. "You've got to give me something." "We're still in the preliminary stage of this investigation. We can confirm that a murder has been committed, but we don't have any leads." "Nothing?" "I have no further comment." The reporter gave up. Wallander knew he would quote him accurately. He was one of the few reporters who didn't misquote him. In the distance, the abandoned plastic canopy fluttered down by the ditch. The crime scene tape was still there. An officer appeared near the tower. They could probably stop guarding the site now. Just as he got to the house, the door opened. Nyberg stood there with plastic covers on his shoes. "I saw you from the window," he said. Nyberg was in a cheerful mood. That was a good omen for the day's work. "I've got something for you," Wallander said as he entered. "Take a look at this." "Does it have anything to do with Eriksson?" "No, Rundfeld, the florist." Wallander set the box down on the desk. Nyberg moved the poem aside to make room to unpack it. His reaction was the same as Martinsson's. It was definitely bugging equipment, and it was highly sophisticated. Nyberg put on his glasses and searched for the manufacturer's stamp. "It says Singapore, but it was probably made somewhere else." "Where?" "The U.S. or Israel." "So why does it say Singapore?" "Some of these manufacturers try to maintain as low a profile as possible. They're involved in one way or another with the international arms trade, and they don't reveal secrets to each other unless they have to. The parts are manufactured in various countries, assembly is done somewhere else, and another country altogether provides the stamp of origin." "What could you use this for?" "You could bug a flat or a car." Wallander shook his head. "Rundfeld is a florist. What would he need this for?" "Find him and ask him yourself," Nyberg said. They put everything back in the box. Nyberg sniffled. He had a bad cold. "Try and take it a little easier," Wallander said. "Get some sleep." "It's that bloody mud. I get sick from standing out in the rain." "I don't understand why it should be so damn difficult to design a shelter that would hold up under the weather conditions of Skåne." "Write an article about it for Swedish police," Wallander suggested. "When am I going to have time for that?" The question went unanswered. They moved through the house. "I haven't found anything out of the ordinary," said Nyberg. "At least not yet. But the house has a lot of nooks and crannies." "I'll hang around for a while," Wallander said. "I want to think." Nyberg went to join his forensic technicians. Wallander sat down by the window in the sun. His gaze took in the large room. What kind of man writes poems about a woodpecker? He read again what Holger Eriksson had written. There were some beautiful turns of phrase. Wallander had written verse in the autograph books of his female friends at school when he was young, but he had never really read poetry. Linda had complained that there were too few books in the house when she was growing up. and Wallander couldn't argue with her. A wealthy car dealer, almost 80 years old, who writes poems and is interested in birds. So interested that he goes out late at night or in the early dawn and stares at the migrating night birds. The sunshine was still warming him as he looked around the room. He remembered something from the report of the break-in. According to Eriksson, the front door was forced open with a crowbar, but nothing seemed to have been stolen. There was something else. Wallander searched his memory. Then he remembered. Yes, the safe was untouched. He stood up and went to find Nyberg. He was in one of the bedrooms. "Did you find a safe?" "No." "We have to find it," Wallander said. "Let's start looking." Nyberg was on his knees next to the bed. "Are you sure?" Nyberg asked. "I would have found it." "Yes, I am. Somewhere there's a safe." They searched the house methodically. It took them half an hour before they found the safe. One of Nyberg's assistants discovered it behind a false oven door in a serving area of the kitchen. The door could be swung open laterally. The safe was built into the wall and had a combination lock. "I think I know where the combination is," Nyberg said. "Eriksson was probably afraid his memory might fail him in his old age." Wallander followed Nyberg back to the desk. In one of the drawers, Nyberg had found a little box containing a slip of paper with a row of numbers on it. They tried it on the safe, and the lock clicked into place. Nyberg stepped aside to allow Wallander to open it. Wallander peered inside. Then he gave a start. He took a step back and trod on Nyberg's toes. "What is it?" Nyberg asked. Wallander nodded for him to look. Nyberg leaned forwards. He recoiled, but less violently than Wallander. "It looks like a human head," Nyberg said. He turned to one of his assistants, who had blanched when he had heard Nyberg's words, and asked him to get a torch. They stood there, waiting uneasily. Wallander felt dizzy. He took a few deep breaths. Nyberg gave him a curious look. The torch arrived. Nyberg shone it into the safe. There really was a head in there, cut off at the neck. Its eyes were open, but it was shrunken and dried. They couldn't tell whether it was an ape or a human. Only a few pocket diaries and a notebook were in there with it. At that moment, Högland came in. From the tense atmosphere, she knew that something had happened. She didn't ask what, but stood quietly in the background. "Should we call in the photographer?" asked Nyberg. "No. Just take a few pictures yourself," replied Wallander. "The most important thing is to get it out of the safe." He turned to Högland. "There's a head in there, a shrunken human head. Or maybe it's an ape." She leaned forwards and looked. Wallander noticed that she didn't flinch. They left the serving area to give Nyberg and his assistants room to work. Wallander could feel himself sweating. "A safe with a head in it," she said. "Possibly shrunken, possibly an ape. How do we interpret that?" "Eriksson must have been a more complex man than we imagined," Wallander said. They waited for Nyberg and his team to empty the safe. It was 9 a.m. Wallander told Högland about the parcel from the mail-order company in Borås. They decided that someone should go through Rundfeld's flat more methodically than Wallander had had time to do. It would be best if Nyberg could spare some of his technicians. Högland called the station and was told that the Danish police had confirmed that no bodies had drifted ashore recently. The Malmö police and the Sea Rescue Service hadn't found any either. At 9:30 a.m., Nyberg appeared carrying the head and the other things he had found in the safe. Wallander moved the poem about the woodpecker aside, and Nyberg set down the head. In the safe with the diaries and notebook, there had been a box with a medal in it, but it was the shrunken head that captured their full attention. In the daylight, there was no longer any doubt. It was a human head, a black head maybe a child, or at least a young person. When Nieberg looked at it with a magnifying glass, he could see that moths had been at the skin. Wallander grimaced with disgust when Nieberg leaned close to the head and sniffed it. "Who do we know that might know about shrunken heads?" Wallander asked.
"The Ethnographic Museum," Nieberg said. "These days it's called the Museum of World Peoples. The National Police Board have issued a little booklet that's excellent. It lists where you can find information on the most peculiar phenomena."
"Then we'll get in touch with them," Wallander said.
Nieberg laid the head gently on a plastic bag. Wallander and Högland sat down at the desk and started examining the other items. The medal, which rested on a little silk pillow, was foreign. It had an inscription in French. None of them could read it. They started going through the books. The diaries were from the early 1960s. On the half-title page they could make out a name, Harald Berggren. Wallander shot Högland a questioning glance. She shook her head. That name hadn't come up in the investigation so far. There were very few entries in the diaries, a few times of day noted with initials. In one place were the initials H.E. It was dated February 1960, more than 30 years earlier. Wallander began to leaf through the notebook. It was a diary, crammed with entries. The first entry had been made in November of 1960, the last in July of 1961. The handwriting was cramped and hard to read. He realized that he had forgotten to keep his appointment with the optician. He borrowed the magnifying glass from Nieberg and read a line here and there. "It's about the Belgian Congo," he said. "Somebody who was there during the war, as a soldier."
"Holger Eriksson or Harald Berggren?"
"Harald Berggren, whoever that is."
He put down the notebook. It might be important, and he'd have to read it carefully. They looked at each other. Wallander knew they were thinking the same thing. "A shrunken human head," he said, "and a diary about a war in Africa."
"A punji pit," Högland said. "A reminder of the war. In my mind, shrunken heads and impaled people go together."
"Mine too," Wallander said. "The question is whether we have found a lead or not."
"Who is Harald Berggren?"
"That's one of the first things we have to find out."
Wallander remembered that Martinsson was visiting a former employee of Eriksson in Svarta. He asked Högland to call him. Starting right now, the name Harald Berggren would be mentioned and examined in all conceivable connections. She punched in the number, waited, then she shook her head.
"His phone isn't switched on."
Wallander was irritated.
"How are we supposed to conduct an investigation if we aren't all contactable?"
He knew he often broke the rule himself. He was probably the hardest to reach of all, at least sometimes, but Högland didn't say a word.
"I'll find him,"
she said, getting to her feet.
"Harald Berggren," said Wallander. "That name is important."
"I'll see that word gets out," she replied.
When Wallander was alone in the room, he turned on the desk lamp. He was just about to open the diary when he noticed that something was stuck inside the leather cover. Carefully, he coaxed out a photograph. It was black and white, well thumbed and stained. One corner was torn off. The photograph showed 3 men in uniform, laughing towards the camera. Wallander remembered the photograph of Rundfeldt surrounded by giant orchids. The landscape in this picture wasn't Sweden either. He studied the photograph with the magnifying glass. The men were very tanned. Their shirts were unbuttoned and their sleeves rolled up. There were rifles at their feet. They were leaning against an oddly shaped boulder, and behind it was open countryside with no distinguishable features. The ground was crushed gravel or sand. The men looked like they were in their early 20s. He turned the picture over. It was probably taken at about the same time the diary entries were made, the early 1960s. Their age meant that he could eliminate Holger Eriksson,
In 1960, he would have been between 40 and 50 years old. Wallander opened one of the desk drawers. He had seen some loose passport photographs in an envelope earlier. He placed one of the photographs of Eriksson on the desk. It was dated 1989. Holger Eriksson, aged 73. Wallander stared at his face. The pointed nose, the thin lips. He tried to imagine away the wrinkles and see a younger face. He went back to the photograph with the three men posing. He studied their faces one by one. The man on the left had some features that resembled Holger Eriksson. Wallander leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Holger Eriksson lies dead in a ditch. In his safe we find a shrunken head, a diary, and a photograph. Suddenly Wallander sat up straight in the chair, his eyes wide. He was thinking about the break-in. The safe was untouched. Let's assume, thought Wallander, that whoever broke in also had a hard time finding the safe, and assume the contents were the same then as they are now. That's precisely what the thief was looking for. He failed, and apparently didn't repeat the attempt, and Eriksson died a year later. But there was something that presented a serious contradiction to this attempt to find a link between the two events. After Eriksson's death, his safe would be found by the executors of the estate, if no one else. The intruder must have been aware of this. Still, this was something, a lead. He looked at the photograph one more time. The men were smiling. They had been smiling in this picture for 30 years. Could the photographer have been Eriksson? But Eriksson had been selling cars in Ystad, Tomelilla, and Sjöbo. He hadn't taken part in some far-off African war. Or had he? Wallander regarded the diary lying in front of him pensively. He slipped the photograph into his jacket pocket, picked up the book, and went in to Nyberg, who was busy with a technical examination of the bathroom. "I'm taking this diary. I'll leave the pocket calendars." "You think there's something there?" asked Nyberg. "I think so. If anyone wants me, I'll be at home." When he came out into the courtyard, he could see that some officers were busy taking down the crime scene tape by the ditch. The rain canopy was already gone. An hour later, he was sitting at his kitchen table. He opened the diary. The first entry was made on 20 November, 1960. Chapter 10. It took Wallander almost 6 hours to read Harold Berggren's diary from cover to cover, with interruptions, of course. The telephone rang again and again. Wallander tried to keep the interruptions brief. The diary was one of the most fascinating, yet frightening things he had ever encountered. It was a record of several years in the man's life. For Wallander, it was like stepping into an alien world. Although Harold Berggren, whoever he was, couldn't be described as a master of language, he often expressed himself sentimentally or with an uncertainty that gave way to helplessness. The descriptions of his experiences had a force that shone through the prose. Wallander sensed that they must decipher the diary in order to understand what had happened to Eriksson. And yet he could hear a voice inside warning him that this could lead them in completely the wrong direction. Wallander knew that most truths were both expected and unexpected at the same time. It was simply a matter of knowing how to interpret the connection. Besides, no criminal investigation ever resembled another, not deep down, not once they went past the superficial similarities. The diary was a war journal. As Wallander read it, he learned the names of the other two men in the photograph. But when he had read to the end, he still couldn't tell which man was which. The photograph was of Harold Berggren, flanked by an Irishman, Terry O'Banion, and a Frenchman, Simon Marchand. It was taken by a man named Raoul. They had been mercenaries in a war in Africa for more than a year. Early on, Berggren described how in Stockholm he had heard about a cafe in Brussels where contacts could be made with the secret world of mercenaries. He had first heard of it around New Year, 1958. He didn't explain what drove him to go there a few years later. Berggren stepped into his own diary out of nowhere. No parents, no background. The only sure things were that he was 23 years old and desperate at Hitler's defeat in the war that had ended 15 years earlier. Wallander stopped at this point. That was Berggren's exact word. Desperate. Wallander read the passage again. The desperate defeat that Hitler was subjected to by his treacherous generals. The word desperate said something crucial about Berggren. Was he expressing a political conviction? Or were these the writings of a madman? Wallander found no clues to indicate whether either of these things were correct. Nor did Berggren mention Hitler again. In June 1960, he had left Sweden by train and stayed a day in Copenhagen so he could go to Tivoli. There he danced in the warm summer night with a girl named Irene. He wrote that she was sweet but much too tall. The next day he was in Hamburg. The day after that, 12 June 1960, he arrived in Brussels. After about a month he achieved his goal, a contract as a mercenary. He noted proudly that now he was drawing a salary and would be going off to war. He wrote all this down much later under the date 20 November 1960. By now he was in Africa. In this first entry in the diary, which was also the longest, he summarized the events that had led him to the place where he now found himself. Wallander dug out his old school atlas and looked up the place Berggren described, Omrutu. It wasn't on the map, but he left it open on the kitchen table as he continued reading the diary. Together with Thierry O'Banion and Simon Marchand, Berggren joined a fighting company that consisted solely of mercenaries. Their leader, about whom Berggren was quite reticent, was a Canadian only referred to as Sam. Berggren didn't seem to concern himself with what the war was over. Wallander was extremely hazy himself about the conflict in what was then the Belgian Congo. Berggren didn't try to justify his presence as a hired soldier. He merely noted that they were fighting for freedom. Whose was never made clear. In more than one entry he wrote that he would not hesitate to use his gun if he found himself in a combat situation with Swedish UN soldiers. Berggren also made a careful note of each time he received his pay. He did a simple accounting on the last day of each month, how much he was paid, how much he spent, and how much he saved. He also listed every item of booty that he took. In a particularly unpleasant passage, he described how the mercenaries arrived at an abandoned, burnt-out plantation and found the rotting corpses of the Belgian plantation owner and his wife, swarming with flies. They lay in their beds with their arms and legs hacked off. The stench was unbelievable, but the mercenaries had still searched the house and found diamonds and gold jewelry, which a Lebanese jeweler later valued at more than 20,000 Swedish kroner. Berggren wrote that the war was justified because the profits were good. In a more personal reflection, not repeated elsewhere in the diary, he had asked himself whether he could have achieved the same wealth if he had stayed in Sweden working as a car mechanic. His conclusion was that he couldn't. Living that sort of life, he never would have advanced his prospects. With great zeal, he continued to participate in his war. Apart from his obsession with keeping accounts, Berggren was also meticulous in his other entries. He killed people. He wrote down the dates and the body count. He noted whether they were men or women or children, and if he had managed to examine their bodies, he coolly recorded where the shots he had fired had struck. Wallander read these passages with growing distaste and anger. Berggren had nothing to do with this war. He was paid to kill. By whom was unclear. The people he killed were seldom in uniform. The mercenaries raided villages that were thought to oppose the freedom they were fighting to preserve. They murdered and plundered and then withdrew. They were a death squad, all Europeans, and they didn't regard the people they killed as equals. Berggren didn't hide his contempt for the blacks. He wrote that they ran like bewildered goats when we approached, but bullets fly faster than people can jump or run. Wallander almost threw the book across the room at those lines, but he forced himself to read on, after taking a break and washing his tired eyes. More than ever, he regretted having missed his appointment with the optician. Berggren killed roughly 10 people a month, assuming he wasn't exaggerating. After 7 months of war, he fell ill and was transported by plane to a hospital in Leopoldville. He had contracted amoebic dysentery and was sick for several weeks. The diary entries stopped during this period. By then, he had killed more than 50 people in this war he was fighting instead of becoming a mechanic in Sweden. When Berggren recovered, he returned to his company. A month later, they were back in Omarutu. They posed in front of a big boulder, which was not a rock, but a termite mound, and the unknown Raoul took a picture of Berggren, O'Banion, and Marchand. Wallander went over to the kitchen window with the photograph. He had never seen a termite mound before, but he could tell that the diary described that very picture. 3 weeks later, they got caught in an ambush, and O'Banion was killed. They were forced to retreat, and it turned into a panicked rout. Wallander tried to sense the fear in Berggren. He was convinced it was there, but Berggren concealed it. He wrote only that they had buried their dead in the bush and marked their graves with wooden crosses. The war went on. On one occasion, they used a group of apes for target practice. Another time, they gathered crocodile eggs on the bank of a river. Berggren's savings were now close to 30,000 kroner. But then, in the summer of 1961, everything was over. The diary ended suddenly. Wallander thought it must have been as abrupt for Harald Berggren. He must have imagined that this peculiar jungle war would go on forever. In his last entries, he described how they fled the country at night in a cargo plane with no lights. One of its engines started shuddering as they lifted off from the runway they had made by clearing the jungle. The diary ended there, as though Berggren had grown tired of it, or else no longer had anything to say. Wallander didn't even discover where the plane was headed. Berggren was flying through the African night. The engine noise died away, and he no longer existed. Wallander stretched and went out onto the balcony. It was now 5 p.m. A cloud front was on its way in from the sea. Why was the diary kept in Eriksson's safe, along with a shrunken head? If Berggren was still alive, he would be at least 50. Wallander felt cold, standing out on the balcony. He went inside and sat down on the sofa. His eyes hurt. Who was Berggren writing the diary for? Himself? Or someone else? A young man keeps a diary of a war in Africa. Often what he describes is rich in detail, but it is also constrained in some way. Something was missing, something that Wallander couldn't read, even between the lines. Not until Höglen rang the bell did it dawn on him what it was. He saw her in the door, and suddenly he knew. The diary described a world dominated by men. The women Berggren wrote about were either dead or fleeing in panic, except for Irene, who had been sweet but too tall. Otherwise, he didn't mention women. He wrote about furloughs in various cities in the Congo, about how he got drunk and got into fights, but there were no women. Wallander couldn't help thinking that this was significant. Berggren was a young man when he went off to Africa. The war was an adventure. In a young man's world, women are an important part of the adventure. He was starting to wonder. But for the time being, he kept his thoughts to himself. Högland had come to tell him that she had gone through Rundfeld's flat with one of Nyberg's forensic technicians. The result was negative. They had found nothing that would explain why he had bought bugging equipment.
Gustav Rundfeld's world consists of orchids, she said. I get the impression of a kindly and intense widower.
His wife seems to have drowned, Belander said.
She was quite beautiful, Högland said. I saw their wedding picture.
Maybe we ought to find out what happened to her, Belander said. Sooner or later.
Martinsson and Svedberg are getting in touch with his children.
Belander had already talked to Martinsson on the phone. He had been in touch with Rundfeld's daughter. She was utterly astonished at the idea that her father might have deliberately disappeared. She was extremely worried. She knew he was supposed to fly to Nairobi and had assumed that's where he was. There's too much that doesn't add up, he said. Svedberg was supposed to call when he had spoken to the son. He was out at a farm somewhere in Hälsingland, where there wasn't a phone. They decided to hold a meeting of the investigative team early on Sunday afternoon. Högland would make the arrangements. Then Wallander recounted to her the contents of the diary. He took his time and tried to be thorough. Telling her about it was like reviewing it in his own mind.
Berggren,
she said when he was through.
Could he be the one?
I don't know. But at any rate, as a young man, he committed atrocities on a regular basis, and for money, Wallander said. The diary makes horrifying reading. Maybe these days he's living his life in fear that the contents might be divulged.
We'll have to find him, Högland said. The question is where to start looking.
The diary was in Eriksson's safe, Wallander said. For the moment, that's the clearest lead we have. But we must continue to work with an open mind.
You know that's impossible, she said, surprised. When we find a clue, it shapes the search.
I'm just reminding you, he replied evasively, that we can be wrong, in spite of everything. She was about to leave when the telephone rang. It was Svedberg, who had reached Rundfeld's son.
He was pretty upset, Svedberg said. He wanted to jump on a plane and come here right away.
When was the last time he heard from his father?
A few days before he was due to leave for Nairobi. Everything was normal. According to the son, his father always looked forward to his trips.
Wallander handed the phone to Högland, who set a time for the meeting of the investigative team. Wallander didn't remember until she hung up that he had a note that was written by Svedberg, a report of a woman acting strangely in the Ystad Hospital maternity ward. Högland went home to her children. When Wallander was alone, he called his father. They decided that he would go out on Sunday morning. The pictures that his father had taken with his ancient camera had been developed. Wallander devoted the rest of Saturday evening to writing up a summary of Eriksson's murder. As he worked, he mulled over Rundfeld's disappearance. He was uneasy and restless and found it difficult to concentrate. The feeling that they were skirting something very big was growing stronger. The feeling of anxiety wouldn't let up. By 9 p.m. he was so tired that he couldn't think any longer. He shoved his notebook aside and called his daughter, Linda. The phone rang into a void. She wasn't home. He put on a heavy jacket and walked to a Chinese restaurant on the square. The place was unusually packed, even for a Saturday night. He indulged in a carafe of wine. After he had eaten, he walked home in the rain, his head aching. That night he dreamed that he was in a huge, dark place. It was very hot, and somewhere in the dense night, Berggren was pointing a gun at him. He woke early. It was clear again. He got into his car at 7:15 a.m. and drove out to Luderup to see his father. In the morning light, the curves of the countryside were sharp and clear. Wallander thought he would try to tempt his father and Gertrude to come with him down to the beach. Soon it would be too cold to go. He thought with displeasure about the dream he had had.
As he drove, he also decided that at the investigative team's meeting that afternoon, they would have to make a schedule of the order in which various questions were to be answered. Locating Berggren was important, especially if it turned out that that trail led to a dead end. His father was standing on the steps, waiting for him. They went into the kitchen where Gertrude had set out some breakfast. They looked through the photographs. Some of them were blurred, and in some the subject was only partly inside the frame. But since his father was obviously pleased and proud of them, Wallander nodded appreciatively. One picture stood out from the rest. It was taken by a waiter on their last night in Rome. They had just finished their dinner. Wallander and his father were squeezed close together. A bottle of red wine stood on the white tablecloth. Both of them were smiling, straight at the camera. For an instant, the faded photograph from Eriksson's diary flashed into Wallander's mind, but he pushed it away. Right now, he wanted to look at himself and his father. He realized that the picture confirmed once and for all what he had discovered on the trip. They were a lot alike. They even looked alike. "I'd like to have a copy of this picture," Wallander said. "I've already taken care of it," his father replied contentedly, handing him an envelope. After breakfast, they went to his father's studio. He had nearly finished a landscape with a grouse in it. The bird was always the last thing he painted. "How many pictures have you painted in your life?" Wallander asked. "You ask me that every time you come here," his father said. "How am I supposed to keep track? What would be the point? The main thing is that they're all the same." Long ago, Wallander had realized that there was only one explanation for his father painting the same subject over and over. It was his way of keeping at bay all the things that were changing around him. In his paintings, he even controlled the path of the sun. It was motionless, locked in time, always at the same height above the forested ridges. "It was a great holiday," Wallander said as he looked at his father, who was busy mixing colors. "I told you it would be," said his father. "If it wasn't for me, you would have gone to your grave without ever seeing the Sistine Chapel." Wallander wondered briefly whether to ask about the solitary walk he had taken on that night in Rome, but decided not to. It was nobody's business but his father's. Wallander suggested that they drive down to the sea. To his surprise, his father agreed at once. Gertrude preferred to stay home. They got into Wallander's car and drove down to Sandhammeren. There was almost no breeze. They headed for the beach. His father took him by the arm when they passed the last cliff. The sea spread itself out before them. The beach was almost deserted. In the distance, they could see some people playing with a dog. That was all. "It's beautiful," his father said. Wallander sneaked a look at him. Rome seemed to have made a fundamental change in his mood. Maybe it would also have a positive effect on the insidious disease the doctors had diagnosed. But he would never fully understand what the holiday had meant to his father. It had been the journey of a lifetime, and Wallander had been given the honor of accompanying him. Rome was his father's Mecca. They took a long walk on the beach. Wallander wondered whether to bring up the old days, but there was no hurry. They had time. Suddenly, his father stopped short. "What is it?" Wallander asked. "I've been feeling bad for a few days," he said, "but it'll pass." "Do you want to go home?" "I said it'll pass." They were on the beach more than 2 hours before his father thought they had walked enough. Wallander, who had forgotten the time, knew that he'd have to hurry so he wouldn't be late for the meeting at the police station. After he dropped off his father in Lüderup, he returned to Ystad with a feeling of relief. Maybe now they could regain the contact they had lost when Wallander had decided to become a policeman. His father had never accepted his choice of profession, but he had never explained what he had against it. Wallander wondered whether he might finally get an answer to the question he had spent far too much of his life worrying about. At 2:30 p.m. they closed the door to the conference room. Even Chief Holgersson showed up. Seeing her there reminded Wallander that he still hadn't called Per Åkesson. He wrote a note to himself in his notebook. He reported on finding the shrunken head and Harald Berggren's diary. There was general agreement that this really did look like a lead. After they divided up the various tasks, Wallander shifted the discussion to Gösta Rundfeldt. "We have to assume that something has happened to Rundfeldt," he said. "We can't rule out either an accident or foul play. Naturally, there's always the possibility that it's a voluntary disappearance. On the other hand, I think we can discount the likelihood of any sort of connection between Eriksson and Rundfeldt. There's nothing to suggest that this is the case." Wallander wanted the meeting to be as short as possible. After all, it was Sunday. He knew that his colleagues were putting a lot of effort into completing their assignments, but he also knew that sometimes the best way to work meant taking a break. The hours he had spent with his father that morning had given him renewed energy. When he left the police station just after 4 p.m., he felt more rested than he had in days. His anxiety seemed to have abated a little. If they did find Harald Berggren, there was a good chance they would find the solution. The murder was too well planned not to have been carried out by someone extremely unusual. Berggren might be just that killer. On his way home, Wallander stopped and bought groceries. He couldn't resist the impulse to take out a video. It was a classic, Waterloo Bridge. He had seen it in Malmö with Mona in the early years of their marriage, but he had only a vague recollection of what it was about. He was in the middle of the movie when Linda called. When he heard it was her, he said he'd call her right back. He turned off the video and sat down in the kitchen. They talked for almost half an hour. She didn't apologize for not having called in such a long time. He didn't mention it either. He knew they were a lot alike. They could both be absent-minded, but they knew how to concentrate if there was a task to be done. She told him that everything was fine, both the job in the restaurant and her drama classes. He didn't press her on that subject. He had a strong impression that she still doubted her talent. Just before they finished their conversation, he told her about his morning on the beach.
"It sounds like you had a wonderful day together."
"We did. It feels as if something has changed." When they hung up, Wallander went out on the balcony. There was almost no wind, a rare thing in Skåne. For a moment all his worries were gone. Now he had to get some sleep. Tomorrow he'd get down to work again. When he turned out the light in the kitchen, the diary was in his mind again. He wondered where Harald Berggren was at that very moment. Chapter 11. When Wallander woke up on the morning of Monday, 3 October, the first thing he thought was that he needed to speak to Sven Tirén again. Whether he had dreamed this, he couldn't tell, but he was sure that he needed to. As he waited for his coffee to brew, he called information and got Tirén's home number. Tirén's wife answered the phone and told him that her husband had already left. Wallander called him on his mobile. In the background, Wallander could hear the muffled sound of his truck's engine. Tirén told him he was on the road outside Hugestad. He had 2 deliveries to make before he went back to the terminal in Malmö. Wallander asked him to come to the station as soon as he could. When Tirén asked whether they had caught the person who killed Eriksson, Wallander explained that this was just a routine conversation. They were still in the early stages of the investigation. They were bound to catch the murderer. It might happen soon, but it could also take time. Tirén promised to be at the station by 9 a.m. "Please, don't park in front of the driveway," Wallander added. Tirén muttered something inaudible in reply. At 7:15 a.m., Wallander arrived at the station. Walking towards the glass doors, he changed his mind and turned left to the prosecutor's office, which had its own entrance. Per Åkesson was sitting behind his desk, which was piled high with work as always. The entire office was a chaotic jumble of papers and files, but appearances were deceptive. Åkesson was an extraordinarily efficient and methodical prosecutor, and Wallander enjoyed working with him. They had known each other for a long time, and over the years they had developed a relationship that went beyond the purely professional. Sometimes they would share confidences and seek each other's advice or help. Still, there was a boundary that they never overstepped. They would never really be close friends. They were not enough alike for that. Åkesson nodded amiably when Wallander stepped into the room. He got up and moved a box of documents, making room on a chair. Wallander sat down, and Åkesson told the switchboard to hold his calls. "I've been waiting to hear from you," he said. "Thanks for the card, by the way." Wallander had forgotten about the postcard he had sent Åkesson from Rome, a view of the Forum Romanum. "It was a great holiday for both of us." "I've never been to Rome. How does that proverb go? See Rome and then die? Or is it Naples?" Wallander didn't know. "I'd been hoping for a peaceful autumn, so I come home and find an old man impaled in a ditch." Åkesson grimaced. "I've seen some of the photographs, and Chief Holgersson told me about it. Have you got anything to go on?" "Maybe," Wallander said, and gave him a brief summary of what they had found in Eriksson's safe. Wallander knew that Åkesson respected his ability to lead an investigation. He seldom disagreed with his conclusions or the way he handled the case. "Of course, it sounds like pure insanity to set out sharpened bamboo stakes in a ditch," Åkesson said. "On the other hand, these days it's getting harder and harder to distinguish between what's insane and what's normal." "How's it going with Uganda?" Wallander asked. "You mean the Sudan?" said Åkesson. Åkesson had applied for a position with the UN High Commission on Refugees. He wanted to get away from Ystad for a while, to see something else before it was too late. Åkesson was several years older than Wallander. He was over 50. "Of course, the Sudan," Wallander said. "Have you talked about it with your wife yet?" Åkesson nodded. "I got up the courage last week. She was considerably more understanding than I could have hoped. I got the distinct feeling she wouldn't mind getting me out of the house for a while. I'm still waiting for official notification, but I'd be surprised if I didn't get the post. As you know, I have my connections." Åkesson had a highly developed knack for acquiring inside information. Wallander had no idea how he did it. He was always well informed, for instance, as to what was being discussed in the various committees in Parliament or in the most elite and confidential circles of the National Police Board. "If all goes well, I'll be leaving in the new year," he said. "I'll be gone for at least 2 years. Let's hope we solve the Eriksson case before then. Do you have any directives you want to give me?" "You should be telling me what you want." Wallander thought for a moment before replying. "Chief Holgersson thinks that we ought to call in Mats Ekholm. You remember him from this summer, the man who does psychological profiles? He hunts insane people by trying to classify them. He's pretty talented." Åkesson remembered him, of course. "But I think we should wait," Wallander said, "until we are sure that we're dealing with an insane person." "If you think we should wait, then so be it," Åkesson said, getting to his feet. He pointed at the box. "I have a particularly complicated case today," he excused himself. "I have to prepare." Wallander got up. "What is it you're actually going to do in the Sudan?" he asked. "Do refugees really need Swedish legal advice?" "Refugees need all the help they can get," Åkesson replied as he accompanied Wallander to reception. "Not just in Sweden." Suddenly he said, "I was in Stockholm for a few days while you were in Rome. I ran into Annette Brolin. She asked me to say hello to everyone down here, but especially to you." Wallander gave him a wary look, but didn't reply. A few years earlier, Annette Brolin had filled in for Åkesson. Despite the fact that she was married, Wallander and she had spent a night together. It was something he preferred to forget. He walked out of the prosecutor's wing. There was a gusty wind blowing, and the sky was gray. Wallander guessed that it was no more than 8 degrees centigrade. He ran into Svedberg in reception and remembered the note. "I took one of your notes with me by mistake the other day," he said. Svedberg looked surprised. I didn't notice anything missing." "Something about a woman in the maternity ward at the hospital." "Oh, you can bin that," Svedberg answered. "It was just someone who saw a ghost." "You bin it if you want to," Wallander said. "I'll put it on your desk." "We're still talking to people in the area around Ericsson's farm," Svedberg said. "I'm going to see the postman." Wallander nodded. They went their separate ways. By the time Wallander entered his office, he had already forgotten about Svedberg's note. He took Berggren's diary from his inside jacket pocket and put it in a desk drawer. He left the photograph of the 3 men posing by the termite mound lying on his desk. As he waited for Turenne, he read quickly through a stack of papers the other investigators had left for him. At 8:45 a.m., he went to get some coffee. Högland passed him in the hall and told him that Rundfeldt's disappearance had been formally recorded and was being given priority.
"I spoke to one of his neighbors," she said, "a teacher who seemed reliable. He claimed he had heard Rundfeldt in his flat on Tuesday night, but not after that."
"Which suggests that he left that night," said Wallander, "although not for Nairobi."
"I asked the neighbor whether he had noticed anything unusual about Rundfeldt, but he seems to have been a reserved man with regular, discreet habits. Polite, but no more than that. And he seldom had visitors. The only thing out of the ordinary was that Rundfeldt sometimes came home very late. The teacher lives in the flat below his, and the building is not well insulated."
Wallander stood there with his cup in his hand, thinking about what she had said. "We have to find out what the stuff in that box means. Could someone call the mail order company today? And have our colleagues in Boras been informed? What was the name of that company? Secure? Nieberg knows. We need to discover whether Rundfeldt bought other things from them. He must have placed the order because he was going to use it for something."
"Bugging equipment? Fingerprints? Who uses things like that?"
"We do."
"But who else?"
Wallander saw that she was thinking of something in particular. "Of course, a bugging device could be used for unauthorized purposes."
"I was thinking more of the fingerprints."
Wallander nodded. Now he got it. "A private investigator," he said. "A private eye." "The thought crossed my mind, too, but Rundfeldt is a florist whose only passion is orchids."
"It was just an idea. I'll call the mail order company myself."
Wallander went back to his office. The telephone rang. It was Ebba. Turenne was waiting in reception. "He didn't park his truck across the driveway, did he?" Wallander asked. "Hansson will have a fit."
"I don't see a truck,"
Ebba said.
"Are you coming to get him? And Martinsson wants to talk to you."
"Where is he?"
"In his office, I should think."
"Ask Turenne to wait a few minutes while I talk to Martinsson." Martinsson was on the phone when Wallander walked in. He ended the conversation. Wallander assumed he'd been speaking to his wife. They talked several times a day. Nobody knew what about. "I got in touch with the Forensic Medicine Division in Lund," Martinsson told him. "They have some preliminary results. The problem is they're having trouble determining the thing that we most want to know." "Time of death?" Martinsson nodded. "None of the stakes went through his heart, and none of the main arteries was perforated. That means he could have hung there for quite a while before he died. The immediate cause of death can be given as drowning." "What's that supposed to mean?" Wallander asked in surprise. "He was hanging in a ditch, wasn't he? He couldn't have drowned there."
"The doctor I talked to was full of gruesome details," Martinsson said. "He told me that Ericsson's lungs were so full of blood that finally he couldn't breathe. Technically, he drowned."
"We have to find out when he died," Wallander said. "Contact them again."
"I'll see to it you get the report as soon as it comes in."
"I'll believe that when I see it, considering how stuff keeps disappearing around here." He hadn't meant to criticize Martinsson. When he was out in the hall,
He realized that his words could have been misconstrued, but by then it was too late to do anything about it. He went out to reception and greeted Tiren, who was sitting on a vinyl sofa staring at the floor. He was unshaven and had bloodshot eyes. The smell of oil and petrol was strong. They went to Walander's office. "Why haven't you arrested whoever killed Holger?" Tiren asked. "If you can tell me who did it, I'll drive out and arrest him right now," Wallander answered, trying to hide his irritation. "I'm not a policeman." "You don't have to tell me that. If you were, you wouldn't have asked such a stupid question." When Tiren opened his mouth to protest, Wallander held up his hand. "I'm the one asking the questions." "Am I under suspicion for something?" "Not a thing, but I'll ask the questions, and you have to answer them. That's all." Tiren shrugged his shoulders. Wallander sensed that he was on his guard. He could feel his instincts sharpening. His first question was the only one he had prepared. "Harold Berggren. Does that name mean anything to you?" Tiren looked at him. "I don't know any Harold Berggren. Should I?" "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." "Think." "I don't have to think. If I'm sure, I'm sure." Wallander pushed the photograph across the desk and pointed. Tiren leaned forwards. "See if you recognize any of these men. Look closely. Take your time." Tiren picked up the photograph in his grubby fingers. He looked at it for a long time. Wallander was beginning to feel vaguely hopeful when Tiren put it back on the table. "Nope." "You looked at it for a long time. Did you think you recognized one of them?" "You told me to take my time." "Who are they? Where was it taken?" "Are you sure?" "I've never seen them before." Instinct told him that Tiren was telling the truth. "They're mercenaries. It was taken in Africa more than 30 years ago." "The Foreign Legion?" "Not exactly, but almost. Soldiers who fight for whoever pays the most." "Gotta make a living somehow." Wallander gave him a puzzled look, but he didn't ask Tiren to explain himself. "Did you ever hear that Eriksson had contact with mercenaries?" "Holger Eriksson sold cars. I thought you knew that." "He also wrote poems and watched birds," Wallander said, not hiding his irritation. "Did you or did you not ever hear Eriksson talk about mercenaries or about a war in Africa?" Tiren stared at him. "Why do policemen have to be so unpleasant?" "Because we deal with unpleasant things," Wallander replied. "And please just answer my questions. That's all. Don't make comments that have nothing to do with the case." "What happens if I do?" Wallander was on the verge of losing control, but he didn't care. There was something about this man across the desk that he just couldn't stand. "Then I'll have to call you in for a talk every single day for the foreseeable future. And I'll have to request a warrant from the prosecutor to search your home." "What do you think you'd find there?" "That's beside the point. Do you understand what's at stake now?" Wallander knew he was taking a risk, but Tiren backed down. "Eriksson was a peaceful man, even though he could be tough when it came to business, but he never talked about any mercenaries, although he certainly could have." "What do you mean?" "Mercenaries fight against revolutionaries and communists, don't they? And Holger was a conservative, I'd say, to put it mildly." "In what way?" "He thought society was going to hell. He thought we should bring back flogging, and we should hang murderers. If it were up to him, his killer would wind up with a rope around his neck." "And he spoke to you about this?" "He stood up for his beliefs." "Was he in contact with any right-wing organization?" "How should I know?" "If you know one thing, you might know something else. Answer the question." "I don't know." "No neo-Nazis?" "No idea." "Was he one himself?" "I don't know anything about them. All I know is that he didn't see any difference between Social Democrats and Communists. The People's Party was probably the most radical one he would accept." Wallander considered the picture of Eriksson that Tiren had created. Poet and ultra-conservative, bird watcher and advocate of capital punishment. "Did he tell you that he had any enemies?" "You've asked me that already." "I know. I'm asking you again." "He never came right out and said so. But he did lock his doors at night." "Why?" "Maybe he had enemies." "But you don't know of any?" "No." "Did he say why he might have enemies?" "He never said he had any. How many times do I have to tell you that?" Valander raised a hand in admonition. "If I feel like it, I can ask you the same question every day for the next 5 years. No enemies, but he locked his doors at night." "Right." "How do you know?" "He told me. How else would I know? I didn't drive out there and try his door at night." "In Sweden today, you can't trust anybody." That's what he said. Valander decided to end the interview for now. He'd get back to him soon enough. He had a feeling that Tyrann knew more than he was telling him, but he wanted to proceed cautiously. He didn't want to scare Tyrann off completely. "That'll be all for now," Valander said. "For now? Does that mean I have to come back here again? When am I going to have time to do my job?" "We'll be in touch. Thanks for coming," Valander said, getting to his feet. He extended his hand. The courtesy surprised Tyrann. He had a powerful handshake, Valander thought. "I think you can find your way out." After Tyrann left, Valander called Hansson. He answered him immediately. "Sven Tyrann," he said, "the truck driver, the one you thought had been mixed up in an assault case, remember?" "I remember." "See what you can find out about him." "Is it urgent?" "No more than anything else, but no less either." Hansson said that he'd take care of it. It was 10 a.m. Valander got some coffee and wrote a report of his conversation with Tyrann. The next time the investigative team met, they would discuss it in detail. Valander was convinced it was important. When he closed his notebook, he discovered the note that he kept forgetting to return to Svedberg. He'd do so now, before he got involved in anything else. He took the sheet of paper and left the office, but once he was out in the hall, he heard his telephone ring. He hesitated for a second, then went back and picked it up. It was Gertrude. She was crying.
"You have to come right away."
Valander felt a cold chill. "What's happened?"
"Your father is dead. He's lying in his studio in the middle of his paintings."
Chapter 12. Kurt Valander's father was buried in the churchyard in Ystad on 11 October. It was a day of heavy downpours and blustery wind, with the sun showing through the clouds from time to time. Valander felt unable to come to terms with what had happened. A sense of denial had been with him from the moment he had hung up the phone. It was unthinkable that his father could die. Not now. Just after their trip to Rome, not when they had recaptured the closeness they had lost so many years before. Valander had left the police station without speaking to anyone, convinced that Gertrude was mistaken. He arrived in Lüderup and ran to the studio. His father lay prone across the painting he had been working on. He had shut his eyes and held on tight to the paintbrush he had used to add tiny dabs of white to the grouse's plumage. His father had been finishing the painting he was working on the day before, when they had walked along the beach at Sandhammeren. Death had come suddenly. Later, after Gertrude had calmed down enough to talk coherently, she told him that his father had eaten his breakfast as usual. Everything was normal. At 6:30 a.m. he went out to his studio. When he didn't come back to the kitchen at 10 a.m. for coffee, she had gone out to remind him. By then he was already dead. It occurred to Valander that no matter when death comes, it disrupts everything. Death always arrives at the wrong time. Something is left undone. They waited for the ambulance. Gertrude stood and held his arm tight. Valander felt completely empty inside. He didn't feel anything at all, other than a vague sense that it was unfair. He couldn't feel sorry for his father. Wallander knew the ambulance driver. His name was Preetz, and he understood at once that it was Wallander's father they were collecting. "He wasn't sick," Wallander said. "Yesterday, we were out walking on the beach. He complained about feeling bad, that's all." "It was probably a stroke," Preetz said with compassion in his voice. "That's what it looks like." That was also what the doctor told Wallander later. It had happened very quickly. His father would have had no idea he was dying. A blood vessel had burst in his brain. For Gertrude, the sorrow and the shock were mixed with relief that it had happened so quickly, that he was spared a slow decline into a no-man's land of confusion. Wallander was thinking completely different thoughts. His father had been alone when he died. No one should be alone in their final moments. He felt guilty that he hadn't responded to his father's complaint. It was something that might indicate an impending heart attack or stroke. But even worse was that it had happened now. Even though his father had been 80, it was too soon. It should have happened later. Not now, not like this. Wallander had tried to shake life back into his father. But there was nothing he could do. The grouse would never be finished. In the midst of the chaos that death always creates, Wallander retained his ability to act calmly and rationally. Gertrude went in the ambulance. Wallander stood there in the studio, engulfed in the silence and the smell of turpentine, and wept to think how his father would have hated to leave the grouse unfinished. As a gesture towards the invisible border between life and death, Wallander took the paintbrush and filled in the 2 white points that were still missing in the grouse's plumage. It was the first time in his life that he had touched any of his father's paintings with a brush. Then he cleaned the brush and put it with the others in an old jam jar. He went back to the house and called Ebba. She was upset and sad, and Wallander found that he could hardly speak. With difficulty, he asked her to tell the others what had happened. They should go on without him. All they had to do was keep him informed if anything important happened in the investigation. He wouldn't be coming back to work that day. He didn't know what he was going to do tomorrow. Next, he called his sister Christina and told her the news. They talked for a long time. It seemed as though she had prepared already herself for the possibility that their father might die suddenly. She said she would help him get hold of Linda, since he didn't have the number of the restaurant where she worked. Finally, he called Mona at the beauty shop in Malmö where she worked. She was surprised to hear from him, at first thinking that something had happened to Linda. When Wallander told her that it was his father who had died, he could hear that she was slightly relieved. That made him angry, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Mona and his father had got along well. It was only natural that she would be worried about Linda. He remembered the morning that the Estonia had sunk. "I know what you're going through," she said. "You've been afraid of this moment your whole life." "We had so much to talk about. We were finally seeing eye to eye. And now it's too late." "It's always too late," she said. She promised to come to the funeral and help out if he needed her. After they hung up, he felt a lingering emptiness. He dialed Biba's number in Riga, but she didn't answer. He called back again and again, but she wasn't home. He went back out to the studio and sat down on the old rickety toboggan where his father had sat, a coffee cup always in his hand. It was raining again. Wallander felt that he was holding his own fear of death in his hands. The studio had become a crypt. He got up quickly and went back to the kitchen. The phone rang. It was Linda,
and she was crying. Wallander started crying, too. She wanted to come as soon as possible. Wallander asked if he should call her employer and talk to him, but Linda had already arranged to take time off. She would take a bus to Arlanda and try to get on a plane that afternoon. He offered to pick her up from the airport, but she told him to stay with Gertrude. She would get to Ystad and out to Luderup on her own. That evening they gathered in the house in Luderup. Gertrude was very calm. They began to discuss the funeral arrangements. Wallander doubted that his father would have wanted a religious ceremony, but he let Gertrude decide. She was his widow, after all.
"He never talked about death," she said. "I can't tell you if he was afraid of it or not. He didn't talk about where he wanted to be buried, but I want to have a vicar."
They agreed that it would be at the churchyard in Ystad. A simple funeral. His father hadn't had a lot of friends. Linda said she would read a poem. Wallander agreed that he wouldn't give a eulogy, and they chose "Wondrous is the Earth" as the hymn they would sing. Christina arrived the next day. She stayed with Gertrude, and Linda stayed with Wallander. It was a time in which death brought them together. Christina said that now that their father had passed on, the two of them were next in line. Wallander noticed the whole time that his fear of death was growing, but he didn't talk about it. Not to anyone. Not to Linda, not even to his sister. Maybe he could with Baiba sometime. She had reacted with deep feeling when he finally managed to get hold of her and tell her what had happened. They talked for almost an hour. She told him about her feelings when her own father had passed away 10 years before, and she also talked about how she had felt when her husband, Carlos, was murdered. Afterwards, Wallander felt comforted. She was there, and she wasn't going away. The day the obituary was printed in Ystad's Allehanda, Sten Viden called from his farm outside Skurup. It had been a few years since Wallander had last talked to him. Once they had been close friends. They had shared an interest in opera and had high hopes for the future together. Viden had a beautiful voice, and Wallander would be his impresario. But everything changed when Viden's father died suddenly, and he was forced to take over the farm where they trained racehorses. Wallander became a policeman, and gradually they had drifted apart. After their conversation, Wallander wondered whether Viden had ever even met his father. But he was grateful that he had called. Someone outside the immediate family hadn't forgotten him. In the midst of all of this, Wallander had to force himself to continue to be a policeman. The day after his father died, Tuesday, 4 October, he had returned to the police station after spending a sleepless night in the flat. Linda slept in her old room. Mona had also come to visit the night before with supper, trying to take their minds off the old man's death for a while. For the first time since their devastating divorce, Wallander felt that his marriage was finally over. Somehow, his father's death had shown him that the life he had led with Mona was over for good. Despite sleeping badly the whole week before the funeral, he gave his colleagues the impression that he was in command of the situation. They had expressed their condolences, and he had thanked them. When Chief Holgersson took him aside in the hall and suggested that he take some time off, he turned down her offer. His grief eased while he was working. The investigation moved slowly during that week before the funeral. The other case they were concentrating on, always overshadowed by the murder of Eriksson, was Rundfeldt's disappearance. He had vanished without a trace. None of the detectives believed that there was a normal explanation. On the other hand, they hadn't been able to find any connection between Eriksson and Rundfeldt. The only thing that seemed perfectly clear about Rundfeldt was that his great passion in life was orchids. "We ought to take a look at his wife's death," Wallander said at one of the investigative team's meetings. Höglund said she would take care of it. "How about the mail order company and Boras?" Wallander asked later. "What's happening with that? What do our colleagues there say?"
They got onto it right away, Svedberg said. It obviously wasn't the first time the company was involved in illegal importing of bugging devices. According to the Boras police, the company would pop up and then vanish, only to reappear with a new name and address, sometimes even with different owners. They've already made some progress there. We're waiting for a written report. The most important thing is to find out if Rundfeldt had ever bought anything else from them, Wallander said. The rest is not our immediate concern. Their list of customers is incomplete, to say the least, but the Boras police have found prohibited and highly sophisticated equipment at their offices. It sounds as though Rundfeldt could practically be a spy. Wallander pondered this for a moment. Why not? He said finally. We can't rule anything out. He must have had some reason for buying the stuff. They had searched for Harold Berggren, but hadn't found the slightest trace of him. The museum in Stockholm confirmed that the shrunken head was definitely human, and probably came from the Congo. So far, so good. But who was this Berggren? They had already spoken with people who had known Eriksson during different periods of his life, but none had ever heard him speak of Berggren. No one had heard that he'd had contact with the underworld in which mercenaries moved like wary rats and wrote their contracts with messengers of the devil, either. It was Wallander who came up with the idea that got the investigation moving again. There's a lot of mystery surrounding Eriksson, he said, particularly the fact that there isn't a woman in his life. Not anywhere, not ever. That made me start to wonder whether there was a homosexual relationship between Eriksson and this Harold Berggren. There are almost no women in Berggren's diary either. There was silence in the conference room. No one seemed to have considered this possibility. It sounds a little strange that homosexual men would choose such a macho occupation as being soldiers, Högland said. Not at all, Wallander replied. It's not unusual for gay men to become soldiers. They do it to hide their preference, or just to be around other men. Martinsson studied the photograph of the three men. I get a feeling you might be right. These men have something feminine about them. Like what? Högland asked. I don't know, Martinsson said. Maybe the way they're leaning against the termite mound. Or is it their hair? It doesn't do us any good to sit here guessing, Wallander interrupted. I'm only pointing out one more possibility. We should keep it in mind just like everything else. In other words, we're looking for a gay mercenary, Martinsson said dourly. Where will we find one of those? That's not exactly what we're doing, Wallander said, but we have to weigh this possibility alongside the rest of the material. Nobody I spoke to so much as intimated that Eriksson might have been gay, said Hansson, who had been sitting in silence. It's not something people talk about openly, Wallander said. At least, not the older generation. If Eriksson was gay, then he can remember the time when blackmail was used against people of that persuasion in this country. So, you mean we have to start asking people if Eriksson may have been homosexual? Svedberg asked. You have to decide how you want to proceed, Wallander said. I don't even know if this is the right track, but we shouldn't ignore the possibility. It was as if they all suddenly understood that there wasn't anything simple or easily understandable about the murder of Holger Eriksson. They were dealing with one, or maybe more, cunning killers, and it was possible that the motive for the murder lay hidden in a past well shielded from view. They continued with the painstaking work. They recorded everything they knew about Eriksson's life. Svedberg spent long evenings reading carefully through the books of poetry Eriksson had published. In the end, he thought he would go mad if he read any more about the spiritual complexities that existed in the world of birds. But he had gained no insight into Eriksson. Martinsson took his daughter Therese to Falsterbo Point one windy afternoon and walked around talking to bird watchers, standing, straining their necks, and staring up at the gray clouds. The only thing he gained, apart from time well spent with his daughter, who wanted to become a field biologist, was that on the night Eriksson was murdered, huge flocks of red-winged blackbirds had left Sweden. Martonsson conferred with Svedberg, who claimed that there were no poems about red-winged blackbirds in any of the books.
On the other hand, there are 3 long poems about a single snipe, said Svedberg hesitantly. Is there such a thing as a double snipe?
Martonsson didn't know. The investigation continued. The day of the funeral arrived. They were all meeting at the cemetery. A few days before, Wallander had learned, to his surprise, that a certain female vicar would officiate. He had met her on a memorable occasion in the summer. Afterwards he was glad that she was the one. Her words were simple and never sentimental. The day before, she had called to ask whether his father had been religious. Wallander said no. Instead, he told her about his paintings and their week in Rome. The funeral was not as unbearable as Wallander had feared. The casket was made of dark wood with a simple decoration of roses. Linda was the one who showed her emotions most openly. No one doubted that her sorrow was genuine. She was probably the one who would miss him the most. After the ceremony, they drove to Lurks. Wallander felt relieved that it was over. How he would react later, he had no idea. He belonged to a generation that was particularly ill-prepared to accept that death was always nearby, he thought. This was intensified for him by the fact that he had to deal with dead people so often in his work. On the night of the funeral, he and Linda stayed up talking for hours. She was going back to Stockholm early the next morning. Wallander asked tentatively whether she would visit him less frequently, now that her grandfather was gone, but she promised that she would come more often. In turn, Wallander promised that he wouldn't neglect Gertrude. When he went to bed that night, he felt that it was time to get back to work at full speed. For a week he had been distracted. Only when he had put some distance between himself and his father's sudden death could he begin to come to terms with it. To get that distance, he had to work. There was no other way. I never did find out why he didn't want me to be a policeman, he thought before he went to sleep. Now I'll never know. If there is a spirit world, which I doubt, then my father and Rydberg can keep each other company. Even though they met very seldom when they were alive, they would find a lot to talk about. She had made an exact and detailed timetable for Rundfeldt's last hours. He was so weak now that he wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. She had broken him down. The worm hidden in the flower portends the flower's death, she thought, as she unlocked the door to the house in Volsjö. According to her timetable, she was to arrive at 4 p.m. She was 3 minutes ahead of schedule. She had to wait until dark. Then she would pull him out of the oven. For safety's sake, she'd put handcuffs on him and a gag, but nothing over his eyes. Even though he'd have trouble with the light after so many days spent in utter darkness, after a few hours he would see again. She wanted him to really see her. And then she would show him the photographs, the pictures that would make him understand. There were some elements she couldn't completely ignore which might affect her planning. One was the risk that he might be so weak that he couldn't stand up. So she had borrowed a small baggage cart from the central station in Malmö. No one had seen her taking it. She could use it to roll him out to the car, if necessary. The rest of the timetable was quite simple. Just before 9 p.m. she would drive him to the woods. She would tie him to the tree she had already picked out and show him the photographs. Then she would strangle him, leave him where he was, She would be home in bed no later than midnight. Her alarm clock would go off at 5:15 a.m., and by 7:15 she'd be at work. Her timetable was perfect. Nothing could go wrong. She sat down in a chair and looked at the oven, towering like a sacrificial altar in the middle of the room. My mother would have understood, she thought. If no one does it, it won't happen. Evil must be driven out with evil. Where there is no justice, it must be created. She took her timetable out of her pocket and looked at the clock. In 3 hours and 15 minutes, Gösta Rundfeldt would die. Lars Olsson didn't really feel much like training on the evening of 11 October. He had been wondering whether he should go out on his run or forget about it. It wasn't just that he felt tired. There was a film on TV that he wanted to see. In the end, he decided to go for his run after the movie, even though it would be late. Olsson lived on a farm near Svarte. He had been born there and still lived with his parents, although he was over 30. He was the part owner of a digger and was the one who knew best how to operate it. This week he was busy digging a ditch for a new drainage system on a farm in Skurby. He was also a devoted orienteer. He lived for the joy of running in the Swedish woods. He ran for a team in Malmö that was preparing for a national night orienteering run. He had often asked himself why he devoted so much time to it. What was the point of running around in the woods, often cold and wet, his body aching with a map and compass? Was this really something to spend his life doing? But he knew he was a good orienteer. He had a feeling for the terrain, as well as both speed and endurance. He watched the film on TV, but it wasn't as good as he expected. Just after 11 p.m., he started out on his run, headed for the woods just north of the farm on the boundary of Marsvinsholm's huge fields. He could choose to run either 5 or 8 kilometers, depending on which path he took. Tonight he chose the shorter route. He strapped his running light to his head and started off. It had rained that day, heavy showers, followed by sunshine. He could smell the wet earth. He ran along the path into the woods. The tree trunks glistened in the light from his headlamp. In the densest part of the forest there was a little creek. If he kept close to it, it made a good shortcut. He decided to do that. He turned off the path and ran up a small hill. Suddenly he stopped short. He had seen someone in the light of his lamp. At first, he couldn't work out what he was looking at. Then he realized that a half-naked man was tied to a tree in front of him. Olsson stood quite still. He was breathing hard and felt very frightened. He took a quick look around. The lamp cast its glow over trees and bushes, but he was alone. Cautiously, he took a few steps forward. The man was hanging over the ropes tied around his body. He didn't have to go any closer. He could see that the man was dead. Without really knowing why, he glanced at his watch. It was 11:19 p.m. He turned around and ran home. He had never run so fast in his life. Without even taking the time to remove his headlamp, he called the police in Ystad. The officer who took the call listened attentively. Then, without hesitating, he called up Kurt Wallander's name on his computer screen and punched in his home number. Skåne, 12 through 17 October, 1994. Chapter 13. Wallander was awake, thinking about his father and Rydberg lying in the same cemetery, when the telephone next to his bed rang. He grabbed it before the ringing woke Linda. With a feeling of mounting helplessness, he listened to what the officer on duty had to say. Information was still sparse. Officers hadn't yet reached the woods south of Marsvinsholm. It was possible that the runner had been mistaken, but that was unlikely. The officer thought he sounded unusually lucid, even though he was breathless and frightened. Wallander said he'd come at once. He dressed as quietly as he could, but Linda came out in her nightgown as he sat in the kitchen writing her a note.
"What's happened?"
she asked. "They found a man dead in the woods. That means they call me." She shook her head.
"Don't you get scared?"
"Why should I be scared?"
"About all the people who are dying?"
He sensed rather than understood what she was trying to say. "I can't. It's my job. Somebody has to deal with it." He promised to be back in plenty of time to drive her to the airport in the morning. It wasn't until he was on his way out to Marsvin's home that it occurred to him that it might be Gustav Runfeldt who had been found in the woods. He had just left the town behind him when his phone rang. Police officers had confirmed the report. "Any identification on him?" asked Wallander. "No. Sounds like he barely had any clothes on. It looks pretty bad." Wallander felt his stomach tying itself in knots, but he didn't say anything. "They'll meet you at the crossroads. Take the first exit towards Marsvin's home." Wallander hung up and accelerated. He was dreading the sight that awaited him. He saw the squad car at a distance and slowed to a stop. An officer was standing outside the car. He recognized Peters. Wallander rolled down his window and gave him an inquiring look. "It's not a pretty sight," said Peters. Wallander knew what that meant. Peters had plenty of experience. He wouldn't use those words casually. "Has he been identified?" "He barely has a stitch on. Go see for yourself." "And the man who found him?" "He's there too." Peters went back to his car. Wallander drove behind him. They reached a clearing. The road ended near the remains of a logging operation. "We'll have to walk the last stretch," Peters said. Wallander got his gum boots out of the boot of his car. Peters and his partner, a young officer named Bergman, who Wallander didn't really know, had brought powerful torches. They followed a path that led uphill to a little creek. There was a strong smell of autumn in the air. Wallander realized he should have worn a heavier jumper. If he had to stay out in the woods all night, he was going to get cold. "We're almost there," Peters said. Wallander knew he said it to warn him to brace himself. Even so, the sight that greeted him took him by surprise. The two torches shone with macabre precision on a man who hung, half-naked, tied to a tree. The beams of light quivered. Wallander stood quite still. Close by, a nightbird cried. He advanced cautiously. Peters shone his light so Wallander could see where he was putting his feet. The man's head and torso had fallen forward. Wallander got down on his knees to look at his face and confirmed what he had suspected. Even though the photographs he had seen in Runfeldt's flat were several years old, there was no doubt that it was him. Now they knew what had happened. Wallander got to his feet and took a step back. There was no longer any doubt in his mind about another thing. There was a connection between Eriksson and Runfeldt. The killer's language was the same, even if the choice of words was different this time. A punji pit and a tree. It simply couldn't be a coincidence. He turned towards Peters. "Get the team," he said. Peters nodded. Wallander discovered he had left his telephone in the car. He asked Bergman to get it for him and to bring the torch from the glove compartment. "Where's the man who found him?" he asked. Peters shone his torch to one side. On a rock sat a man in a tracksuit, his face buried in his hands. "His name is Lars Olsson," Peters said. "He lives on a farm near here." "What was he doing out in the woods in the middle of the night?" "He's an orienteer," said Peters, handing him his torch. Wallander went up to the man, who looked up quickly when the beam struck his face. He was very pale. Wallander introduced himself and sat down on a rock next to him, shivering involuntarily. "So you're the one who found him." Olsson told Wallander his story, about the bad movie on TV, and his training run, how he had decided to take a shortcut, and how he'd caught sight of the man in the beam of his headlamp. "You've given a very exact time," Valander said, remembering what the officer on duty had told him.
"I looked at my watch," Olson replied. "It's a habit of mine, or rather a bad habit. When something important happens, I look at my watch. If I could have, I would have looked at my watch when I was born."
Valander smiled at him. "So, you take a run out here? Almost every night?"
"I ran here last night, but earlier in the evening. I ran 2 routes, the long one first, followed by the short one. Then I took a shortcut."
"What time was that?"
"Between 9:30 and 10 p.m.
"And you didn't see anything then?"
"No."
"Could he have been here by the tree without you seeing him?"
Olson thought for a moment and then shook his head. I always pass close to that tree. I would have seen him."
Valander got up from the rock. There were torches approaching through the woods.
"Who would do something like this?" Olson asked.
"That's what I'm wondering, too," Valander replied. As Bergman took down Olson's name and phone number, Peters talked to the station. Valander took a deep breath and approached the man hanging in the ropes. It astonished him for a moment that he wasn't thinking about his father at all, now that he was in the presence of death. But deep inside, he knew why. He had been through it so many times before. Dead people weren't just dead. They had nothing human left in them. After the first wave of disgust passed, it was like approaching any other lifeless object. Valander felt the back of Runfeldt's neck, cautiously. All body heat was gone. He hadn't really expected there to be any. Trying to determine the time of death outdoors was difficult. Valander looked at the man's bare chest. The color of the skin told him nothing about how long he had been hanging there either. Valander shone his torch at Runfeldt's throat and saw bruising. That could mean that he had been hanged. Next he inspected the ropes. They were wound round his body from his thighs up to his ribs. The knots were simple, and the ropes weren't tied very tightly. It surprised him. He took a step backwards and shone his light on the whole body. Then he walked around the tree, watching carefully where he put his feet. He made only one circuit. He assumed that Peters had told Bergman not to tramp around unnecessarily. Peters was still talking on the phone. Valander needed another jumper. He knew he should keep a spare in his car. It was going to be a long night. He tried to imagine the sequence of events. The loosely tied ropes made him nervous. He thought about Eriksson. Runfeldt's murder might provide the solution. When they resumed the investigative work, they would have to develop double vision. The clues would keep pointing in 2 directions at the same time. This could increase their confusion and make the landscape of the investigation more and more difficult to define. For a moment, Valander turned off his torch and thought in the dark. Peters was still talking on the phone. Bergman stood motionless nearby. Gösta Runfeldt hung dead in his loosely tied ropes. Is this a beginning, a middle, or an end? Valander wondered. Do we have another serial killer on our hands? An even more difficult chain of events to unravel than we had in the summer? He had no answers. It was too early, far too early. He heard engines in the distance. Peters went to meet the emergency vehicles that were approaching. Valander thought of Linda and hoped she was asleep. Whatever happened, he would drive her to the airport in the morning. Suddenly, a great wave of grief for his father surged through him. He longed for Baiba, and he was exhausted. He felt burnt out. All the energy he had felt on his return from Rome was gone. There was nothing left. He forced himself to push away these dismal thoughts. Martinsson and Hansson came tramping through the trees, followed by Högland and Nyberg. After them came the ambulance men and forensic technicians, then Svedberg, finally a doctor. They gave the impression of a poorly organized caravan that had wound up in the wrong place. Wallander started by gathering his closest colleagues around him in a circle. A floodlight hooked up to a portable generator was already aiming its eerie light on the man tied to the tree. Wallander couldn't help but be reminded of the macabre experience they had had by the ditch on Ericsson's property. It was being repeated. The framework was different, and yet the same. The killer's designs were related. "It's Gustav Rundfeldt," said Wallander. "We'll have to wake up Vanya Andersson and bring her out here to give us a positive identification as soon as possible. We can wait until we've taken him down from the tree. She doesn't need to see that." He described how Rundfeldt had been found. "He's been missing for almost 3 weeks," he went on. "But if I'm not mistaken, and if Lars Olsson is right, he's been dead for less than 24 hours. At least he hasn't been tied to this tree any longer than that. So where has he been all this time? I don't believe that this is a coincidence. It has to be the same killer. We must find out what these two men have in common. So there are 3 investigations: Eriksson, Rundfeldt, and the 2 of them together." "What happens if we can't find a connection?" Svedberg asked. "We will," replied Wallander firmly. "Sooner or later. The planning of both of these murders seems to exclude the possibility that the victims were chosen at random. Both men were killed with a specific aim in mind, for specific reasons."
Gustav Rundfeldt couldn't have been homosexual, Martinsson said. He was married with 2 children.
"He could have been bisexual," Wallander said. "But it's too soon for those questions. We have things to do that are more urgent." The circle broke up. It hadn't taken long to organize their work. Wallander went to speak to Nyberg, who was waiting for the doctor to finish.
"So it's happened again," Nyberg said in a weary voice.
"Yes," Wallander said, "and we have to get through it one more time."
"Just yesterday, I decided to take a couple of weeks' holiday," Nyberg said. "As soon as we find out who killed Eriksson. I thought I'd go to the Canary Islands. Not particularly imaginative, maybe, but warmer."
Nyberg seldom talked about personal matters. Wallander could see that he was exhausted. His workload was unreasonable. Wallander decided to take it up with Chief Holgersson. They didn't have the right to go on exploiting Nyberg's dedication. Just then he saw that the chief had arrived and stood talking to Hansson and Högland. She, too, had a lot on her plate, Wallander thought. With this second murder, the media would have a field day. Her predecessor, Bjork, could never handle pressure. Now they'd see if she could. Wallander knew that Holgersson was married to a man who worked for a company that exported computers overseas. They had 2 grown children and had bought a house in Hedeskøge, north of Ystad. Wallander hoped her husband gave her plenty of support. She'd need it. The doctor got to his feet. Wallander had met him before, but he couldn't remember his name.
"It looks like he was strangled," the doctor said.
"Not hanged?"
The doctor held out his hands.
"Strangled, with bare hands. It causes different types of pressure wounds than a rope. You can see the marks from the thumbs quite clearly."
A strong man, Wallander thought instantly. A person in good shape who has no qualms about killing with his bare hands. How long ago?
Oh, it's impossible to say for sure. Within the last 24 hours, not longer. You'll have to wait for the pathologist's report. Can we take him down?
"I've finished," said the doctor. "Then I can get started," muttered Nyberg. Högland came up beside them. "Vanya Andersson is here. She's waiting in a car down there."
"How did she take the news?" asked Wallander.
It's a hell of a way to be woken up, of course, but I got the feeling she wasn't surprised.
Nieberg had unwound the ropes. Runfeldt's body lay on a stretcher. "Bring her up here," Wallander said. "Then she can go straight home." Vanya Andersson was very pale. Wallander noticed she was dressed in black. She looked at the dead man's face, took a deep breath, and nodded. "You can identify him as Gustav Runfeldt?" Wallander asked. He groaned inwardly at how clumsy this sounded.
"He's so thin,"
she murmured. Wallander pricked up his ears. "What do you mean, thin?"
"His face is all sunken in. He didn't look like this 3 weeks ago."
Wallander knew that death could alter a person's face dramatically, but he guessed that Vanya Andersson was talking about something else. "You mean he's lost weight since the last time you saw him?"
"Yes. He's grown terribly thin."
Wallander sensed that what she was saying was important. "You don't have to stay here any longer. We'll drive you home." She gave him a forlorn look.
"What am I supposed to do with the shop? And all the flowers?"
"Tomorrow you can leave it closed, I'm sure," Wallander answered. "Start with that. Don't think any further ahead." She nodded mutely and allowed Högland to lead her away. Wallander thought about what she had said. For almost 3 weeks Runfeldt had been missing without a trace. When he reappeared, tied to a tree and possibly strangled, he was inexplicably thin. Wallander knew what that meant. Imprisonment. He stood still. Imprisonment could be related to a wartime situation. Soldiers take prisoners. He was interrupted when Chief Holgersson stumbled and almost fell as she walked over to him. "You're freezing," she said. "I forgot to bring a warmer jumper," Wallander replied. "Some things you never learn." She nodded at the stretcher. It was being carried off towards the ambulance.
"What do you think of all this?"
"Sane killer. It wouldn't make sense to think otherwise."
"The doctor says he was strangled."
"I try not to draw conclusions too soon," Wallander said. "But I think I can imagine how it all happened. He was alive when he was tied to the tree. Maybe unconscious, but he was strangled here, and he didn't put up any resistance."
"How can you be sure of that?"
"The ropes were tied loosely. If he'd wanted to, he could have struggled free."
"Couldn't the loose ropes indicate that he did try to free himself?"
Good question, thought Wallander. Lisa Holgersson is a detective, all right. That could be. But I don't think so, because of something Vanya Andersson said, that he had grown terribly thin.
"I don't get the connection."
"He would have been very weak." She understood. "He was left hanging on the ropes," Wallander went on. "The killer didn't try to hide the body. It is very like what happened with Eriksson."
"Why here?"
she asked.
"Why tie a person to a tree? Why this brutality?"
"When we understand that, maybe we'll know why this happened in the first place."
"Have you any ideas?"
"I have plenty of ideas, but I think the best thing we can do now is let Nieberg and his people work in peace. It's more important to have a meeting in Ystad than to wander around out here wearing ourselves out. There's nothing left to see, anyway." She didn't object. By 2 a.m., Nieberg and his forensic technicians were alone in the woods. It had started to drizzle, and the wind came up. Wallander was the last to leave the scene. "What do we do now?" he asked himself. "How do we proceed? We don't have a motive, or suspect. All we have is a diary that belonged to a man named Harold Berggren. A bird watcher and a passionate orchid lover have been killed with consummate savagery." He tried to remember what Högland had said. It was important, something about the masculine world of Berggren. This made him think of a killer with a military background. Harold Berggren had been a mercenary, a person who defended neither his country nor a cause, a man who killed people for a monthly wage, paid in cold cash. At least we have a starting point, he thought. We have to stick with it until it collapses. He went over to say goodbye to Nyberg. "Is there anything special you want us to look for?" he asked. "No, but look for anything that reminds you of what happened to Eriksson." "I think everything does," Nyberg said. "Only the bamboo stakes are missing." "I want dogs up here early tomorrow," Wallander said. "I'll probably still be here," said Nyberg dismally. "I'm going to bring up your work situation with Lisa," Wallander said, hoping it would at least offer him a modicum of encouragement. It probably won't do any good." "Well, it won't do any good not to try," Wallander said, putting an end to the conversation. By 3 a.m. they were all gathered in the conference room. Wallander looked at the tired, sallow faces round the table and realized that his main task was to infuse the investigative team with renewed energy. From experience, he knew that there were moments in any investigation when it seemed as though all their self-confidence was gone. That moment had arrived unusually early this time. We could have used a calm autumn, Wallander thought. The summer wore us out. He sat down, and Hansson brought him a cup of coffee. "This isn't going to be easy," he began. "What we feared most has happened. Gösta Rundfeldt has been murdered, apparently by the same person who killed Holger Eriksson. We don't know what this means, and we don't know whether we're going to have more unpleasant surprises. We don't know if this will be similar to what we went through this summer. We shouldn't draw any parallels beyond the fact that the same man has been at work. There are a lot of differences between these two crimes, more differences than similarities." He paused for comments. No one had anything to say. "We'll have to continue working on a wide front. We have to track down Harold Berggren. We have to find out why Rundfeldt wasn't on that plane to Nairobi. We have to find out why he ordered sophisticated bugging equipment just before he died. We have to find a connection between these two men who seemed to have lived their lives with no contact with one another. Since the victims were obviously not chosen at random, there has to be some kind of link." Still, nobody had any comments. Wallander decided to adjourn the meeting. What they needed more than anything was a few hours' sleep. They would meet again in the morning. Outside, the wind and rain had got worse. As Wallander hurried across the wet car park to his car, he thought about Nyberg and his forensic technicians. He also thought about Vanya Andersson having said that Rundfeldt had become emaciated in the 3 weeks that he was missing. This had to mean imprisonment. But where had he been held captive? Why? And by whom? Chapter 14. Wallander slept fitfully under a blanket on the sofa in his living room, since he had to get up in a few hours. It had been quiet in Linda's room when he had come in. He had dozed off, then woken abruptly, drenched in sweat, after a nightmare he could only vaguely recall. He had dreamed about his father. They were in Rome again, and something frightening happened. What it was vanished into the darkness. Maybe in the dream, death had already been with them, like a warning. He sat up on the sofa with the blanket wrapped around him. It was 5 a.m. The alarm clock would ring any minute now. He sat there heavy and unmoving, exhaustion like a dull ache through his whole body. It seemed to take all his strength to get up and go to the bathroom. After a shower, he felt a little better. He made breakfast and woke Linda at 5:45 a.m. By 6:30 a.m., they were on their way out to the airport. She was groggy and didn't say much during the ride.
She didn't seem to wake up until they turned off the E65 for the last few kilometers to Storup.
"What happened last night?" she asked.
"Someone found a dead man in the woods."
"Can't you tell me any more than that?"
"The body was found by an orienteer who was out running. He practically tripped over it."
"Who was it?"
"The orienteer or the dead man?"
"The dead man."
"A florist."
"Did he commit suicide?"
"No, unfortunately."
"Unfortunately?"
"He was murdered, and that means a lot of work for us." She was silent for a while.
"I don't see how you stand it."
"I don't either, but I have to. Somebody has to." The question she asked next astonished him.
"Do you think I would make a good policewoman?"
"I thought you had other plans."
"I do, but answer the question."
"I don't know. You might."
They didn't say any more.
Wallander pulled into the car park. She had only a backpack, which he lifted out of the boot. When he went to follow her in, she shook her head.
"Go home now," she said. "You're so tired you can hardly stand up."
"I have to work," he replied. "But you're right. I am tired." Then there was a moment of sadness. They talked about his father, her grandfather. They said goodbye, and he watched her vanish through the glass doors that slid open and closed behind her. He sat in the car and thought about something she had said. Was what made death so terrifying the fact that you had to be dead for such a long time? He drove off. The gray landscape seemed just as dismal as the entire investigation. Wallander thought through what had happened. A man is impaled in a ditch. Another man is tied to a tree and strangled. Could deaths be any more repellent than those? It hadn't been any better, seeing his father lying among his paintings. He needed to see Baiba again, soon. He was going to call her. He couldn't stand the loneliness any more. It had been going on long enough. He had been divorced for 5 years. He was on the way to becoming an old, shaggy dog, scared of people, and that's not what he wanted to be. He arrived at the police station, getting himself some coffee straight away. Then he called Gertrude. Her voice was cheerful. His sister was still there. Since Wallander was so busy with the investigation, they had agreed that the two of them would go through his father's meager estate. His assets consisted mainly of the house in Luderup, but there were almost no debts. Gertrude asked if there was anything special that Wallander wanted to have. At first he said no. Then he changed his mind and said he'd like a painting with a grouse from the stacks of finished canvases leaning against the walls of the studio, not the one his father had almost finished when he died. He turned into a policeman again, starting by quickly reading a report on Högland's conversation with the woman who delivered the post to Eriksson. Högland wrote well, without awkward sentences or irrelevant details, but there was nothing that seemed to have direct significance for the investigation. The last time Eriksson had hung out the little sign on his letterbox that meant he needed to talk to the postwoman was several months ago. As far as she could remember, it had something to do with money orders. She hadn't noticed anything unusual at Eriksson's farm recently, or seen any strange cars or people in the area. Wallander put the report aside, pulled over his notebook, and wrote some notes on the investigation. Someone had to interview Anita Lagergren at the travel agency in Malmö. When had Rundfeldt reserved his trip? What was this orchid safari all about? They had to chart his life, just as they had to for Eriksson. It was especially important that they talked to his children. Wallander also wanted to know more about the equipment Rundfeldt had bought. What exactly was it for? Why would a florist have these things? He was convinced that it was crucial to an understanding of what had happened. Wallander pushed the notebook away and sat hesitantly with his hand on the telephone. It was 8:15 a.m., and it was possible that Nyberg was asleep, but it couldn't be helped. He dialed his mobile phone. Nieberg answered at once, still out in the woods. Wallander asked him how it was going.
"We've got dogs here," Nieberg said. "They've picked up the scent from the rope at the logging site. But that's not so strange, since it's the only way up here. I think we can assume that Rundfeldt didn't walk. There must have been a car."
"Any tire tracks?"
"Quite a few, but I can't tell you which is which yet."
"Anything else?"
"The rope is from a factory in Denmark."
"Denmark?"
"I should think it could be bought just about anywhere that sells rope. Anyway, it seems new. Bought for the occasion," said Nieberg, to Wallander's disgust.
"Have you been able to find any sign that he resisted being tied to the tree? Or that he tried to work his way loose?"
"No, I haven't found any traces of a struggle nearby. The ground wasn't disturbed, and there are no marks on the rope or the tree trunk. He was tied up there, and he stood still."
"How do you interpret that?"
"There are two possibilities," Nieberg replied. "Either he was already dead, or at least unconscious when he was tied up, or else he chose not to resist. But that's hard to believe."
Wallander thought about it. "There's a third possibility," he said finally. "Rundfeldt simply didn't have the strength to put up any resistance." That was also a possibility, and maybe the most likely, Nieberg agreed. "Let me ask one more thing," Wallander said. "I know you can't be certain, but we always imagine how something might have happened. Nobody guesses more often than policemen do, even though we might deny that we do. Was there more than one person there, do you think?"
"There are plenty of reasons why there should have been more than one person. Dragging a man into the woods and tying him up isn't that easy. But I doubt that there was."
"Why?"
"I don't know, to be honest."
"Go back to the ditch in Lüdinge. What sort of feeling did you have there?"
"The same. There should have been more than one, but I'm not sure."
"I have that feeling too, and it bothers me."
"At any rate, I think we're dealing with a person of great physical strength," Nieberg said. "There are plenty of indicators."
Wallander had no more questions. "Otherwise, nothing else at the scene?"
"A couple of beer cans and a false nail, that's it."
"A false nail?"
"The kind that women use, but it could have been here quite a while."
"Try to get some sleep."
"And when would I have time for that?"
Nieberg answered. Wallander could hear him suddenly getting annoyed. He hung up and the phone rang instantly. It was Martinsson.
"Can I come and see you? When are we supposed to have another meeting?"
9 o'clock. We've got time." Wallander hung up. Martinsson must have come up with something. He could feel the tension. What they needed most of all right now was a breakthrough. Martinsson came in and sat down. He got straight to the point.
"I've been thinking about all that mercenary stuff, and Berggren's diary. This morning when I woke up, it struck me that I've actually met a person who was in the Congo at the same time as Harald Berggren."
"As a mercenary?" asked Wallander in surprise.
"No, as a member of the Swedish UN contingent that was supposed to disarm the Belgian forces in Katanga province."
Wallander shook his head.
"I was 12 or 13 when all that happened. I don't remember much about it."
"Actually, nothing except that Dag Hammarskjöld was in a plane crash."
"I wasn't even born," Martinsson said. "But I remember something about it from school."
"Who was it you met?"
"Several years ago, I was going to meetings of the People's Party," Martinsson continued. "There was often coffee afterwards. I got an ulcer from all the coffee I drank in those days."
Wallander drummed his fingers impatiently on the desk.
"At one of the meetings, I wound up sitting next to a man of about 60. How we got to talking about it, I don't know, but he told me he'd been a captain and adjutant to General von Horn, who was commander of the Swedish UN force in the Congo. I remember him mentioning that there were mercenaries involved."
Wallander listened with growing interest.
"I made a few calls this morning. One of my fellow party members knew who that captain was. His name is Olaf Hansel, and he's retired. He lives in Nibrostrand." "Great," Bolander said. "Let's pay him a visit as soon as possible." "I've already called him. He said he'd gladly talk to the police if we thought he could help. He sounded lucid and claimed he has an excellent memory." Martinsson placed a slip of paper with a phone number on Volander's desk. "We have to try everything. This morning's meeting will be short." Martinsson stood up to go. He stopped in the door. "Did you see the papers?" "When would I have time for that?" "People in Nudinga and other areas have been talking to the press. After what happened to Eriksson, they've started talking about the need for a citizen militia." "They've always done that," Bolander replied. "That's nothing to worry about." "I'm not so sure," Martinsson said. "There's something different about these stories." "What's that?" "People aren't speaking anonymously anymore. They're giving their names. That's never happened before. The idea of a citizen militia is acceptable all of a sudden." Bolander knew that Martinsson was right, but he still doubted that it was more than the usual manifestation of fear when a brutal crime had been committed. "There'll be more tomorrow once the news about Rundfeldt gets out. It would probably be a good idea for us to prepare Chief Holgersson for what's coming." "What's your impression?" Martinsson asked. "Of Lisa Holgersson? I think she seems first-rate." Martinsson stepped back into the room. Bolander saw how tired he was. He had aged rapidly during his years as a policeman. "I thought what happened this summer was the exception," he said. "Now I realize it wasn't." "There aren't many similarities," Bolander said. "We shouldn't draw parallels that aren't there." "That's not what I was thinking about. It's all this violence. As if nowadays it's not enough to kill. You have to torture your victims as well." "I know. But I can't tell you how we're supposed to deal with it." Martinsson left the room. Bolander thought about what he had heard. He decided to talk to Captain Olaf Hansell himself that very day. As Bolander had predicted, the meeting was brief. Even though no one had had much sleep, they all seemed determined and energized. Per Åkesson had shown up to listen to Volander's summary. Afterwards, he had very few questions. They divided up the assignments and discussed what should be given priority. The question of calling in extra manpower was left for the time being. Chief Holgersson had released more officers from other assignments so they could take part in the murder investigations, which would now involve twice as much work. When the meeting neared its conclusion after about an hour, they all had far too much work to handle. "One more thing," Bolander said in closing. "We have to expect that these murders are going to get a lot of press. What we've seen so far is just the tip of the iceberg. As I understand it, people out in the surrounding areas have started to talk again about organizing night patrols and a citizen militia. We'll have to wait and see if things develop the way I think they will. For now, it's easier if the chief and I handle the contact with the press. And I'd be grateful if Ann Britt could help out at our press conferences." Bolander talked to Chief Holgersson for a while after the meeting. They decided to hold a press conference at 5:30 p.m. that day. Bolander went to find Per Åkesson, but he had already left. He went back to his office and called the number Martinsson had given him, remembering as he did so that he still hadn't put Svedberg's note on his desk. Captain Hansell answered the phone. He had a friendly voice. Bolander introduced himself and asked if he could come out and see him that morning. Hansell said he was welcome to and gave him directions. When Bolander left the station, the sky had cleared again. It was windy, but the sun was shining between the scattered clouds. He reminded himself to put a jumper in his car. Though he was in a hurry, he stopped at an estate agent's and stood looking at the properties for sale in the window. One of the houses looked promising. If he'd had more time, he would have gone and asked about it. He went back to his car, wondering whether Linda had managed to get on a plane to Stockholm or was still waiting at Storup. After taking several wrong turns, he finally found the correct address. He parked the car and walked through the gate of a villa that must have been less than 10 years old, but still seemed rather dilapidated.
The front door was opened by a man dressed in a tracksuit. He had close-cropped gray hair, a thin mustache, and seemed to be in good physical shape. He smiled and held out his hand in greeting. Wallander introduced himself. "My wife died years ago," Hansel said. "Since then I've lived alone. Please forgive the mess. But come on in." The first thing Wallander noticed was a large African drum in the hall. Hansel followed his gaze. "The year I was in the Congo was the journey of my life. I never traveled again. The children were small, and my wife didn't want to. And then one day, it was too late." He invited Wallander into the living room, where coffee cups were set out on a table. There, too, African mementos hung on the walls. Wallander sat down on a sofa and said yes to coffee. Actually, he was hungry and could use something to eat. Hansel had put out a tray of biscuits. "I baked them myself," he said, nodding at the biscuits. "It's a good pastime for an old soldier." Wallander wanted to get to the point. He took the photograph of the three men out of his pocket and handed it across the table. "I want to start by asking whether you recognize any of these men. I can tell you that the picture was taken in the Congo at the time that the Swedish UN force was there." Hansel took the photograph and put on a pair of reading glasses. Wallander remembered the visit he would have to make to the optician. Hansel took the photograph over to the window and looked at it for a long time. Wallander listened to the silence that filled the house. He waited. Then Hansel came back from the window. Without a word, he laid the photograph on the table and left the room. Wallander ate another biscuit. He had almost decided to go and look for Hansel when he returned with a photograph album in his hand, went back to the window and started leafing through it. Wallander kept waiting. Finally, Hansel found what he was looking for. He came back to the table and handed the open album to Wallander. "Look at the picture at the lower left," Hansel said. "It's not very clear, I'm afraid, but I think it might interest you." Wallander looked. He gave an inward start. The photographs showed some dead soldiers. They lay lined up with bloody faces, arms blown off, their torsos torn apart by bullets. The soldiers were black. Behind them stood two white men holding rifles. They stood posing as if for a hunting photograph. The dead soldiers were their trophies. Wallander recognized one of the white men at once. It was the one standing on the left in the photograph he had found stuffed into the binding of Harold Berggren's diary. There was absolutely no doubt. "I thought I recognized him," Hansel said, "but I couldn't be sure. It took me a while to find the right album." "Who is he? Jerry O'Banion or Simon Marchand?" He saw Hansel react with surprise. "Simon Marchand? I must admit, I'm curious how you knew that." "I'll explain in a minute, but first, tell me how you got hold of these pictures." Hansel sat down. "How much do you know about what was going on in the Congo in those days?" "Practically nothing." "Let me give you some background. I think it's necessary so you can understand." "Take all the time you need," Wallander said. "Let me start in 1953. At that time, there were 4 independent countries in Africa that were members of the UN. 7 years later, that number had climbed to 26, which means that the entire African continent was in turmoil. Decolonization had entered its most dramatic phase. New countries were proclaiming their independence in a steady stream. The birth pangs were often severe, but not always as severe as they were in the Belgian Congo. In 1959, the Belgian government worked out a plan for making the transition to independence. The date for the transfer of power was set for 30 June 1960. The closer that day came, the more the unrest in the country grew. Tribes took different sides, and acts of politically motivated violence happened every day. But independence came, and an experienced politician named Kasavubu became president, while Lumumba became prime minister. Lumumba is a name you've heard before, I presume?" Wallander nodded, doubtfully. For a few days it looked as though there would be a peaceful transition from colony to independent state in spite of everything. But then Force Publique, the country's regular army, mutinied against their Belgian officers. Belgian paratroopers were dropped in to rescue their own men. The country quickly sank into chaos. The situation became uncontrollable for Kasavubu and Lumumba. At the same time, Katanga province, the southernmost in the country and the richest because of its mineral resources, proclaimed its independence. Their leader was Moise Tshombe. Kasavubu and Lumumba requested help from the UN. Dag Hammarskjöld, the general secretary at the time, quickly mustered an interventionist force of UN troops, including troops from Sweden. Our role was to serve as police only. The Belgians who were left in the Congo supported Tshombe in Katanga. With money from the big mining companies, they hired mercenaries. And that's where this photograph comes in.
Hansel paused and took a sip of coffee.
That might give you some idea how tense and complex the situation was.
"I can see it must have been extremely confusing," Wallander replied, waiting impatiently for him to continue.
"Several hundred mercenaries were involved during the conflict in Katanga," Hansel said. "They came from many different countries. France, Belgium, the French colonies in Africa. It was only 15 years after the end of the Second World War, and there were still plenty of Germans who couldn't accept that the war had ended. They took their revenge on innocent Africans. There were also a number of Scandinavians. Some of them died and were buried in graves that can no longer be located. On one occasion, an African came to the Swedish UN encampment. He had the papers and photographs of a number of mercenaries who had fallen, but none were Swedes."
"Why did he come to the Swedish encampment?"
"We were known to be polite and generous. He came with a cardboard box and wanted to sell the contents. God knows where he had got hold of it."
"And you bought it?"
"I think I paid the equivalent of 10 krona for the box. I threw most of it away, but I kept a few of the photographs, including this one."
Wallander decided to go one step further. "Harald Berggren," he said. "One of the other men in the photograph is Swedish, and that's his name. He must be either the one in the middle or the one on the right. Does that name mean anything to you?" Hansel shook his head.
"No. But on the other hand, that's not so surprising."
"Why?"
"Many of the mercenaries changed their names, not just the Swedes. You took a new name for the time of your contract. When it was all over, and if you were lucky enough to be alive, you could assume your old name again."
"So, Harald Berggren could have been in the Congo under a different name?"
"Exactly. And that could also mean that he may have been killed under another name?" "Yes. So it's almost impossible to say whether he's alive or dead, and it would be almost impossible to find him if he didn't want to be found."
Hansel nodded. Wallander stared at the tray of biscuits.
"Many of my former colleagues thought differently," Hansel said. "But for me, the mercenaries were despicable. They killed for money, even if they claimed they were fighting for an ideal, for freedom against communism. But the truth was something else. They killed indiscriminately, and they took orders from whoever was paying the most at that moment."
"A mercenary must have had considerable difficulty returning to normal life," Wallander said.
"Many of them never managed to. They turned into shadows on the periphery of society. Often they drank themselves to death. Many were probably mentally unbalanced to start with."
"How do you mean?"
Hansel's reply was forthright. "Sadists and psychopaths."
Chapter 15. Wallander stayed in Nybrostrand until late in the afternoon. He had left the house at 1 p.m.,
But when he came out into the autumn air, he felt at a total loss. Instead of returning to Ystad, he drove down to the sea. A walk might help him think. But when he got down to the beach and felt the biting wind, he changed his mind and went back to the car. He sat in the front, on the passenger side, and leaned the seat back as far as it would go. Then he closed his eyes and started going over everything that had taken place since the morning when Sven Tirén had come into his office and reported Holger Eriksson missing. Wallander tried to map out the sequence of events. Of all the things he had learned from Rydberg over the years, one of the most important was that the events that occurred first were not necessarily the first in the chain of causality. Eriksson and Rundfeldt had both been killed, but were their murders acts of revenge? Or was it a crime committed for gain, even though he couldn't see what kind of gain that might be? He opened his eyes and looked at a tattered string of flags whipping in the stiff breeze. Eriksson had been impaled in a pit full of sharpened stakes. Rundfeldt had been held prisoner and then strangled. Why the explicit display of cruelty? And why was Rundfeldt held prisoner before he was killed? Wallander tried to go through the basic assumptions that the investigative team had to start with. The killer must have known both victims. He was familiar with Eriksson's routines. He must have known that Rundfeldt was going to Africa, and he wasn't at all concerned that the dead men would be found. The opposite seemed to be the case. Why put something on display, he wondered, so that somebody will notice what you've done? Did the murderer want other people to see what he had accomplished? If so, what was it he wanted to show? That those two particular men were dead? No, not only that. He also wanted it to be clear that they had been killed in particularly gruesome, premeditated ways. If that was the case, then the murders of Eriksson and Rundfeldt were part of something much bigger. It didn't necessarily mean that more people would die, but it definitely meant that Eriksson, Rundfeldt, and the person who had killed them had to be looked for among a larger group of people, some type of community, such as a group of mercenaries in a remote African war. Wallander suddenly wished he had a cigarette. Even though it had been unusually easy for him to quit several years back, there were times when he wished he still smoked. He got out of the car and switched to the back seat. Changing seats was like changing perspective. He soon forgot the cigarettes and went back to what he was thinking about. The most important thing was to find the connection between Eriksson and Rundfeldt. He was convinced that there was one. They needed to know more about the two men. Outwardly, they had very little in common. The differences began with their ages. They belonged to different generations. Eriksson could have been Rundfeldt's father. But somewhere there was a point at which their paths crossed. The search for that point had to be the focus of the investigation now. Wallander couldn't see any other route to take. His phone rang. It was Högland. "Has something happened?" he asked.
I have to admit I'm calling out of sheer curiosity.
"The talk with Captain Hansel was productive," Wallander said. "One thing I've learned is that Harold Berggren could be living under an assumed name. Mercenaries often use false names when they sign their contracts or make verbal agreements."
That's going to make it harder for us to find them.
That was my first thought, too. It's like dropping the needle back into the haystack. But how many people actually change their names during their lifetimes? Even though it's going to be a tedious task, it should be possible to check the records.
Where are you?
At the beach in Nybrostrand.
What are you doing there?
As a matter of fact, I'm sitting in the car, thinking. He noticed the sharpness in his voice, as if he felt the need to defend himself. He wondered why.
Then I won't bother you.
You're not bothering me. I'm coming back now. I'm thinking of driving past Lüdinge on the way.
Any special reason?
I need to refresh my memory. Later I'm going over to Rundfeldt's flat.
I'll try to be there by 3 p.m. Could you arrange for Vanya Andersson to meet me there?
I'll see to it.
Wallander drove towards Ludinga. In his mind, the investigation had been given a sketchy outline. When he turned into the driveway to Eriksson's house, he was surprised to see 2 cars there. He wondered who the visitors could be. Reporters devoting an autumn day to taking pictures of a murder scene, perhaps? He had his answer as soon as he entered the courtyard. Standing there was a lawyer whom Wallander had met before. There were also 2 women, one elderly and one about Wallander's age. The lawyer, whose name was Bjurman, shook hands and said hello.
"I'm overseeing Eriksson's will," he said. "We thought the police were finished with their investigations. I called and asked at the police station." "We won't be finished until we catch the killer," Wallander replied. "But I have nothing against you going through the house." Wallander remembered that Bjurman was Eriksson's executor. The lawyer introduced Wallander to the 2 women. The older one shook his hand with disdain, as if it was beneath her dignity to have anything to do with the police. Wallander, who was extremely sensitive to people's snobbery, was instantly annoyed, but he hid his feelings. The other woman was friendly. "Mrs. Martinsson and Mrs. von Fessler are from the Cultural Association in Lund. Mr. Eriksson bequeathed most of his estate to the association. He kept a meticulous record of his property. We were just about to start going through everything." "Let me know if anything's missing," Wallander said. "Otherwise I won't disturb you. I'm not staying long."
"Is it true the police haven't found the murderer?"
said Mrs. von Fessler, the older woman. Wallander assumed that she meant this as a criticism. "That's right. The police have not." Knowing that he should end the conversation before he got angry, he turned and walked up to the house where the front door stood open. To insulate himself from the conversation going on out in the courtyard, he shut the door behind him. A mouse raced right by his feet and disappeared behind an old wardrobe that stood against the wall. "It's autumn," thought Wallander. "The field mice are making their way into the walls of the house. Winter is on its way." He went through the house slowly. He wasn't looking for anything in particular. He just wanted to memorize the house. It took him about 20 minutes. Bjurman and the 2 women were in one of the other 2 wings when he came outside again. Wallander decided to leave without saying anything. He looked out towards the fields as he walked to his car. The rooks were gone. Just as he reached the car, he halted. Bjurman had said something. At first he couldn't recall what it was. He retraced his steps. He pushed open the door and beckoned to Bjurman. "What was it you said about the will?" "Holger Eriksson bequeathed most of his estate to the Cultural Association in Lund." "Most? So not everything is going to it?" "There's a bequest of 100,000 kroner to another beneficiary. That's all." "What other beneficiary?" "A church in Berg Parish, Svenstavik Church. A gift to be used in accordance with the wishes of the church authorities." Wallander had never heard of the place. "Is Svenstavik in Skåne?" he asked dubiously. "It's in southern Jämtland," Bjurman replied, "near the border of Härjedal." "What did Eriksson have to do with Svenstavik?" Wallander asked in surprise. "I thought he was born here in Ystad." "Unfortunately, I have no information on that," Bjurman replied. "Mr. Eriksson was a very secretive man." "Did he give any explanation for the gift?" "The will is an exemplary document, brief and precise. No explanations of an emotional nature are included. Svenstavik Church, according to his last wish, is to receive 100,000 kroner, and that is what it shall receive." When Wallander got back to his car, he called the station. Ebba answered. She was the one he wanted to talk to. "I want you to find the phone number for the parsonage at Svenstavik," he said. "Or it might be in Östersund. I assume that's the nearest city."
"Where is Svenstavik?"
"Don't you know?" Wallander said. It's in southern Jämtland.
Very funny.
When you get the number, let me know. I'm on my way to Runfeldt's flat now.
Chief Holgersson wants to talk to you right away, Ebba said. Reporters keep calling here, but she's postponed the press conference until 6:30 tonight.
That suits me.
Your sister called too, Ebba went on. She'd like to talk to you before she goes back to Stockholm.
The reminder of his father's death was both swift and harsh, but he couldn't give in to his feelings, at least not right now. I'll call her. But the parsonage in Svenstavik is top priority. On his way back to Ystad, he stopped and ate a flavorless hamburger at a takeaway restaurant. He was about to get back into his car, but then he turned back and ordered a hot dog. He ate quickly, as if he were committing an illegal act. Then he drove to Västra Valgatan. Höglin's old car was parked outside Runfeldt's building. The wind was still blowing hard. Wallander was cold. He hunched up his shoulders as he hurried across the street. It wasn't Höglind, but Svedberg, who opened the door to Runfeldt's flat.
She had to go home, said Svedberg. One of her children is sick. Her car wouldn't start, so she took mine, but she'll be back.
Wallander went into the living room and looked around. Is Nyberg finished already? He asked in surprise. Svedberg gave him a baffled look.
Didn't you hear?
Hear what? About Nyberg's foot? I haven't heard a thing. What happened?
He slipped on some oil outside the station. He fell so hard that he tore a muscle or a tendon in his left foot. He's at the hospital right now. He called and said he can still work, but he'll have to use a crutch. So he was really pissed off.
Wallander thought about T. Wren's truck. He decided not to mention it. Vanya Andersson arrived. She was very pale. Wallander nodded to Svedberg, who disappeared into Runfeldt's study. He took her into the living room. She seemed frightened to be in the flat, and hesitated when he invited her to sit down. I know this is unpleasant, he said, but I wouldn't have asked you to come here if it wasn't absolutely necessary. She nodded. Wallander doubted whether she really understood. You've been to this flat before, Wallander said, and you have a good memory. I know that because you remember the color of Mr. Runfeldt's suitcase.
Have you found it?
She asked. Wallander realized that they hadn't even started looking for it. He excused himself and went to find Svedberg, who was methodically searching the contents of a bookshelf. Have you heard anything about Runfeldt's suitcase?
Did he have a suitcase?
Wallander shook his head. Never mind, I'll talk to Nyberg. He went back to the living room. Vanya Andersson was sitting uneasily on the sofa. Wallander could see that she wanted to get out as soon as possible. She looked as if she had to force herself to breathe the air in the flat. We'll come back to the suitcase, he said. What I'd like to ask you now is to go through the flat and try to see if anything is missing. She gave him a terrified look.
How could I tell? I haven't been here very often.
I know, Wallander said, but you still might see that something is missing. Right now everything is important if we're going to find the person who did this. I'm sure you want that as much as we do. She burst into tears. Svedberg appeared in the door. As usual in this kind of situation, Wallander felt helpless. He wondered if new officers were better trained in how to comfort people. He must ask Höglind about it. Svedberg handed Vanya Andersson a tissue. She stopped crying as suddenly as she had started.
I'm terribly sorry. It's so difficult.
I know, Wallander said. There's nothing to be sorry about. I don't think people cry often enough. She looked at him. That goes for me, too, Wallander said. After a brief pause, she got up from the sofa. She was ready to begin. Take your time, Wallander told her. Try to remember how it looked the last time you were here. He followed her, but kept his distance. When he heard Svedberg cursing in the study, he went in and held a finger to his lips. Svedberg nodded. He understood. Wallander had often thought that significant moments in investigations occurred either during conversations or during periods of absolute silence. He had seen it happen countless times. Right now, silence was essential. He could see that she was really making an effort. Even so, nothing came of it. They returned to the living room. She shook her head.
"Everything looks the same as usual," she said. "I can't see that anything is missing or different."
Wallander was not surprised. He would have noticed if she had paused during her survey of the flat. "You haven't thought of anything else?"
"I thought he had gone to Nairobi. I watered his flowers and took care of the shop."
"You did both of those things very well," Wallander said. "Thank you for coming. We'll be in touch." He escorted her to the door. Svedberg reappeared just as she left. "Nothing seems to be missing," Wallander said.
"He seems to have been a complicated man," Svedberg said thoughtfully. "His study is a strange mixture of chaos and order. When it comes to his flowers, there's perfect order. I never imagined there were so many books about orchids. But when it comes to his personal life, his papers are a big mess. In his account books from the shop for this year, I found a tax return from 1969. By the way, in that year he declared a dizzying income of 30,000 kroner.
"I wonder how much we made back then," Wallander said. "Probably not much more than that. Most likely less. I seem to remember that we were getting about 2,000 kroner a month." They pondered this until Wallander said, "Let's keep searching." Svedberg went back to what he was doing. Wallander stood by the window and looked out over the harbor. The front door opened. It was Högland. He met her out in the hall. "Nothing serious, I hope."
"An autumn cold. My husband is in what used to be called the East Indies. My neighbor rescued me."
"I've often wondered about that," said Wallander. "I thought helpful women neighbors became extinct back in the 1950s.
"That's probably true. But I've been lucky. Mine is in her 50s and has no children. Of course, she doesn't do it for free, and sometimes she says no."
"Then what do you do?"
She shrugged. "I improvise. If it's in the evening, I might be able to find a babysitter. Sometimes I wonder myself how I cope, and you know that there are times when I come in late. I don't think men really understand what a complicated business it is trying to handle your job when you have a sick child."
"Probably not. Maybe we should see to it that your neighbor gets some kind of medal."
"She's been talking about moving," Högland said gloomily. "What I'll do then, I don't even dare think about." "Has Vanya Andersson been here?"
"Nothing seems to have disappeared from the flat," Wallander replied. "But she reminded me of something completely different. Runfeldt's suitcase. I have to admit, I forgot all about it."
"Me too. They didn't find it out in the woods. I talked to Nyberg right before he broke his foot."
"Is it that bad?"
"Well, it's badly sprained, anyway."
"Then he's going to be in a foul mood for a while, which is not good at all."
"I'll invite him over for dinner," Högland said cheerfully. "He likes boiled fish."
"How do you know that?" Wallander asked in surprise.
"I've had him over before. He's a very nice dinner guest. He talks about all kinds of things, and never about his job."
Wallander wondered briefly whether he would be considered a nice dinner guest. He knew that he tried not to talk about work. But when was the last time he had been invited somewhere for dinner? It was so long ago that he couldn't even remember.
"Runfeldt's children have arrived," Högland said. "Hansson is looking after them."
They were now in the living room. Wallander looked at the photograph of Runfeldt's wife. "We should find out what happened to her."
"She drowned."
"I mean the details."
"Hansson understands that. He's usually thorough in his interviews. He'll ask them about their mother."
Wallander knew she was right. Hansson had many bad traits, but one of his best skills was interviewing witnesses, gathering information, interviewing parents about their children, or vice versa, as in this case. Wallander told Högland about his conversation with Hansell, skipping a lot of the details. The most important part was his conclusion that Berggren might be living under a different name. He had mentioned it when they had spoken earlier. He noticed that she had been thinking more about this.
If he changed his name legally, we can track it down through the registry office.
A mercenary soldier wouldn't follow such a formal process, Wallander objected. But of course we'll look into it, like everything else. It'll be time-consuming. He told her about his meeting with the women from Lund and the lawyer at Eriksson's farm.
My husband and I drove through the interior of Norrland once, she said. I have a distinct memory of passing through Svenstavik.
Eva should have called to give me the number of the parsonage, Wallander remembered, taking his phone out of his pocket. It was turned off. He cursed his carelessness. Högland couldn't conceal her amusement. Wallander realized he was acting like a child. Embarrassed, he called the police station. He borrowed a pen and wrote down the number. Ebba had tried to reach him several times. At that moment, Svedberg came into the living room with a stack of papers in his hand. Wallander saw that they were receipts.
This might be something, Svedberg said.
Runfeldt has a place on Harpagaten. He pays rent once a month. As far as I can tell, he keeps it totally separate from any payments that have to do with the shop.
Harpagaten? Högland asked. Where's that?
Over by Nattmundstorg, Wallander replied, right in the center of town.
Has Vanya Andersson ever mentioned that he had another place?
The question is whether she knew about it, said Wallander. I'll find out right now. Wallander left the flat and walked the short distance to the shop. He bent over and held his breath in the wind. Vanya Andersson was alone. As before, the scent of flowers was strong. A brief feeling of homelessness came over Wallander as he thought about Rome and his father, but he pushed the thoughts aside. He was a policeman. He would grieve later, not now. I have a question. You can probably give me a straight yes or no answer. She looked at him with her pale, frightened face. Certain people gave the impression of always being prepared for the worst. Vanya Andersson seemed to be one of those people. Right now he could hardly blame her. Did you know that Mr. Runfeldt rented a place on Harpagaten? He asked. She shook her head. Are you sure?
Gustav didn't have any other place but this one.
Wallander suddenly felt in a big hurry. That's all then. Thanks. When he got back to the flat, Svedberg and Högland had gathered all the keys they could find. They took Svedberg's car to Harpagaten. It was an ordinary block of flats. Grunfeldt's name wasn't on the list of residents in the entrance. I think it's in the basement, said Svedberg. They made their way down to the floor below. Wallander noticed the sharp fragrance of winter apples. Svedberg started trying the keys. The 12th one worked. They went into a hall from which red steel doors led to what looked like storerooms. Högland was the one who found it.
I think this is it,
she said, pointing to a door. Wallander and Svedberg went to stand next to her. On the door there was a sticker with a floral motif.
An orchid,
Svedberg said. A secret room, Wallander replied. Svedberg tried the keys again. Wallander noticed that an extra lock was set into the door. Finally, the first lock clicked. Wallander felt the tension inside him swell. Svedberg kept on trying the keys. He had only 2 left when he looked at them and nodded. Let's go in, Wallander said. Svedberg opened the door. Chapter 16. The terror sank into Wallander like a claw. When the thought came, it was already too late. Svedberg had opened the door. In that brief instant, when terror replaced time, Wallander waited for the explosion to come. But all that happened was that Svedberg felt with one hand along the wall and muttered, wondering where the light switch was. Afterwards, Wallander felt embarrassment at his fear. Why would Runfeldt have booby-trapped his cellar? Svedberg turned on the light. They entered the room and looked around. Since it was underground, there was only a thin row of windows along the top of the wall. The first thing Wallander noticed was that the windows had iron gratings on the inside. That was unusual, something Runfeldt must have added himself. The room was set up as an office. There was a desk and filing cabinets along the walls. On a small table next to the wall stood a coffee maker and some cups. The room had a telephone, fax machine, and photocopier.
"Should we look around or wait for Nieberg?" Svedberg asked.
Wallander heard him, but waited to reply. He was still trying to understand his first impressions. Why had Runfeldt rented this room? Why hadn't Vanya Andersson known about it? And most important, what did he use the room for?
"No bed," Svedberg continued. "It doesn't seem to be a love nest." "No woman could get romantic down here," Högland said.
Wallander still hadn't answered Svedberg. The most important question was why Runfeldt had kept this office secret. It was an office. There was no doubt about that. He let his gaze wander along the walls. There was another door. He nodded to Svedberg, who walked over and tried the handle. The door was open. He looked inside.
"It looks like a dark room,"
Svedberg said. Wallander wondered if there could be a simple reason for this space. Runfeldt took a lot of photographs. He had a big collection of orchid photographs from all over the world in his flat. Wallander and Högland went and looked over Svedberg's shoulder. It was indeed a tiny dark room. Wallander decided they didn't have to wait for Nieberg. They could go through the room themselves. The first thing he looked for was a suitcase, but there wasn't one. Next, he sat down at the desk and started leafing through the papers on the desk. Svedberg and Högland concentrated on the filing cabinets. Wallander remembered vaguely that Rydberg, way back in the beginning, on one of those frequent evenings when they sat on his balcony drinking whiskey, had said that the work of a policeman and an auditor was quite similar. They spent a good deal of their time going through papers. If that's correct, then right now I'm auditing a dead man, he thought. Wallander pulled out one of the desk drawers and found a laptop computer. Wallander's computer literacy was limited. He often had to ask for help with the computer in his office. Both Svedberg and Högland were comfortable with computers and viewed them as essential working tools. "Let's see what's hiding in here," he said, lifting the computer onto the desk. He got up from the chair. Högland sat down. After a moment, the screen lit up. Svedberg was still going through one of the filing cabinets.
"No passwords," she muttered.
"I'm in." Wallander leaned forward to watch, so closely that he could smell the discreet perfume she wore. He thought about his eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to get reading glasses.
"It's a directory, a list of names."
"See if Harald Berggren is on it," Wallander said. She shot him a look of astonishment. "You think?" "I don't think anything, but we can try." Svedberg had left the filing cabinet and now stood next to Wallander while Högland searched through the directory. Then she shook her head. "Holger Eriksson?" Svedberg suggested. Wallander nodded. She searched. Nothing. "Just browse through the directory at random," said Wallander.
"Here's a man named Leonard Skoglund," she said. "Shall we try him?"
"That's Nacka, damn it!" Svedberg exclaimed. "There's a famous soccer player named Leonard Skoglund," said Svedberg. "His nickname is Nacka. Haven't you heard of him?" Wallander nodded. Högland didn't know who he was.
"Leonard Skoglund sounds like a common name," Wallander said. Let's look him up." She pulled up the record on him. Wallander squinted his eyes and managed to read the brief text. Leonard Skoglund. Started June 1994. Ended 19 August 1994. No steps taken. Case closed.
What does that mean? Svedberg wondered.
It's almost like one of us had written it, Högland said. At that instant, Wallander knew what the explanation might be. He thought about the technical equipment Rundfeldt had bought, and about the dark room and the secret office. The whole thing had seemed improbable, yet now, as they stood leaning over the directory, likely. Wallander stretched his back.
The question is whether Rundfeldt was interested in other things besides orchids. The question is whether Rundfeldt might also have been a private detective. Go through everything you find here. Keep your eyes peeled, and don't forget Eriksson. And I want one of you to get hold of Vanya Andersson. Without knowing it, she might have seen or heard things that have to do with this little operation. I'm going back to the station to talk to Rundfeldt's children.
What do we do about the press conference? Högland asked. I promised to be there.
It's better if you stay here.
Svedberg offered his car keys to Wallander, who shook his head.
I'll get my own car. I need a walk anyway.
When he reached the street, he regretted it at once.
The wind was strong, and it seemed to be getting colder all the time. He hesitated a moment, wondering whether to go home and get a warmer jumper. But he was in a hurry, and he was uneasy. They had made some new discoveries, but they didn't fit into the picture. Why had Rundfeldt been a private detective? Wallander hurried through town and got his car. The fuel gauge was showing empty, but he didn't have time to get petrol. His uneasiness made him impatient. He reached the police station just before 4:30 p.m. Ebba handed him a pile of phone messages, which he stuffed into his jacket pocket. When he got to his office, he called Chief Holgersson. She reminded him about the press conference. Wallander promised to take care of it. It wasn't something he liked to do. He was too easily annoyed by what he regarded as impertinent questions from the reporters. On several occasions, there had been complaints about his lack of cooperation, even from Stockholm. This had brought home to Wallander that he was known outside his own circle of colleagues and friends. For better or worse, he had become part of Sweden's national police force. He gave the chief a quick outline of the discovery of Rundfeldt's office, not mentioning his idea that Rundfeldt had been operating as a private detective. Then he hung up and called Hansson. Rundfeldt's daughter was in his office. They agreed to meet briefly out in the hall. "I've interviewed the son," Hansson said. "He's back at the Hotel Säckelgarden." Wallander nodded. "Any luck?" "Not much. He confirmed the picture of Rundfeldt as a man passionately interested in orchids." "And his mother? Rundfeldt's wife?" "A tragic accident. You want the details?" "Not now. What does the daughter say?" "I was just about to talk to her. It took some time with the son. I'm trying to do this as thoroughly as I can. The son lives in Arvika, by the way, and the daughter in Eskilstuna." Wallander looked at his watch. He should be preparing for the press conference, but he could talk to the daughter for a few minutes first. "You have any objections if I start by asking her a few questions?" "No, go right ahead." "I don't have time to explain right now, and the questions might sound strange to you." They went into Hansson's office. The woman sitting there was young. Wallander guessed no more than 23 or 24. He could see that she resembled her father. She stood up when he came in, and Wallander smiled and shook her hand. Hansson leaned against the doorframe while Wallander sat in his chair. Hansson had written down a name, Lena Lunevall. Wallander gave Hansson a quick glance, and he nodded. He took off his jacket and put it on the floor next to the chair. She followed his movements with her eyes the whole time. "I should start by saying how sorry we are at what's happened," he said. "My condolences." "Thank you." Wallander could see that she was composed. She wasn't about to burst into tears, he noted with some relief. "Your name is Lena Lunevall, and you live in Eskilstuna," Wallander said. "You are the daughter of Gusta Runfeldt?"
That's correct.
All the other personal information that is unfortunately necessary will be taken by Inspector Hansson. I have only a few questions. Are you married?
Yes.
What's your profession?
I'm a basketball coach.
Wallander pondered her answer. Does that mean you're a PE teacher?
It means I'm a basketball coach.
Wallander nodded. He left the follow-up questions to Hansson. He had never met a female basketball coach before. Your father was a florist?
Yes.
All his life?
In his youth he went to sea. When he and my mother got married, he stayed ashore.
And your mother was drowned?
That's right.
The instant of hesitation that preceded her reply hadn't escaped Wallander.
How long ago did that happen? About 10 years ago. I was just 13.
Wallander sensed that she was anxious. He continued cautiously. Can you give me a little more detail about what happened and where?
Does this really have something to do with my father?
It's police routine to ask for background information, said Wallander, trying to sound authoritative. Hansson stared at him in amazement from his place by the door.
I don't know that much about it.
Wrong, thought Wallander. You know, but you don't want to talk about it. Tell me what you do know.
It was in the winter. For some reason, they took a drive out to Elmhult to take a walk one Sunday. She fell through a hole in the ice. My father tried to save her, but it was no use.
Wallander sat motionless. He was thinking about what she had said. Something was related to the investigation they were working on. Then it occurred to him what it was. It wasn't about Runfeldt, but about Eriksson. A man falls into a hole in the ground and is impaled. Lena Lunevall's mother falls through a hole in the ice. Wallander's instinct told him that there was a connection, but he couldn't say what it was, or why the woman sitting across from him didn't want to talk about her mother's death. He left the accident and moved on. Your father had a florist's shop, and he had a passion for orchids.
That's the first thing I remember about him, the way he told me and my brother about flowers.
Why was he such a passionate orchid lover?
Why does anyone become passionate about something? Can you answer that?
Wallander shook his head without replying. Did you know that your father was a private detective? Over by the door, Hansson gave a start. Wallander kept his gaze steady on the woman in front of him. Her astonishment seemed genuine.
My father was a private detective?
Yes. Didn't you know that?
That can't be true.
Why not?
I don't understand. I don't even know exactly what a private detective is. Do we really have them in Sweden?
That's a different question altogether, Wallander said. But your father spent time doing business as a private detective.
Like Tore Sventon? That's the only Swedish detective I've ever heard of.
Forget about the comic books. I'm serious about this.
I am too. I've never heard a word about my father being involved in anything like this. What did he do?
It's too early to tell. Wallander was now convinced that she didn't know what her father had been up to. Of course, Wallander might be completely wrong, yet he was almost certain that he was right. The secret room on Harpagaten might lead them on to other secret rooms, but it had shaken up the entire investigation. Everything had been set in motion again. He got up from the chair. That's all for now, he said, holding out his hand. I'm sure we'll meet again. She gave him a somber look.
Who did it?
I don't know, but I'm convinced we'll catch whoever killed your father. Hansson followed him out to the hall. Private detective? Is that some sort of joke? No, Wallander said. We found a secret office that belonged to Runfeldt. You'll hear more about it later." Hansson nodded. Ture Sventon wasn't a comic book character. He was in a series of mystery novels. But Wallander had already left. He got a cup of coffee and closed the door to his office. The phone rang. He hung it up without answering. He was dying to get out of that press conference. He had too many other things to think about. With a grimace, he pulled over a notebook and wrote down the most important things to tell the press. He leaned back and looked out the window. The wind was howling. If the killer speaks a language, then we can attempt to answer him, he thought. If it's the way I think it is, he wants to show other people what he's doing. So we have to acknowledge that we've seen, but that we haven't let ourselves be scared off. He made some more notes. Then he got up and went into Chief Holgersson's office. He told her what he had been thinking. She listened carefully and agreed that they would do as he suggested. The press conference was held in the largest conference room in the station. Wallander felt as though he'd been dragged back to last summer and that tumultuous press conference that he had stormed out of in a rage. He recognized many of the same faces.
"I'm glad you're handling this," Chief Holgersson whispered. "I'll make the opening remarks. The rest is yours."
They went up to the dais at one end of the room. Lisa Holgersson welcomed everyone and then handed over to Wallander, who could already feel himself starting to sweat. He gave a thorough description of the murders of Holger Eriksson and Gösta Runfeldt. He told them that these were among the most savage crimes he and his colleagues had ever investigated. The only significant information he held back was the discovery that Runfeldt had probably worked as a private detective. He also didn't mention that they were looking for a man who had once been a mercenary in a remote African war and called himself Harald Berggren. Instead, he said something completely different, something that he and Lisa Holgersson had agreed on. He said that the police had some clear leads to follow. He couldn't go into details at this time, but there were clues and indications. The police were on a specific track that they couldn't talk about yet, for reasons crucial to the investigation. He had had this idea when it had seemed to him that the investigation had been shaken up. Movement deep down inside, almost impossible to register, but there, nevertheless. The thought that came to him was quite simple. When there is an earthquake, people flee from the epicenter in a hurry. The killer wanted the world to see that the murders were sadistic and well-planned. The investigators could confirm that they were aware of this, but they could also give a more detailed answer. They had seen more than what may have been intended. Wallander wanted to get the killer moving. A person in motion was easier to see than one who kept still and hid in his own shadow. Wallander realized that the whole tactic could backfire. The killer might make himself invisible, but it was worth a try. He had also received Chief Holgersson's permission to say something that was not altogether true. They had no leads. All they had were unrelated fragments. When Wallander finished, the questions began. He was ready for most of them. He had heard and replied to them before, and he would keep on hearing them as long as he was a policeman. Not until it was almost over, when Wallander had started to grow impatient and Chief Holgersson had signaled to him to wind it up, did everything turn in another direction. The man who raised his hand and then stood up had been sitting far back in a corner. Wallander didn't see him and was just about to adjourn the conference when Holgersson drew his attention to the fact that there was one more question. "I'm from the Anmarkaren," the man said. "I have a question." Wallander searched his memory. He had never heard of a magazine called the Anmarkaren. His impatience was growing. "What magazine did you say you were from?" "The Anmarkaren." "I have to admit that I've never heard of your magazine. But what's the question?" "The Anmarkaren has roots that go way back," the man replied, unfazed. "There was a magazine in the early 19th century with that name, a magazine of social criticism. We plan to publish our first issue shortly." "One question," Wallander said. "When you come out with the first issue, I'll answer 2 questions." There was tittering in the room. The man had the air of a preacher about him. Wallander wondered whether the Anmerkaren might be religious, or pseudo-religious, he thought. New Age spirituality has finally reached Ystad. The southern plain of Sweden has been conquered, and Österlen is all that's left. "What do the Ystad police think about the fact that the residents of Luringa have decided to set up a citizen militia?" asked the man in the corner. Wallander couldn't see his face clearly. "I haven't heard that the people of Luringa have considered committing any collective stupidities," Wallander replied. "Not only in Luringa," the man continued calmly. "There are plans to start a people's movement across the whole country, an umbrella organization for the citizen militia that will protect the populace, which will do everything the police don't want to do, or can't do. One of the starting points will be the Ystad district." There was a sudden silence in the room. "And why was Ystad selected for this honor?" asked Wallander. He was still not sure whether to take the man seriously. "Within the past few months there have been a large number of brutal murders. The police succeeded in solving the crimes from this summer, but now it seems to have started again. People want to live their lives. The Swedish police have capitulated to the criminal elements that are creeping out of their holes today. That's why the citizen militia is the only way to solve the problem of security." "It doesn't solve anything for people to take the law into their own hands," Wallander replied. "There can only be one response to this from the Ystad police, and it is clear and unequivocal. No one can misunderstand it. We will regard all private initiatives to establish a citizen militia as illegal, and participants will be prosecuted." "Should I interpret that to mean you are against it?" the man asked. Now Wallander could see his pale, emaciated face. He decided to memorize it. "Yes, you can interpret it this way. We are opposed to any attempt to organize a citizen militia." "Don't you wonder what the people in Luringa are going to say about that?" "I may wonder, but I'm not afraid of the answer," he said quickly, and adjourned the press conference. "Do you think he was serious?" Chief Holgersson asked when they were alone in the room. "Maybe. We should keep an eye on what's happening in Luringa. If it's true that people are starting to demand a citizen militia publicly, then there's been a change in the situation, and we might have problems." It was 7 p.m. Wallander said goodbye to Holgersson and went back to his office. He sat down in his chair. He needed to think. He couldn't remember the last time he had had so little time for reflection and summarizing during a criminal investigation. The phone rang. He picked it up at once. It was Svedberg. "How did the press conference go?" "A little worse than usual. How's it going with you two?" "I think you ought to come over here. We found a camera with a roll of film in it. Nyberg's here. We thought we should develop it." "Can we establish that he worked as a private detective?" "We think so. But there's something else, too." Wallander waited tensely for the rest. "We think the film contains pictures from his last case." Last, thought Wallander, not latest. "I'm coming." Clouds raced across the sky. As he walked towards his car, he wondered if the migrating birds flew in wind this strong. On the way to Harpagaten, he stopped and filled his car with petrol. He felt drained. He wondered when he would have time to look for a house and think about his father. He wondered when Baiba would come to visit. He looked at his watch. Was it time or his life that was passing? He was too tired to decide which. He started the engine. His watch said 7:40 p.m. A few minutes later, he parked on Harpagaten and went down to the basement. Chapter 17. They watched tensely as the picture began to emerge in the developing bath. Wallander wasn't sure what he was expecting or hoping for as he stood with his colleagues in the dark room. The red light made him feel as though they were waiting for something indecent to happen. Nyberg was developing the film. He was hobbling around with a crutch, and Högland had warned that he was in an especially grumpy mood. They had made progress while Wallander had been busy with the reporters. There was no doubt that Grunfeld had been working as a private detective. In the various client records they had discovered, they could see that he'd been doing it for at least 10 years.
His activities were limited,
Högland said.
He had not more than 7 or 8 cases a year. It seems as though this was something he did in his spare time.
Svedberg had made a swift survey of the types of assignments Grunfeld had taken on.
About half the cases have to do with suspected infidelity. Strangely enough, his clients were mostly men who suspected their wives.
Why is that strange?
I just didn't think it would be that way around,
was all Svedberg said.
But what do I know?
Wallander motioned for him to continue.
There are about 2 cases per year in which an employer suspects an employee of embezzling,
Svedberg said.
We've also come across a number of surveillance assignments that are rather vague in nature. In general, quite a tedious picture. His notes aren't particularly extensive, but he was well paid.
So, now we know how he could take those expensive holidays, Wallander said. It cost him 30,000 krona for the trip to Nairobi.
He was working on a case when he died,
Högland said. She opened a diary on the desk. Wallander thought about those reading glasses. He didn't bother to look at it.
It seems to have been his usual sort of assignment. Someone referred to only as Mrs. Svensson suspects her husband of being unfaithful.
Here in Ystad? Wallander asked. Did he work in other areas, too?
In 1987, he had a case in Markaryd, Svedberg said. There's nothing further north than that. Since then, only cases in Skåne. In 1991, he went to Denmark twice, and once to Kiel. I haven't had time to look into the details, but it had something to do with an engineer on a ferry who was having an affair with a waitress who worked on the ferry, too. His wife, and Skarnu, had suspected him correctly.
But otherwise he only took cases in the Ystad area?
I wouldn't say that,
Svedberg replied.
Southern and eastern Skåne is probably closer to the truth.
Holger Eriksson? Wallander asked. Have you come across his name? Högland looked at Svedberg, who shook his head. Harold Berggren?
Not him either.
Have you found anything that might indicate a connection between Eriksson and Grunfeld? Again, the answer was negative. It has to be there, thought Wallander. It doesn't make sense that there would be 2 different killers, just as it doesn't make sense that there would be 2 random victims. The connection is there. We just haven't found it yet.
I can't work him out,
Högland said.
He had a passion for flowers, but he spent his spare time working as a private detective.
People are seldom what you think they are, Wallander replied, wondering suddenly whether this could be said of him.
He seems to have made a bundle from this work, Svedberg said. But if I'm not mistaken, he didn't report any of the income when he filed his tax returns. Could the explanation be that simple? He kept it secret so the tax authorities wouldn't find out what he was up to?
Hardly, Wallander said. In the eyes of most people, being a private detective is a rather shady occupation.
Or childish, Högland said. A game for men who have never grown up.
Wallander felt a vague urge to protest, but since he didn't know what to say, he let it drop. Images of a man in his 50s with thin, closely cropped hair appeared in the developing tray. The photographs had been taken out of doors. None of them could identify the background. Nyberg guessed that the pictures had been taken from a great distance, since some of the negatives were blurry, suggesting that Grunfeld had used a telephoto lens sensitive to the slightest movement.
Mrs. Svensson contacted him for the first time on 9 September, Högland said. Grunfeld noted that he had worked on the case on 14 and 17 September.
That's only a few days before he was due to leave for Nairobi, Wallander said.
They had come out of the darkroom. Nieberg was sitting at the desk, going through a number of files with photographs in them.
Who is his client? Wallander asked. Mrs. Svensson?
His client records and notes are vague, Svedberg said. He seems to have been a detective of few words. There isn't even an address for Mrs. Svensson. How does a private detective find clients? Högland asked. He must advertise his services somehow.
I've seen ads in the papers, Wallander said. Maybe not in Ystad's Allehanda, but in national newspapers. It must be possible to track down this Mrs. Svensson somehow.
I talked to the porter, Svedberg said. He thought Rundfeldt just had a storeroom here. He didn't see anyone come to visit.
So he must have met his client somewhere else. This was the secret room in his life. They mulled this over. Wallander tried to decide what was most important right now, but the press conference was troubling him. The man from the Anmarkaren had upset him. Could it really be true that a national citizen militia was being formed? If it was, then Wallander knew it wouldn't be long before these people began seeking vengeance. He felt a need to tell Högland and Svedberg what had happened, but he stopped himself. It was probably better if they discussed it together at the next team meeting, and Chief Holgersson was really the one who should tell them.
How can we find Mrs. Svensson? Svedberg asked.
We'll put a chap on the phone and go through all the papers thoroughly, Wallander said. We'll find her somewhere. I'm sure of that. I might leave it to you two while I go and have a talk with Rundfeldt's son. The town seemed deserted. He parked near the post office and stepped out into the wind again. He saw himself as a pathetic figure, a police officer in a thin jumper, battling the wind in a desolate Swedish town in the autumn. The Swedish criminal justice system, he thought, or what's left of it. This is how it looks. Freezing officers in flimsy jumpers. He turned left at the savings bank and walked to the Hotel Säckelgarden. He checked the son's name, Bo Rundfeldt. Wallander nodded to the young man at the reception desk and realized that he was the oldest son of Bjork, their former police chief. It's been a long time, Wallander said. How's your father?
He's unhappy in Malmö.
He's not unhappy in Malmö, Wallander thought. He's unhappy with his new job. What are you reading? Asked Wallander.
About fractals.
Fractals?
It's a mathematical term. I'm at Lund University. This is just a part-time job.
That sounds good, Wallander said. I'm here to talk to one of your guests, Bo Rundfeldt.
He just came in.
Is there somewhere that we can sit and talk in private?
We don't have many guests, the boy said. You can sit in the breakfast room.
He pointed towards the hall. I'll wait there, said Wallander. Please call his room and tell him that I'm here to see him.
I read the paper, the boy said. Why is it that everything is getting so much worse?
Wallander looked at him with interest. What do you mean by that?
Worse. More brutal.
I don't know, Wallander replied. I honestly don't know why things have got so bad. At the same time, I don't really believe what I just said. I think I do know. I think everybody knows why things are this way. Bjork's son wanted to continue the discussion, but Wallander raised his hand to cut him off and pointed to the phone. Then he went into the breakfast room and sat down. He thought about the unfinished conversation. He knew quite well what the explanation was. The Sweden that was his, the country he had grown up in, that was built after the war, was not as solid as they had thought. Under the surface was quagmire. Even back then, the high-rise buildings that had been erected were described as inhuman. How could people who lived there be expected to keep their humanity? Society had grown cruel. People who felt they were unwanted or unwelcome in their own country reacted with aggression. There was no such thing as meaningless violence. Every violent act had a meaning for the person who committed it. Only when you dared accept this truth could you hope to turn society in another direction. He also asked himself how it would be possible to be a police officer as things got worse. Many of his colleagues were seriously considering finding other occupations. Martinsson had talked about it, Hansson had mentioned it once, and a few years ago Wallander had cut out an ad for security personnel at a large company in Trelleborg from the paper. He wondered what Anne Britt thought. She was still young. She could be a police officer for 30 years or more. He would ask her. He needed to know in order to see how he was going to stand it himself. At the same time, he knew that the picture he was drawing was incomplete. Among young people, the interest in police jobs had risen sharply in the past few years, and the increase seemed to be steady. Back in the early 1990s, he had often sat on Riedberg's balcony on warm summer evenings and talked of the future. They continued their discussions even during Riedberg's illness and his last days. They never reached any conclusions, but one thing they did agree on was that police work ultimately had to do with being able to decipher the signs of the times, to understand change and interpret trends in society. And for this reason, perhaps the younger generation of police officers were better equipped to deal with modern society. Now Wallander knew that he had been mistaken about one essential fact. It was no harder being a police officer today than it was in the past. It was harder for him, but that was not the same thing. Wallander's thoughts were interrupted when he heard steps in the hall. He stood up and greeted Bo Runfeldt. He was a tall, well-built man of about 27 or 28. He had a strong handshake. Wallander invited him to sit down, realizing that, as usual, he had forgotten to bring his notebook. It was doubtful whether he even had a pen. He considered going out to the front desk to borrow some from Bjork's son, but decided against it. He would have to rely on his memory. His carelessness was inexcusable, and it annoyed him. "Let me start by offering my condolences," Wallander began. Bo Runfeldt nodded. He didn't say anything. His eyes were an intense blue, his gaze rather squinting. Wallander wondered if he was short-sighted. "I know you've had a long conversation with my colleague, Inspector Hansson," Wallander continued, "but I need to ask you a few questions myself." Runfeldt remained silent behind his piercing gaze. "You live in Arvika," said Wallander, "and you're an accountant." "I work for Price Waterhouse," said Runfeldt. His voice indicated a person who was used to expressing himself. "That doesn't sound Swedish." "It's not. Price Waterhouse is one of the world's largest accounting firms. It's easier to list the countries where we don't do business than where we do." "But you work in Sweden." "Not all the time. I often have assignments in Africa and Asia." "Do they need accountants from Sweden?" "Not just from Sweden, but from Price Waterhouse. We audit many relief projects to ensure the money has ended up where it's supposed to." "And does it?" "Not always. Is this really relevant to what happened to my father?" Wallander could see that Bo Runfeldt was finding it difficult to hide his feeling that talking to a policeman was beneath his dignity. Under normal circumstances, Wallander would have reacted angrily, but something made him hold back. He wondered fleetingly whether it was because he had inherited the submissiveness that his father had so often exhibited in his life, especially towards the men who had come in their shiny American cars to buy his paintings. Maybe that was his inheritance, a feeling of inferiority. He regarded the man with the blue eyes. "Your father was murdered. Right now, I'm the one who decides which questions are relevant." Bo Runfeldt shrugged. "I have to admit that I don't know much about police work." I spoke to your sister earlier, Wallander continued. One question I asked her may have great significance, and I'm going to ask you, too. Did you know that your father, besides being a florist, worked as a private detective? Runfeldt burst out laughing. That's got to be the most idiotic thing I've heard in a long time. Idiotic or not, it's true. A private detective? Private investigator, if you prefer. He had an office. He took on various assignments. He had been doing it for at least 10 years. Runfeldt saw that Wallander was serious. His surprise was genuine. He must have started his business about the same time that your mother died. Wallander noticed an almost imperceptible shift in his features, as though he had encroached on an area that he really should have kept out of. It was the same reaction that the daughter had had. You knew that your father was due to go to Nairobi, he continued. When one of my colleagues spoke to you, you seemed incredulous that he hadn't turned up at Kastrup Airport. I talked to him the day before. How did he seem? The same as usual. He talked about his trip. He didn't seem apprehensive? No. You must have been worried about his disappearance. Can you come up with any explanation for why he would miss his trip, or mislead you? There's no reasonable explanation for it. It looks as if he packed his suitcase and left the flat. That's where the trail ends. Someone must have picked him up. Wallander paused before asking the next question. Who? I don't know. Did your father have any enemies? None that I know of. Not anymore. What do you mean by that, not anymore? Exactly what I said. I don't think he's had any enemies for a long time. Could you explain what you mean? Runfeldt took a packet of cigarettes from his pocket. Wallander noticed that his hand was shaking slightly. Do you mind if I smoke? Not at all. Wallander waited. He knew there would be more. He also had a feeling that he was closing in on something important. I don't know if my father had any enemies, but I do know there's one person who had reason to hate him. Who? My mother. Runfeldt waited for Wallander to ask him a question, but it didn't come. He kept on waiting. My father sincerely loved orchids, Runfeldt said. He was a knowledgeable man, a self-taught botanist. But he was also something else. What's that? He was a brutal man. He abused my mother throughout their marriage, sometimes so badly that she had to be hospitalized. We tried to get her to leave him, but she wouldn't. He beat her. Afterwards, he would be contrite and she would give in. It was a nightmare that never seemed to end. The brutality didn't stop until she drowned. As I understand it, she fell through a hole in the ice. That's as much as I know. That's what my father told us. You don't sound totally convinced. Runfeldt stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette in an ashtray. Maybe she went out there beforehand and saw the hole in the ice. Maybe she decided to put an end to it all. Is that a possibility? She talked about committing suicide. Not often, a few times during the last years of her life. But we didn't believe her. People usually don't. Suicides are fundamentally inexplicable to those who should have paid attention and understood what was happening. Wallander thought about the punji pit, the partially sawed-through planks. Gösta Runfeldt had been a brutal man. He had abused his wife. He tried to measure the significance of what Bo Runfeldt was telling him. I don't grieve for my father, Runfeldt continued. I don't think my sister does either. He was a cruel man. He tortured the life out of our mother. He was never cruel towards the two of you? Never. Only towards her. Why did he mistreat her? I don't know.
One shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but he was a monster.
Wallander thought for a moment. Has it ever crossed your mind that your father might have killed your mother? That it wasn't an accident?
Many times.
But there is no way to prove it. There were no witnesses. They were alone on the ice on that winter day. What's the name of the lake?
Stang Lake.
It's not far from Elmhult, in southern Smyrland. Wallander thought for a moment. Did he really have any other questions? It felt as if the investigation had taken a stranglehold on itself. There ought to be plenty of questions, and there were, but there was no one to ask. Does the name Harold Berggren mean anything to you? Runfeldt gave it careful thought before he answered.
No, nothing. But I could be mistaken. It's a common name.
Has your father ever had contact with mercenaries?
Not as far as I know. But I remember that he often talked about the Foreign Legion when I was a child. Never to my sister, only to me.
What did he tell you?
Adventure stories. Maybe joining the Foreign Legion was some kind of teenage dream he had had. But I'm pretty sure that he never had anything to do with them, or with mercenaries.
Holger Eriksson. Have you ever heard that name?
The man who was murdered the week before my father? I saw it in the newspapers. As far as I know, my father never had anything to do with him. I could be wrong, of course. We didn't keep in close contact.
How long are you staying in Ystad?
The funeral will be as soon as we can make the necessary arrangements. We have to decide what to do with the shop.
It's very possible that you'll hear from me again, Wallander said, getting to his feet. He left the hotel. He was hungry. The wind tugged and pulled at his clothes. He stood in the shelter of a building and tried to decide what to do. He should eat, he knew that, but he also knew that he had to sit down soon and try to collect his thoughts. He was still looking for the point where the lives of Eriksson and Runfeldt intersected. It's there somewhere, in the dim background, he told himself. Maybe I've even seen it already, or walked past it without seeing. He got his car and drove over to the station. On the way, he called Högland on her mobile phone. She told him that they were still going through the office, but they had sent Nyberg home because his foot was hurting badly. I'm on my way to the station. I've just had an interesting conversation with Runfeldt's son, Wallander said. I need some time to go over it.
It's not enough for us to shuffle our papers, Högland replied. We also need someone to do the thinking. He wasn't sure if she meant this last remark to be sarcastic, but he pushed the thought aside. Hansson was sitting in his office going through the reports that were starting to pile up. Wallander stood in the door. He had a coffee cup in his hand. "Where are the pathologist's reports?" he asked. "They must have come in by now, at least the one on Holger Eriksson." "It's probably in Martinsson's office. I seem to recall he mentioned something about it." "Is he still here?" "He went home. He copied a file to a disk and was going to keep working on it at home." "Is that really allowed?" Wallander wondered absent-mindedly. "Taking investigative material home?" "Well, I don't know," Hansson replied. "For me, it's never come up. I don't even have a computer at home. But maybe that's a breach of regulations these days." "What's a breach of regulations?" "Not having a computer at home." "In that case, we're both guilty," Wallander said. "I'd like to see those reports early tomorrow morning." "How did it go with Bo Runfeldt?" "I have to write up my notes tonight, but he said some things that may prove important. And now we know for sure that Gustav Runfeldt spent some of his time working as a private detective." Svedberg called in, he told me." Wallander took his mobile phone out of his pocket. "What did we do before we had these things?" he asked. "I can hardly remember." "We did exactly the same thing, but it took longer. We searched for phone boxes. We spent a lot more time in our cars. But we did exactly the same things that we do now."
Wallander walked down the hall to his office, nodding to a few officers as they came out of the canteen. He went into his office and sat down. More than 10 minutes passed before he pulled over an unused notebook. It took him 2 hours to put together a thorough summary of the 2 murders. He had been trying to steer 2 vessels at the same time, while looking for the point of contact that he knew had to exist. After 11 p.m., he threw down his pen and leaned back in his chair. He had reached a point where he could see nothing more, but he was positive the contact was there. They just hadn't found it yet. There was something else. Time after time he came back to Höglin's observation. There's something blatant about the modus operandi. Both in terms of Eriksson's death, impaled on sharpened bamboo stakes, and Rundfeldt, who was strangled and left tied to a tree. I see something, he thought. I just haven't managed to see through it. It was almost midnight when he turned off the light in his office. He stood there in the dark. It was still just a hunch, a vague fear deep inside his brain. The killer would strike again. He seemed to have detected a signal as he worked at his desk. There was something incomplete about everything that had happened so far. What it was, he didn't know. But still, he was sure. Chapter 18. She waited until 2:30 a.m. From experience, she knew that was when the fatigue would creep up on her. She thought back on all the nights when she had been at work. That's how it always was. The greatest danger of dozing off was between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. She had been waiting in the linen supply room since 9 p.m. Just as on her first visit, she had walked right in through the main entrance of the hospital. No one had noticed her. A nurse, in a hurry. No one had noticed her because there was nothing unusual about her. She had considered disguising herself, maybe changing her hair, but that would have been an unnecessary caution. She had had plenty of time to think as she'd sat in the linen room, the scent of newly washed and ironed sheets reminding her of childhood. She sat there in the dark until after midnight, and then she took out her torch, the one she always used at work, and read the last letter her mother had written to her. It was unfinished, but it was in this letter that her mother had begun to write about herself, about the events that lay behind her attempt to take her life. She could see that her mother had never got over her bitterness. "I wander around the world like a ship without a captain," she wrote, "forced to atone for someone else's guilt. I thought that age would create enough distance, that the memories would grow dim, fade, and maybe finally vanish altogether. But now I see that won't happen. Only with death can I put an end to it. And since I don't want to die, not yet, I choose to remember." The letter was dated the day before her mother had moved in with the French nuns, the day before shadows had detached themselves from the darkness and murdered her. After she had read the letter, she had turned off the torch. Everything had grown quiet. Someone had walked past in the hall only twice. The linen room was located in a wing that was only partly in use. She had had plenty of time to think. There were now 3 free days entered in her timetable. She had some time, and she was going to use it. Until now, everything had gone the way it was supposed to. Women only made mistakes when they tried to think like men. She had known that for a long time, and in her view she had already proved it. But there was something that bothered her, something that had thrown her timetable out of kilter. She had followed everything that had been written in the newspapers closely. She listened to the news on the radio and watched it on various TV channels. It was clear that the police didn't understand a thing, and that had been her intention, not to leave any traces, to lead the dogs away from the trails they should be following. But now she was impatient with all this incompetence. The police were never going to solve the crimes. She was adding riddles to the story. In their minds, the police would be looking for a male killer. She didn't want it to be that way any longer. She sat in the dark closet and devised a plan. She would make some minor changes. Nothing that would reveal her timetable, of course, but she would give the riddle a face. At 2:30 a.m. she left the linen closet. The hall was deserted. She straightened her white uniform and headed for the stairs up to the maternity ward. She knew that there were usually only 4 people on duty. She had been there in the daytime, asking about a woman that she knew had already gone home with her baby. Over the nurse's shoulder, she could see in the log that all the rooms were occupied. She couldn't imagine why women had babies at this time of year, when autumn was turning to winter. But then she knew that few women chose when to have their children, even now. When she reached the glass doors of the maternity ward, she stopped and took a careful look at the nurse's station. She held the doors slightly ajar and heard no voices. That meant the midwives and nurses were busy. It would take her less than 15 seconds to reach the room of the woman she intended to visit. She probably wouldn't run into anybody, but she had to be careful. She pulled the glove out of her pocket. She had sewn it herself and filled the fingers with lead, shaped to follow the contours of her knuckles. She put it on her right hand, opened the door, and quickly entered the ward. The nurse's station was empty. There was a radio playing somewhere. She walked rapidly and soundlessly to the room, slipped inside, and closed the door behind her. Taking off her glove, she approached the woman lying in the bed. She was awake. She stuffed the glove in her pocket, the same pocket where she had put the letter from her mother. She sat down on the edge of the bed. The woman was very pale, and her belly pushed up the sheet. She took the woman's hand. "Have you decided?" she asked her. The woman nodded. It didn't surprise her, and yet she felt a sort of triumph. Even the women who were most cowed could be turned towards life again. "Eugen Blomberg," the woman said. "He lives in Lund. He's a researcher at the university. I don't know any better way to describe what he does." She patted the woman's hand. "I'll take care of it. Don't worry about a thing." "I hate that man." "Yes," said the woman sitting on the edge of the bed. "You hate him, and you have every right to." "I would have killed him if I could." "I know, but you can't. Think of your baby instead." She leaned forward and stroked the woman's cheek. Then she got up and put on her glove. She had been in the room no more than 2 minutes. Carefully, she pushed open the door. No one was around. She walked back towards the exit. Just as she was passing the station, a woman came out. It was bad luck. The woman stared at her. It was an older woman, presumably one of the midwives. She kept walking towards the exit doors. The woman yelled and started running after her. She walked faster. But the woman grabbed her left arm and asked who she was and what she was doing there. It was a shame that this woman had to interfere, she thought. She spun around and hit her with the glove. She didn't want to hurt her badly, and so she took care not to hit her on the temple, which could be fatal. She struck her hard on one cheek, hard enough to knock her out. The woman groaned and fell to the floor. She turned around to leave, but felt 2 hands gripping her leg. When she looked back, she realized she hadn't struck hard enough. At the same time, she heard a door open somewhere in the distance. She was about to lose control of the situation. She yanked her leg away and bent down to deliver another blow. The woman scratched her in the face. Now she struck without worrying if it was too hard or not, right in the temple. The woman sank to the floor. She fled through the glass doors, her cheek stinging where the midwife's nails had torn her skin. No one called after her. She wiped her face, and her white sleeve showed streaks of blood. She stuffed the glove in her pocket and took off her clogs so she could run faster. She wondered whether the hospital had an internal alarm system, but she got out without being caught. When she reached her car and looked at her face in the rearview mirror, she saw that she had only a few scratches. Things hadn't gone the way she had planned, but you couldn't always expect them to. What was important was that she had succeeded in persuading the woman to reveal the name of the man who had caused her so much grief. Eugen Blomberg. She still had 48 hours to begin her investigation and draw up a plan and a timetable. She was in no hurry. It would take as long as necessary. She didn't think she'd need more than a week. The oven was empty. It was waiting. Just after 8 a.m. on Thursday morning, the investigative team was assembled in the conference room. Wallander had asked Åkesson to attend. As he was about to begin, he noticed someone was missing. "Where's Svedberg? Didn't he come in today?"
"He's been in, but he left again," Martinsson said. "Evidently there was an assault up at the hospital last night. He said he'd probably be back soon."
A vague memory flitted through Wallander's head, but he couldn't pin it down. Something to do with Svedberg and the hospital.
"This brings the need for additional personnel to a head," Åkesson said. "We can't avoid the issue any longer, I'm afraid."
Wallander knew what he meant. On several earlier occasions, he and Åkesson had clashed over whether they should request extra manpower or not.
"We'll take up that question at the end of the meeting," Wallander said. "Let's start with where we actually stand in this mess."
"Stockholm has called a few times," Chief Holgersson said, "and I don't think I need to tell you who it was. These violent events are clouding the image of the friendly local police force."
A mixture of resignation and mirth swept through the room, but no one commented on what Lisa Holgersson had said. Martinsson yawned audibly. Wallander seized on that as a starting point.
"We're all tired. A policeman's curse is lack of sleep, at least in crises like this."
He was interrupted by the door opening. Nyberg came in. Wallander knew that he had been talking on the phone to the forensic laboratory in Linköping. He hobbled up to the table using his crutch. "How's your foot?" Wallander asked him.
"It's better than being impaled on bamboo from Thailand," he replied.
Wallander gave him an inquiring look.
"Do we know that for sure? That it's from Thailand?"
"We do. It's imported for making fishing rods and furniture by a company in Bremen. We talked to their Swedish agent. They import more than 100,000 bamboo poles each year. It's impossible to say where they were purchased, but I just talked to Linköping. They can determine how long the bamboo has been in Sweden."
Wallander nodded.
"Anything else?"
he asked, still facing Nyberg.
"With regard to Eriksson or Rundfeldt?"
"Either one."
Nyberg opened his notebook.
"The planks for Eriksson's bridge came from the building warehouse in Ystad. The murder scene is clean of any objects that might have helped us. On the side of the hill where he had his bird-watching tower, there's a tractor path that we can assume the killer used if he came by car, which I'm assuming he did. We've taken impressions of all the tire tracks we found, but the whole scene is extraordinarily devoid of clues."
"And the house?"
"The problem is, we don't know what we're looking for. Everything seems to be in good order. The break-in he reported a few years ago is a riddle, too. The only thing that might be worth noting is that Eriksson had a couple of extra locks installed recently on the doors leading directly into the living quarters."
"That might mean he was afraid of something," Wallander said.
"I thought so, too. On the other hand, everybody's putting on extra locks these days, aren't they?"
Wallander glanced around the table.
"Neighbors," he said. "Who was Holger Eriksson, who might have had a reason to kill him? What about Harald Berggren? It's about time we did a complete summary, no matter how long it takes."
Later, Wallander would think back on that Thursday morning as an endless uphill climb. All of them presented the results of their work and the only conclusion was that there was no sign of a breakthrough. The slope just grew steeper. Ericsson's life seemed impregnable. No one had seen a thing. No one even seemed to have known this man who sold cars, watched birds, and wrote poems. Finally, Wallander began to wonder whether he was mistaken, whether Ericsson's killer might have selected him at random. But deep inside he knew that this couldn't be true. The killer had spoken a specific language. There was a logic and consistency to his method of killing. Wallander knew he wasn't mistaken, but that was as far as he got. They were completely bogged down by the time Svedberg returned from the hospital. He appeared like a savior, because when he sat down at the table and sorted through his notes, the investigation finally seemed to begin to move forward. Svedberg began by apologizing for his absence. Wallander asked what had happened at the hospital.
"The whole thing is pretty weird," Svedberg said. "Just before 3 a.m., a nurse appeared in the maternity ward. One of the midwives, Ylva Brink, who happens to be my cousin, was working there last night. She didn't recognize the nurse and asked her what she was doing there. She was struck to the ground and knocked out. When she came to, the woman was gone. They asked all the patients, but none of them had seen her. I talked to the personnel on duty last night. They were all very upset."
"How's your cousin?"
"She has a concussion."
Wallander was just about to return to Ericsson when Svedberg spoke up again. He seemed embarrassed and scratched his head nervously.
"What's even stranger is that this woman had been there before, about a week ago. Ylva happened to be working that night, too. She's positive that the woman wasn't really a nurse, that she was in disguise."
Wallander frowned and remembered the note that had been lying on his desk all week. "You talked to Ylva Brink that time, too, and took some notes."
"I threw out that piece of paper. Since nothing happened the first time, I didn't think it was anything to worry about. We had more important things to do."
"I think it's creepy," said Högland. "A fake nurse who enters the maternity ward at night and has no qualms about using violence? It has to mean something."
"My cousin didn't recognize her, but she gave me a very good description. The woman was stocky and obviously very strong."
Wallander said nothing about having Svedberg's note on his desk. "That sounds odd," was all he said. "What kind of precautions has the hospital taken?"
"For the time being, they're hiring a security company. They'll see if the woman shows up again."
They left the night's events behind. Wallander looked at Svedberg, thinking despondently that he was about to reinforce the feeling that the investigation was going nowhere. But Svedberg had some news.
"Last week I talked to one of Ericsson's employees, Tore Karlhammer, who is 73 years old and lives in Svarta. I wrote up a report about it that you may have read. He worked as a car salesman for Ericsson for more than 30 years. At first, he just said how sorry he was about what had happened, and that no one had anything but good things to say about Ericsson. Karlhammer's wife was making coffee. The door to the kitchen was open. Suddenly, she came in, slammed the coffee tray on the table so the cream sloshed over, and said Holger Ericsson was a crook. Then she walked out."
"And then?"
"It was a little embarrassing, of course. But Karlhammer stuck to his story. I went to talk to his wife, but by then she was gone."
"What do you mean, gone?"
"She had taken the car and driven off. Later I called several times, but nobody answered. But this morning I got a letter. I read it before I drove over to the hospital. It's from Karlhammer's wife, and if what she says is correct, then it makes very interesting reading."
"Sum it up for us," Wallander said. "Then you can make copies."
She claims that Ericsson showed signs of sadism many times in his life. He treated his employees badly. He would harass anyone who quit. She repeats over and over that she could provide as many examples as we need to prove this is true."
Svedberg scanned the letter. She says that he had little respect for other people. Towards the end of the letter, she indicates that he made trips to Poland quite often, apparently to visit some women there. According to Mrs. Karlhammer, they would be able to tell us stories, too. They might all be gossip. How would she know about what he did in Poland? She doesn't say anything about him being homosexual? Asked Wallander. No. And this part about the trips to Poland certainly doesn't give that impression. And Karlhammer had never heard of anyone named Harold Berggren, I suppose. No. Wallander felt a need to get up and stretch his legs. What Svedberg had said about the contents of the letter was important, without a doubt. He realized that this was the second time in 24 hours that he had heard a man described as brutal. He suggested a break so they could get some air. Akesson stayed behind. It's all set now. With the Sudan, I mean? Wallander felt a pang of jealousy. Akesson had made a decision and dared to resign. Why didn't he do the same thing himself? Why did he settle for looking for a new house? Now that his father was gone, he had nothing to keep him here. Linda could take care of herself. They don't need any policemen to keep order among the refugees, do they? I've had some experience in that field here in Ystad. Akesson laughed. I can ask. Swedish policemen usually go into the UN Special Forces. There's nothing to stop you from putting in an application. Right now I've got a murder investigation to take care of. Maybe later. When are you leaving? Between Christmas and New Year. It'll be great to get away. Sometimes I think I might never come back. I'll never get to sail to the West Indies in a boat I built myself. But I am going to the Sudan, and I have no idea what'll happen after that. Everybody dreams about escape, Wallander said. People in Sweden are always looking for the next paradise. Sometimes I think I don't even recognize my own country anymore. Maybe I'm escaping too. But the Sudan is no paradise, believe me. At least you're doing the right thing by trying. I hope you're right once in a while. I'll miss you. That's actually something I'm looking forward to. Writing personal letters, not just official ones. Maybe that way I'll figure out how many friends I actually have. The ones who answer the letters I hope to write. The short break was over. They all sat down again. Let's switch over to Gösta Rundfeldt, Wallander said. Höglund described their discovery of the room on Harpagaten and the fact that Rundfeldt was a private detective. After the photographs that Nyberg had developed had made their way around the table, Wallander told them about his conversation with Rundfeldt's son. He noticed that the investigative team was now concentrating in a way that they hadn't been when the long meeting had begun. I can't shake the feeling that we're close to something crucial, Wallander concluded. We're still seeking a point of contact. What could be the significance of both Eriksson and Rundfeldt having been described as brutal? And why has this never come up before? He broke off to allow for comments and questions. No one said a word. It's time we started digging deeper, he went on. All the material has to be run back and forth between these two men. It's Martinsson's job to see that this gets done. There are a number of items that seem particularly important. I'm thinking about Rundfeldt's wife's death. I've got the feeling that this might be crucial. And there's the money that Eriksson donated to the church in Svenstavik. I'll take care of that myself, which means it might be necessary to take a few trips. Where's Svenstavik? Hansson asked. In southern Jämtland, about 50 kilometers from the border of Härjedal. What did Eriksson have to do with that place? He was from Skåne, wasn't he? That's precisely what we have to find out, said Wallander. Why did he choose that particular church to leave money to? There must have been some definite reason. They had been in the meeting for several hours when Wallander brought up the question of more manpower. I have nothing against getting reinforcements. We have plenty to investigate, and it's going to take a lot of time.
I'll take care of it,
Chief Holgersson said. Åkesson nodded without saying anything. In all the years Wallander had worked with him, he had never known Åkesson to speak unnecessarily. Wallander supposed that this would be an advantage in the Sudan. On the other hand, I doubt we need a psychologist, Wallander continued. I'm the first to agree that Mats Ekholm, who was here in the summer, was helpful, but the situation is different with this case. My suggestion is that we send summaries of the investigative material to him and ask for his comments. Let's leave it at that for now. They adjourned the meeting at just past 1 p.m. Wallander left the station hastily. The long meeting had left him feeling heavy-headed. He drove to one of the restaurants in the town center. As he ate, he tried to decide what had actually developed during the meeting. Since he kept coming back to the question of what had happened at the lake outside Elmhult 10 years ago, he decided to follow his intuition. When he finished eating, he called the Hotel Säckelgarden. Bo Rundfeldt was in his room. Wallander asked the receptionist to tell him he was coming over shortly. Then he drove back to the police station. He found Martinsson and Hansson and took them to his office. He asked Hansson to call Svenstavik. What am I supposed to ask? Get straight to the point. Why did Eriksson make this bequest to them? Was he looking for forgiveness of his sins? If so, what sins? And if they mention confidentiality, tell them we need the information so we can try to prevent more murders. You really want me to ask if he was looking for forgiveness for his sins? Wallander burst out laughing. Yes, if necessary. Find out whatever you can. I think I'll take Bo Rundfeldt with me to Elmhult. Ask Ebba to book us a couple of hotel rooms there. Martinsson seemed doubtful. What do you think you're going to discover by looking at a lake? I honestly don't know, Wallander replied. But the trip will at least give me time to talk to Rundfeldt. I've got a hunch there's some hidden information that's important for us, and that we can get it if we're persistent enough. We have to scrape hard enough to break through the surface, and there might be someone who was there at the time of the accident. I want you to do some background work. Call up our colleagues in Elmhult. It happened about 10 years ago. You can find out the exact date from the daughter. A drowning accident. I'll give you a call when I get there. The wind was still gusting when Wallander walked out to his car. He drove down to the Säckelgarden and went into reception. Bo Rundfeldt was waiting for him. Get your overcoat, Wallander said. We're going on a field trip. Where to? Once you're in the car, I'll tell you all about it. Not until they had passed the turnoff to Hur did Wallander tell him where they were going. Chapter 19. It started to rain just after they left Hur. By then, Wallander had begun to doubt the whole undertaking. Was it really worth the trouble of driving all the way to Elmhult? What did he actually think he would achieve? Yet deep down, he had no doubts. What he wanted was not a solution, but to move a step further in the right direction. Bo Rundfeldt had been angry when Wallander had told him where they were going, asking if this was some kind of joke. What did his mother's death have to do with the murder of his father? You and your sisters seem reluctant to talk about what happened, he said. In a way, I can understand it. People don't like to talk about a tragedy. But why don't I believe that it's the tragedy that makes you reluctant to talk about it? If you give me a good answer, we'll turn around and drive back. And don't forget, you're the one who brought up your father's brutality. There you have my answer, Rundfeldt said. Wallander noticed an almost imperceptible change in his voice, a hint of a defense beginning to crumble. Wallander cautiously probed deeper as they drove through the monotonous landscape. You said that your mother talked about committing suicide? It took a while before Rundfeldt answered. It's strange that she didn't do it earlier. I don't think you can imagine what hell she was forced to live in. I can't. No one can. Why didn't she divorce him? He threatened to kill her if she left him. She had every reason to believe he would do it. I didn't know anything back then, but later on I understood. If the doctors suspect abuse, they're obliged to report it to the police. She always had an explanation, and she was convincing. She would say anything to protect him. She might say she was drunk and fell down. My mother never touched alcohol. But of course the doctors didn't know that. The conversation died as Wallander overtook a bus. He noticed that Runfeldt seemed tense. Wallander wasn't driving fast, but his passenger was clearly nervous in traffic. I think what kept her from committing suicide was my sister and me, he said after a while. That's natural, Wallander replied. Let's go back to what you said earlier, that your father had threatened to kill your mother. When a man abuses a woman, he doesn't usually intend to kill her. He does it to control her. Sometimes he hits too hard and the abuse leads to death, but generally there's a different reason for murder. It's taking it one step further. Runfeldt replied with a surprising question. Are you married? Not anymore. Did you ever hit your wife? Why would I do that? I just wondered. We're not talking about me here. Runfeldt was silent. Wallander remembered, with horrifying clarity, the time that he had struck Mona in a moment of uncontrollable rage. She had fallen, hit the back of her head against the doorframe, and blacked out for a few seconds. She almost packed her bags and left, but Linda was still so young, and Wallander had begged and pleaded. They had sat up all night. He had implored her, and in the end she had stayed. The incident was etched in his memory, but he couldn't now recall what they had been fighting about. Where had the rage come from? He didn't know. There were few things in his life that he was more ashamed of. He understood his own reluctance to be reminded of it. Let's get back to that day 10 years ago, Wallander said. What happened? It was a Sunday, Runfeldt said. 5 February 1984. It was a beautiful, cold winter's day. They used to go out on excursions every Sunday, to walk in the woods, along the beach, or across the ice on the lake. It sounds idyllic, said Wallander. How am I supposed to make this fit with what you said before? It wasn't idyllic. It was just the opposite. My mother was always terrified. I'm not exaggerating. She had long ago crossed the boundary where fear takes over and dominates your whole life. She must have been mentally exhausted. But he wanted to take a Sunday walk, and so they did. The threat of a clenched fist was ever present. I'm convinced that my father never saw her terror. He probably thought all was forgiven and forgotten each time. I assume he regarded his abuse of her to be chance incidents of rash behavior. Hardly more than that. I think I understand. So what happened? Why they had gone to Smølen that Sunday, I don't know. They parked on a logging road. It had been snowing, but it wasn't particularly deep. They walked along the road to the lake and out onto the ice. Suddenly it gave way, and she fell in. He couldn't pull her out. He ran to the car and went to get help. She was dead, of course, when they found her. How did you hear about it? He called me himself. I was in Stockholm at the time. What do you remember of the phone conversation? Naturally, he was very upset. In what way? Can you be upset in more than one way? Was he crying? Was he in shock? Try to describe it. He wasn't crying.
I can only remember my father having tears in his eyes when he talked about rare orchids. It was more that he was trying to convince me he had done everything in his power to rescue her. But that shouldn't be necessary, should it? If someone's in trouble, you do everything you can to help, don't you? What else did he say? He asked me to try to get hold of my sister. So he called you first? Yes. Then what happened? We came down to Skåne, just like now. The funeral was a week later. I spoke to a policeman. He said that the ice must have been unexpectedly thin. My mother wasn't a big person. Is that what he said? The police officer you spoke to, that the ice must have been unexpectedly thin. I have a good memory for detail. Maybe that's why I'm an accountant. They passed a cafe and decided to stop. During the brief meal, Wallander asked Rundfeldt about his work in international accounting. He listened without paying much attention. Instead, he went over their conversation in his mind. Something was important, but he couldn't quite pin it down. As they were about to leave the cafe, his phone rang. It was Martinsson. Rundfeldt stepped aside to give Wallander some privacy. "We seem to be out of luck," Martinsson said. "Of the officers who were working in Älmhult 10 years ago, one is dead and the other has retired to Örebro." Wallander was disappointed. Without a reliable informant, the trip would lose much of its purpose. "I don't even know how to find the lake," he complained. "Aren't there any ambulance drivers? Wasn't the fire department called in to pull her out?" "I've located the man who offered to help Gustav Rundfeldt," said Martinsson. "I know his name and where he lives. The problem is that he doesn't have a phone." "Is there really somebody in this country today who doesn't have a phone?" "Apparently. Do you have a pen?" Wallander searched his pockets. As usual, he didn't have either a pen or paper. He waved over Rundfeldt, who handed Wallander a gold-plated pen and one of his business cards. "Jakob Haslowski," Martinsson said. "He's an eccentric man who lives alone in a cottage not far from Stang Lake, which is due north of Älmhult. I talked to a woman at the town hall who said that there's a sign to Stang Lake next to his driveway, but she couldn't give me exact directions. You'll have to stop at a house and ask." "Do we have somewhere to stay overnight?" "IKEA has a hotel, and you have rooms reserved." "Doesn't IKEA sell furniture?" "Yes, they do, but they also have a hotel, the IKEA Inn." "Anything happening?" "Everyone's really busy, but it sounds as if Hamren's coming down from Stockholm to help out." Wallander remembered the 2 police detectives from Stockholm who had assisted them during the summer. He had nothing against having them again. "Not Ludvigsson?" "He was in a car accident. He's in hospital." "Serious?" "I'll find out, but I didn't get that impression." Wallander hung up and returned the pen. "It looks valuable," he said. "Being an accountant for Price Waterhouse is one of the best jobs around," Rundfeldt said. "At least in terms of salary and future prospects. Wise parents today advise their children to become accountants." "What's the average salary?" asked Wallander. "Most people who are employed above a certain level have individual contracts, which are confidential, of course." Wallander took this to mean that the salaries were extremely high. His own salary as a detective with many years of experience was quite low. If he had taken a position in the private sector, he could have earned at least double what he was on now. But he had made his choice. He would stay with the police, at least as long as he could survive on his salary. They reached Älmhult at 5 p.m. Rundfeldt asked if it was really necessary to stay the night. Wallander didn't have a good answer. Rundfeldt could have taken the train back to Malmö, but Wallander told him that they wouldn't be able to visit the lake until the following day because it would soon be dark, and he wanted Rundfeldt to go with him. After they checked into the hotel, Wallander set off at once to find Jakob Haslowski's house.
He stopped at the road sign posted at the entrance to the town and made a note of Stong Lake's location, then headed away from town. It was already dusk. He turned left and then left again. The forest was dense. The open landscape of Skåne was far behind him. He stopped when he saw a man mending a gate near the road. The man gave him directions, and Wallander drove on. The engine started to knock. His Peugeot was getting old. He wondered how he could afford a new one. He had bought this car after his first one had blown up on the E65 one night. It had also been a Peugeot. Wallander had the feeling that his next car would be the same make. The older he got, the harder it was for him to break his habits. When he reached the next turn-off, Wallander drove down a rough dirt road. After 100 meters, he stopped and parked, afraid that he might get stuck. He got out of the car and started walking. There was a rustling in the trees that stood close together along the narrow road. He walked briskly to keep warm. The house stood right on the side of the road. It was an old-fashioned cottage. The yard was full of old cars. A solitary rooster was sitting on a stump, staring at him. There was a light in one window. Wallander saw that it was a kerosene lamp. He wondered whether he should postpone his visit until the following day, but he had come so far. He went up to the front door. The rooster sat motionless on the stump. He knocked. After a moment he heard a shuffling sound, and the door opened. The man standing there in the dim light was younger than Wallander had expected, maybe about 40. Wallander introduced himself.
"Jakob Poslovsky," replied the man.
Wallander could hear a faint, almost imperceptible accent in his voice. The man was unwashed. He smelled bad. His long hair and beard were matted. "I wonder if I might disturb you for a few minutes?" Poslovsky smiled and stepped aside.
"Come in. I always let in anyone who knocks on my door."
Wallander stepped inside the dark hall and almost tripped over a cat. The whole house was full of them. He had never in his life seen so many cats in one place before. It reminded him of the Forum Romanum, but here the stench was appalling. He followed Poslovsky into the larger of the two rooms in the house. There was almost no furniture, just mattresses and cushions, piles of books, and a single kerosene lamp on a stool. And cats. Everywhere. Wallander had an uneasy feeling that they were all watching him with alert eyes, ready to hurl themselves at him at any moment. "I don't often visit a house without electricity," said Wallander.
"I live outside of time," Poslovsky replied simply. "In my next life, I'm going to be reincarnated as a cat."
Wallander nodded.
"I see.
Were you living here 10 years ago?"
"I've lived here ever since I left time behind."
"When did you leave time behind?"
"A long time ago."
Wallander could see this was the most accurate answer he was going to get. With some difficulty, he sank down onto one of the cushions, hoping that it wasn't covered with cat piss. 10 years ago, a woman went out onto the ice at Stong Lake near here and drowned. Do you remember the incident? Even though, as you say, you live outside of time? Wallander noticed that Poslovsky reacted positively to having his timeless existence accepted. "A winter Sunday, 10 years ago," said Wallander. "According to the report, a man came here and asked you for help."
Poslovsky nodded. "A man came and pounded on my door. He wanted to borrow my telephone."
Wallander looked around the room. "But you don't have a phone?"
"Who had I talked to?"
Wallander nodded. "What happened then?"
"I directed him to my nearest neighbors. They have a telephone."
"Did you go with him?"
"I went over to the lake to see if I could pull her out."
Wallander paused and backed up a bit. "The man who pounded on your door, I presume he was upset?"
"Maybe."
"What do you mean by maybe?"
"I remember him as being oddly calm."
"Did you notice anything else?"
"I forget.
It took place in a cosmic dimension that has changed many times since then.
Huh. Let's move on. You went over to the lake. What happened then?
The ice was smooth. I saw the hole. I walked over to it, but I didn't see anything in the water.
You say that you walked? Weren't you afraid the ice would crack?
I know what it can hold. Besides, I can make myself weightless when I have to.
You can't talk sense with a madman, Wallander thought.
Can you describe the hole in the ice for me? It was probably cut by a fisherman. Maybe it froze over, but the ice hadn't had a chance to get thick.
Wallander thought for a moment. Don't ice fishermen drill small holes?
This one was almost rectangular. Maybe they had used a saw.
Are there usually ice fishermen on Stong Lake?
The lake is full of fish. I fished there myself, but not in the winter.
Then what happened? You stood next to the hole in the ice. You didn't see anything. What did you do then?
I took off my clothes and got into the water.
Wallander stared at him. Why in God's name did you do that?
I thought I might be able to feel her body with my feet.
But you could have frozen to death.
I can make myself insensitive to extreme cold or heat, if necessary.
Wallander realized he should have anticipated this answer. But you didn't find her?
No. I pulled myself back out of the water and got dressed. Right after that, people came running, a car with ladders. Then I left.
Wallander began to get up from the uncomfortable cushion. The stench in the room was unbearable. He had no further questions and didn't want to stay any longer than he had to. At the same time, he had to admit that Kozlovsky had been obliging and friendly. Kozlovsky followed him out to the yard.
They pulled her out later, he said. My neighbor usually stops by to tell me what he thinks I should know about the outside world. He's a very nice man. He keeps me informed about everything that goes on in the local shooting club. Most of what happens elsewhere in the world he considers less important. That's why I don't know much about what's happening. Maybe you'd permit me to ask whether at the present time there's any kind of extensive war going on?
Nothing big, said Wallander, but lots of small ones. Kozlovsky nodded. Then he pointed.
My neighbor lives right nearby, he said. You can't see his house. It's maybe 300 meters from here. Earthly distances are hard to calculate.
Wallander thanked him and left. It was quite dark now. He used his torch to see the way. Lights flickered between the trees. The house he came to seemed relatively new. In front stood a van with the words "Plumbing Services" painted on the side. Wallander rang the bell. A tall, barefoot man wearing a white undershirt wrenched open the door as if Wallander was the latest in an endless line of people who had come to disturb him. But he had an open and friendly face. He could hear a child crying somewhere in the house. Wallander explained briefly who he was.
And it was Kozlovsky who sent you over?
Said the man with a smile. What makes you think that?
I can tell by the smell, said the man. It goes away with a good airing. Come on in.
Wallander followed him into the kitchen. The crying was coming from upstairs. There was a TV on somewhere, too. The man introduced himself as Rune Nilsson. Wallander declined a cup of coffee and told him why he was there.
You don't forget something like that,
Nilsson said. It was before I was married. There was an old house here that I tore down when I built the new one. Was it really 10 years ago that it happened?
Exactly 10 years ago, give or take a few months. He came and pounded on my door. It was the middle of the day.
How did he seem?
He was upset, but in control. He called the police while I put on my coat. Then we took off. We took a shortcut through the woods. I did a lot of fishing back then.
He gave you the impression of being in control the whole time? What did he say? How did he
explained the accident. She had fallen in. The ice broke. But the ice was quite thick, wasn't it? You never know about ice. There can be invisible cracks or weaknesses. But it did seem strange. Jakob Oslovsky said the hole in the ice was rectangular. He thought it might have been cut with a saw. I don't remember whether it was rectangular or not, only that it was big. But the ice around it was strong. You're a big man, but you weren't afraid to go out on the ice? Nilsson nodded. I thought a lot about that afterwards, he said. It was a strange thing, a woman disappearing into a hole in the ice like that. Why couldn't he have pulled her out? What was his own explanation? He said he tried, but she vanished too fast, pulled down under the ice. Was that true? They found her several meters away from the hole, right under the ice. She hadn't sunk down. I was there when they pulled her out. I'll never forget it. I wouldn't have believed that she could weigh so much. What do you mean by that? That she could have weighed so much? I knew Nygren, who was the police officer back then. He's dead now. He told me several times that the man claimed that she weighed almost 80 kilos. That was supposed to explain why the ice broke. I never understood that. But I guess you always brood over accidents. That's probably true, Valander said, standing up. Thanks for your time. Tomorrow, I'd like you to show me where it happened. Are we going to walk on water? Valander smiled. That's not necessary. But maybe Jakob Hoslovsky has that power. Nilsson shook his head. He's harmless. That man and all his cats. Harmless, but nuts. Valander walked back along the forest road. The kerosene lamp was still burning in Hoslovsky's window. Nilsson had promised to be home around 8 a.m. the next morning. He started up his car and headed back to Elmhult. The knocking in the engine was gone now. He was hungry. It might be sensible to suggest to Rundfeldt that they have dinner together. For Valander, the trip no longer seemed pointless. When Valander reached the hotel, there was a message for him at the front desk. Bo Rundfeldt had rented a car and gone to Växjö. He had good friends there and intended to spend the night. He promised to return to Elmhult early the next day. For a moment, Valander felt annoyed. He might have needed Rundfeldt for something during the evening. He had left a phone number in Växjö, but Valander had no reason to call him. He realized that he was relieved that he would have the evening to himself. He went to his room, took a shower, and found that he didn't have a toothbrush with him. He got dressed and went in search of a shop where he could buy what he needed. He ate dinner at a pizzeria, thinking the whole time about the drowning accident. He was slowly piecing together a picture. Back in his hotel room, he called Högland at home. He hoped her children were in bed asleep. When she answered, he outlined what had happened. What he wanted to know was whether they had succeeded in tracking down Mrs. Svensson, Gustav Rundfeldt's last client. Not yet, she told him. He kept the conversation short. Then he turned on the TV and watched distractedly for a while. Eventually, he fell asleep. When Valander woke up just after 6 a.m., he felt well rested. By 7:30 a.m., he had eaten breakfast and paid for his room. He sat down in reception to wait. Rundfeldt arrived a few minutes later. Neither of them mentioned his having spent the night in Växjö. We're going on an expedition, said Valander, to the lake where your mother drowned. Has the trip been worth the trouble? Asked Rundfeldt. Valander noticed that he was irritable. Yes, he replied, and your presence has actually been of crucial importance, whether you want to believe it or not. Valander wasn't sure of this, of course, but he spoke so firmly that Rundfeldt, if not totally convinced, at least looked pensive. Nilsson was waiting for them. They walked along a path through the woods. There was no wind, and the temperature was close to freezing. The water spread out before them. The lake was oblong. Nilsson pointed to a spot in about the middle of the lake. Wallander noticed that Rundfeldt looked uncomfortable and assumed he had never been there before. "It's hard to imagine the lake covered with ice," said Nilsson. "Everything changes when winter arrives, especially your sense of distance. What seems far away in the summer can suddenly seem much closer. Or the other way around." Wallander walked down to the shore. The water was dark. He thought he caught a glimpse of a little fish moving next to a rock. Behind him, he could hear Rundfeldt asking if the lake was deep. He didn't catch Nilsson's reply. He asked himself what had happened. Did Gustav Rundfeldt plan to drown his wife on that particular Sunday? That's what he must have done. Somehow, he must have prepared the hole in the ice. The same way someone had sawed through the planks over the pit at Eriksson's place and had held Rundfeldt prisoner. Wallander stood there a long time, looking at the lake spread out before them. But what he saw was in his mind. They walked back through the woods. At the car they said goodbye to Nilsson. Wallander thought they should be back in Ystad well before midday. He was mistaken. Just south of Elmholt, the car stopped and wouldn't start again. Wallander called the road service he belonged to. The man came in less than 20 minutes, but quickly concluded that the car had a problem that couldn't be repaired on the spot. They would have to leave the car in Elmholt and take the train to Malmö. Rundfeldt offered to buy the tickets and bought first-class seats. Wallander said nothing. At 9:44 a.m., the train left for Hässleholm and Malmö. By then, Wallander had called the police station and asked for someone to come to Malmö and pick them up. There was no good connection by train to Ystad. Ebba promised to see to it that someone was there. "Don't the police have better cars than that?" Rundfeldt asked suddenly after the train had left Elmholt behind. "What if there'd been an emergency?" "That was my own car," Wallander replied. "Our emergency vehicles are in much better shape." The landscape slid past the window. Wallander thought about Gustav Rundfeldt. He was sure that he'd murdered his wife. Now Rundfeldt himself was dead. A brutal man, probably a murderer, had now been killed in an equally gruesome way. The most obvious motive was revenge. But who was taking it? And how did Holger Eriksson fit into the picture? Wallander had no answers. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the conductor. It was a woman. She smiled and asked for their tickets with a distinct Skåne accent. Wallander felt as though she recognized him. Maybe she'd seen his picture in a newspaper. "When do we get to Malmö?" he asked. 12:15, she replied. "Hässleholm, 11:13 a.m. Then she left. She knew the timetable by heart. Chapter 20. Peters was waiting for them at the station in Malmö. Bo Rundfeldt excused himself, saying he'd stay in Malmö for a few hours and return to Ystad in the afternoon so that he and his sister could start going through his father's estate. On the way back to Ystad, Wallander sat in the back seat and made notes about what had happened in Elmholt. He had bought a pen and a little notebook at the station in Malmö and balanced it on his knee as he wrote. Peters left him alone. It was a sunny, windy day, already 14 October. His father hadn't been in the ground a week. Wallander suspected, or maybe feared, that he hadn't yet begun to grieve. They went straight to the police station. Wallander had eaten some outrageously expensive sandwiches on the train and didn't need lunch. He stopped at the front desk to tell Ebba what had happened to his car. Her well-kept old Volvo stood in the car park, as usual. "I'm going to have to buy a new car," he said. "But how am I going to afford it?"
"It's shameful how little they pay us," she replied. "But it's best not to think about it."
"I'm not so sure about that," Wallander said. "It's not going to get any better if we just forget about it." On the way to his office, he peeked into his colleagues' rooms. Everyone was out except Nyberg, who had an office at the very end of the hall. He was seldom there. A crutch was leaning against his desk. "How's the foot?" Wallander asked. "No better than can be expected," Nyberg answered crossly. "You didn't happen to find Runfeldt's suitcase, by any chance?" "No, but we know that it's not in the woods at Marsvin's home. The dogs would have tracked it down if it were." "Did you find anything else?" "We always do. But whether it has anything to do with the murder is another question. We're in the process of comparing tire tracks from the tractor path behind Ericsson's tower to the ones we found in the woods. I doubt we'll be able to say anything with certainty. It was very muddy at both places." "Anything else you think I should know about?" "The shrunken head," said Nyberg. "We got a long, detailed letter from the Ethnographic Museum in Stockholm. I understand about half of what it says, but they're positive it comes from the Belgian Congo. They think it's between 40 and 50 years old." "That fits." "The museum is interested in acquiring it." "That's something the authorities will have to decide after the investigation is over." Nyberg suddenly gave Wallander an inquiring look. "Are we going to catch the people who did this?" "We have to." Nyberg nodded. "You said the people, but earlier you said it was probably a lone killer." "Did I say the people?" "Yes." "I still think it was someone acting alone, but I can't explain why." Wallander turned to go. Nyberg stopped him. "We managed to get Secure, the mail order company in Borås, to tell us what Runfeldt bought from them. He ordered things on 3 other occasions. The company hasn't been in business long. He bought night vision binoculars, several torches, and other unimportant things, nothing illegal. We found the torches at Harpagotten, but the night vision binoculars weren't there or at the shop." Wallander thought for a moment. "Do you think he packed them in his suitcase to take with him to Nairobi? Do people spy on orchids at night?" "Well, we haven't found them, at any rate," Nyberg said. Wallander went into his office, sat down at his desk, and read through what he had written during the drive from Malmö. He was looking for similarities and differences between the 2 cases. Both men had been described as brutal, though in different ways. Eriksson had treated his employees badly. Runfeldt had beaten his wife. There was a similarity. They had both been murdered in a well-planned way. Wallander was convinced that Runfeldt had been held prisoner. There was no other explanation for his long absence. Eriksson, on the other hand, had walked straight to his death. That was a difference. Why was Runfeldt held prisoner? Why did the murderer wait to kill him? For some reason, the killer wanted to wait, which in turn gave rise to new questions. Could it be that the murderer didn't have the opportunity to kill him right away? If that was the case, why? Or was it part of the plan to hold Runfeldt captive, starving him until he was powerless? Once again, the only motive that Wallander could see was revenge. But for what? They had found no definite clues. He moved on to the killer. They had guessed that it was probably a lone man with great physical strength. They could be wrong, of course. There could be more than one person involved, but Wallander didn't think so. There was something about the planning that pointed to a single killer. Wallander leaned back in his chair. He tried to understand the uneasiness that he couldn't shake off. There was something about the picture that he wasn't seeing. After about an hour, he went to get a cup of coffee. He called the optician and was told he could come in whenever he liked. After going through his jacket twice, Wallander found the phone number for the garage in Elmhult. The repairs were going to cost a lot, but Wallander had no alternative if he wanted to get anything for the car. He hung up and called Martinsson. "I didn't know you were back. How'd it go in Elmhult?" "I thought we should talk about that. Who's here right now?" "I just saw Hansson," said Martinsson.
We talked about having a short meeting at 5 p.m.
So we'll wait till then. Wallander put down the phone and found himself thinking about Jakob Hoslovsky and his cats. He wondered when he would have time to look for a house for himself. Their workload was constantly increasing. In the past, there had been times when the pressure eased off, but that almost never happened now, and no one was talking about it getting any better. He didn't know whether crime was on the rise, but he did know that it was getting more violent, and fewer officers were involved with real police work. More and more of them had administrative jobs. It was impossible for Wallander to think of himself with a desk job. When he did sit there, as he was doing now, it was a break in his routine. They'd never be able to find the killer if they sat around the police station. Forensic science was steadily progressing, but it could never replace field work. He returned to Elmholt. Had Grunfeld made a murder look like an accident? There were strong indications that he had. Too many details didn't fit with an accident. It should be possible to dig up the investigative work that had been done. It had probably been sloppy, but he couldn't criticize the officers who had carried it out. What could they have suspected? Why would they have had any suspicions at all? Wallander called Martinsson again and asked him to contact Elmholt and get a copy of the investigative report on the drowning.
"Why didn't you do that yourself?" asked Martinsson in surprise.
I didn't talk to the police there, Wallander replied. But I did sit on the floor in a house full of cats with a man who can make himself weightless whenever he feels like it. It'd be good to get that report as soon as possible. He hung up before Martinsson could ask questions. It was 3 p.m. It was still nice outside, and he decided to go and see the optician straight away. There wasn't much else he could do before the meeting. His head ached. Ebba was busy on the phone, so he wrote a note saying he'd be back for the meeting and left the station. He stood in the car park looking for his car for a while before he remembered it was in the garage. It took him 10 minutes to walk to the center of town. The optician's shop was on Store Oostergaten near Pilgrim. He was told he had to wait a few minutes. He leafed through the newspapers lying on a table. There was a picture of him that was at least 5 years old. He hardly recognized himself. There was a lot of coverage of the murders. The police are following up solid leads. That's what Wallander had told the press, and it wasn't true. He wondered if the killer read the papers. Was he keeping track of the police work? Wallander turned some more pages. He stopped at a story inside, read it with growing astonishment, and studied the pictures. The journalist from the Jan Merkaren, which hadn't come out yet, had been right. People from all over the country had gathered in Ystad to form a national organization to create a citizen militia. If necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to commit illegal acts. They supported the work of the police, but they refused to accept any cutbacks. Wallander read on with a growing feeling of bitterness and distaste. Something had happened, all right. These people were coming out into the open. Their names and faces were in the papers, and they were gathering right here in Ystad. Wallander tossed the paper aside. We're going to end up fighting on two fronts, he thought. This is much more serious than the neo-Nazi organizations, whose threat is always exaggerated, or the motorcycle gangs. When it was his turn, Wallander sat with a strange apparatus in front of his eyes and stared at the blurry letters. He began to worry that he might be going blind. But when the optician set a pair of glasses on his nose and held up a newspaper page on which there was also an article about the citizen militia, he could read the text easily. For a moment, this took away the unpleasantness of the article's contents. "Well, you need reading glasses," said the optician kindly. "Not unusual at your age. Plus, 1.5 should be enough. You'll probably have to increase the strength every few years or so." Wallander went over to look at the display of frames. He was shocked when he saw the prices. When he heard that it was possible to get cheaper plastic frames, he decided on this option. "How many pairs?" asked the optician. "2? So you'll have a spare?" Wallander thought of the pens he was constantly losing. He couldn't stand the thought of having glasses on a string around his neck. 5 pairs, he said. When he left the shop, it was still only 4 p.m. He strolled over to the estate agent's office. This time he went inside, sat down at a table, and looked through the house listings. 2 of the properties interested him. He got copies of the information sheets and promised to let them know if he wanted to see them. He went back outside. He still had some time left, and decided to try to answer a question that had been on his mind ever since Holger Eriksson died. He went into a bookshop near Stortorget and asked for a bookseller he knew. He was told that he was in the stockroom in the basement. He found his acquaintance there, unpacking boxes of books. They greeted each other. "You still owe me 19 kroner," said the bookseller with a smile. "For what?" "This summer you woke me up at 6 a.m. because the police needed a map of the Dominican Republic. The officer who came over to get it paid 100 kroner, but it cost 119. Wallander went to take out his wallet. The bookseller put up his hand to stop him. "It's on me. I was just kidding." "Holger Eriksson's poems," Wallander said, "which he published himself. Who bought them?" "He was an amateur, of course," the bookseller answered. "But he wasn't a bad poet. The problem was he wrote only about birds. Or rather, that was the only thing he was any good at writing about. Whenever he tried some other subject, it didn't work." "So who bought them?" "He didn't sell many copies through the bookshop. Most of these regional writers don't generate a lot of sales, you know. But they're important for another reason." "So who did buy them?" "I honestly don't know. Maybe an occasional tourist. I think some bird lovers discovered his books. Maybe collectors of regional literature." "Birds," Wallander said. "That means he never wrote anything that people might get upset about." "Of course not," the bookseller said in surprise. "Did someone say that he had?" "I was just wondering." Wallander left the bookshop and went back up the hill to the police station. When he entered the conference room and sat down in his usual place, he put on his new glasses. A certain merriment was evident in the room, but no one said a word. Who's missing?" he asked.
"Svedberg," Höglund said. "I don't know where he's got to."
She had barely finished her sentence when Svedberg tore open the door of the conference room. "I found Mrs. Svensson, the woman we think was Rundfeldt's last client." "Good," Wallander said, feeling the suspense rise. I thought that she might have been to the florist shop," Svedberg continued. "She might have gone to see Rundfeldt there. I took along the photograph we developed. Vanya Andersson remembered seeing a picture of the same man in the back room. She also knew that a woman named Svensson had been to the shop a couple of times. Once she bought flowers to be delivered. The rest was simple. Her address and phone number were on file. She lives on Bjarbaksvägen in Servistad. I went out there. She runs a little vegetable shop. I took along the picture and told her the truth, that we believed she had hired Rundfeldt as a private detective. She admitted at once that I was right." "What else did she say?" "I left her there. I thought it'd be better if we interviewed her together." "I'll talk to her this evening," Wallander said. "Let's keep this meeting as brief as possible." They were there for half an hour. During the meeting, Chief Holgersson came in and sat down at the table. She kept silent. Wallander reported on his trip to Elmholt. He concluded by telling them what he thought, that they couldn't ignore the possibility that Rundfeldt had murdered his wife. They should wait for a copy of the investigative report made at the time. Afterwards, they would decide how to proceed. When Wallander stopped talking, no one had anything to say. They all could see that he might be right, but what it meant for the investigation was far from clear. "The trip was important," said Wallander after a moment. "I also think the trip to Svenstavik could be productive.
"With a stop in Gävle," said Högland. "I don't know whether it means anything, but I asked a good friend in Stockholm to go to a special bookshop and get me a few issues of a paper called Terminator. They came today."
"What kind of paper is that?" Wallander asked.
"It's published in the U.S. It's a poorly disguised trade paper, you might say, for people looking for contracts as mercenaries or bodyguards or any kind of assignments as soldiers. It's not a pleasant paper. For one thing, it's extremely racist. But I found a little classified ad that should interest us. There's a man in Gävle who offers to arrange assignments for what he calls battle-ready and unbiased men. I called our colleagues in Gävle. They knew who he was, but have never dealt with him directly. They thought he had contact with men in Sweden who have been mercenaries."
"This could be important," Wallander said. "He's someone we definitely need to talk to. It should be possible to combine a trip to Svenstavik and Gävle."
"I've checked the map. You can fly to Östersund, then rent a car, or ask for help from our colleagues up there."
Wallander closed his notebook. "Get someone to make me a reservation. If possible, I'd like to go tomorrow."
"On Saturday?"
Martinsson asked. "It won't make a difference to the people I have to see," Wallander said. "There's no time to waste if we can help it. I suggest that we break up the meeting now. Who wants to come along to Sövestad?" Before anyone could reply, Chief Holgersson tapped her pencil on the table.
"Just a minute," she said. "I don't know whether you realize that there's going to be a meeting of people who have decided to form a national organization of citizen militia here in Ystad. I think it'd be good if we discussed as soon as possible how we're going to handle this."
"The National Police Board has sent out flyers about these militia," said Wallander. "I think it's very clear what Swedish law says about vigilante activities."
"No doubt you're right, but I have a strong feeling that things are changing. I'm afraid that pretty soon we're going to